Mod, you got it? Yes, you got it.
Why is this all different? Oh, fuck. Keyboards are such a fucking mess. It's God. It's pretty many.
Hey. Hi, it's me.
What did I... What the fuck did they change last time? Oh, Jesus.
I remember playing Overwatch, Alice?
A long time ago, yeah.
Oh shit!
Nino, Frank got me and Fable the Sojourn skin.
Oh shit! Nice. Are you wearing it?
Yes, now I just have to get good.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh.
I believe in you.
Thank you. Eventually.
No comment! I joke.
Nina, somehow that's worse. No, yeah. My god.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, Avian. No, she does not.
Guys. Hey, did you know that Nova got a new soundbite?
Don't listen
please
to it.
tell
Don't.
me.
No, don't. Please don't play it for her. Please don't play it for her.
Please play it for me. Also, is audio okay, guys? Hawkeye, hello.
He's in the party.
He's in the party. Wait, he is? Wait.
Yeah.
So, Alice, the only one that is
Don't forget.
Non-condom.
Keep an eye on you, kitten.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
You're supposed to... What?
You're
You
not
condoms?
Yeah.
Dude, look at our profile pictures.
Yeah, they're just spicy Marys dressed up as a girl.
This is condom gang. Condom gang.
It is. It's... Yeah.
It's
you
pretty
guys
good.
join us. You have to conform.
She asked, I must deliver it. Yes.
Okay.
Can you
It's
play
just in a minute. I need to change all these fucking binds before the game starts. And then I'll change to condom gang. Okay, hold on.
You only be fucking with protection. Hell yeah. Alice is very loud. I've lowered her volume. It's because of Nova. She's so quiet. What did you change, Nova?
I'm a quiet soul. I was like trying to like squeeze it and stuff, and it wasn't happening, and because it wasn't shaped like a normal. And so then I was like sniffing it, and then I like looked into like I saw a tiny little hole in it, and so I pulled it up to my eyeball, like point blank up to my eyeball to look inside this tiny little hole.
Just be aware that I have more practice with females.
Please don't judge me.
Holy shit! You 6 months in advance, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, man. Yeah. Also, what the fuck?
No.
What were you? Okay, can you give me some context,
I was talking about. It was breath spray. It was mint breath spray, and I was a child.
How
I sprayed breath spray in my eye.
Oh.
That's what I was talking about today. Because Fable was like, Fable and I were bonding because we were like, oh yeah, we've both licked soap. And then she was talking about how she accidentally, like, poured soap into her mouth and drank it. And then I was talking about how that was like the time that I accidentally put breath spray, like, point blank into my eye.
How did you guys survive?
I don't know how we made it to adulthood personally. I
don't know, should I be concerned? Gotta make sure your eyeballs smell minty fresh. I
feel like you'd still do that. Yeah. No, Hawk, you didn't hear the terribly sus noise that they made. It was terrible. It's the worst soundbite they've ever made.
Hawk hasn't heard it. Hawk hasn't heard it. You know what that means,
No.
right?
I made it really expensive on my channel, so they won't.
I didn't change the price in mine, right, guys? I haven't changed it in mine. Feel free to spam it. Well. Well.
Strike from the heavens.
I want to smash
Hydrate.
with my hammer.
Just fly to me. Ah, my hero.
It's only 1,000 bits.
Yeah. Right.
That's what I'm going for.
God.
Yeah. That is fair. It's like busting. That's also 1,000, guys. Where's the funny playing fair? 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 Where's the funny playing fair?
You're not even playing somewhere.
I know. Oh, okay. I hit the hole. Okay, now that sounds sus.
You're just trying at this point.
No, I'm not even trying. I meant to say well. There you go.
Oh my god.
Can I kill my own mother?
Wait, where's Wait, that didn't hit anyone? How?
Oh shit.
Wow. Wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't hear it. We don't need to
There's
hear it
a
again.
Junkrat. Doing Junkrat stuff.
God damn it.
Maximum sus.
Wait, what
I
the-
hate this.
Stood in the way of the city.
Get in the hole. Oh, bye. Look.
I'm glad you took this revenge before I died.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call that preemptive revenge.
Oh. Yeah, I did it for you.
Thank you.
Miss Alright. Get
I'm a
me
little bit
out of
rusty.
more, please, alright. Okay, let's do this.
Do you
Where's
mean like
the
they
play?
sprayed,
Oh fuck, hi.
they
Oh fuck,
sprayed
hi. I'm sorry.
spray into their eye?
Where's the funny playing fair? Oh no. Take the Americans out! Take the Americans out! Take them out! Take the Americans
Guys,
out! That was
You
from
said
Overwatch.
that and then
Love
I
arrival.
died!
I wasn't referring to you. What can I say?
I'm trying to wave. I don't remember my high button either.
Your high button is 1. Well, mine is 1 because I put it there.
Mine is not. No.
Hold C.
It's you hold C.
Well, Ninu manifested. I took her down.
I'm on your
All of
team.
it. Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't take the American out, guys. Don't.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, guys, why you
Okay, time to
dying?
change. Because I don't remember how to play Junkrat. That's why.
Oh, you haven't touched this game in like ages.
Yeah,
Berserk high.
No.
They scare me. Are you an American? Get the American. Where's the fun playing fair? Where's the fun
just
playing
kidding.
fair? Oh fuck me, no. I got one person though. Where's
Yeah.
the fun playing fair?
Oof.
Okay, I'm gonna change to something else.
Oh.
Let's go. Reaper. Hey, Psycho. Hello, everyone. Guys, this is my
Wait,
first
was standing
stream.
there? I didn't
I'm
even hear
new.
that. I need to lower
Why do I
the
hear
volume
an
a
Anna?
little.
First ever stream. Oh my god. Hey, Neil, I'm Dad. Nini, did you recover from your conversation last night? Hold up. Let me remember.
No.
What was the conversation? Wait, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I noticed. I think I thought I received some drunk texts from you last night.
Yeah, you did. I was telling you guys to play the game. You guys, I don't know where you guys were. Nobody was playing with me.
sleeping. I'm
Can
sorry.
you believe it, guys? Nobody wanted to play with me. Let me see. What was it? We're talking about kittens? Wait. Wait, is that today? Is that yes? Wait, which yesterday are we talking about?
Last night.
That's right.
Or, well, I guess it would be like within the last 24 hours for you.
Wait, what was our conversation?
Okay.
I don't get it. It makes my conversations make no sense. Silas, yes. Oh hell yeah. No, I haven't recovered from Silas. I never recovered from Silas. That reminds me. He's been sending me. He sent me takeaway. He sent me takeaway, guys. Oh my notification. Hey kitten, I'm gonna get takeaway. Yeah, takeaway. Got takeaway from you.
Keep an eye on you, kitten.
Oh wow, Aqua
Junkrat behind
Manking.
us.
What the fuck?
But you gotta get rid of this Junkrat. If I walk away, then I give him space in the tank. I can't really do that.
Embrace the Junkrat. Nino, I'm hurt. You drink without me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm in a terrible spot.
Well, do you have any
Ooh.
drinks?
No,
Oh.
you do. I think you should be careful with the drinking, okay?
Yeah. Remember, I don't get drunk that fast. I'm
That's not the
responsible.
point. I don't think it's about getting drunk here, Nini.
It's just like the amount.
Wait, why can't I
No.
shift when I'm stunned? I can't? Did they remove that? Was that not an ability?
That's never
Oh,
been
I
a
walk.
thing as far as I know. Because that's the point of being stunned, right?
So, where's Fable?
Fable was here.
Do we have an Anna? I think like an Anna would help you.
Fable
She
gonna
was
come and
here,
I
save
don't
but
really
me?
know
then
what to
she-
do here. I'm gonna be honest
she
with
left
you.
to get
I haven't
food.
been sure what to do in a while.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
Okay, I'm gonna go hog as well. Fuck it. I might as well go mirror then.
I'm gonna get this health pack. Where's the Fun Blake Fair? Where's the Fun Blake Fair? Fuck off. Are you kidding me right now? What?
Oh yeah, they changed it. I forgot about the hog changes. How
my
the
God.
fuck does this kid work again? Wait, they changed it back? Huh? What? Oh, wait. They gave him some kind of fucking trap, right? What happened? Did they roll it back?
Sorry, which
I'm
part?
so confused.
With
Hog's
Hog?
kit. Like, they had to change it at some point so that his, E, was like a trap.
You have to
or
hold it,
something.
right?
No, it's... Yeah.
Oh shit, I need to get there.
wait.
I'm getting the point, guys, don't worry. Oh shit.
They really did roll it back.
Brick, I need some healing. Oh, okay. You do, keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Why did that happen?
What? Oh, I got my set. Okay, what is this? You...
Well, people are gonna bitch about Hog anyway. Might as well roll him back.
I don't know what that is. Okay,
I
let's
remember
save
hating his rework, though.
this. Yeah, you have to hold it when he's ulting as well.
No, that's not it. That's not what they changed.
Oh, we're gonna have to touch.
That was not my best game.
I'm in.
I really
I'm
need
in,
to
guys.
pee,
Don't
though.
worry. I'm in. I'm ulting. I'm ulting. I'm doing it. Hey, display salad. Yeah, do you know what?
Right,
I'm-
Doc,
I
has
don't-
been
I gotta
brought
pee really
to
quick. I'll be
us
right back. But we're gonna
Overwatch
stay.
1
too.
design.
I don't know if you heard that. That was me opening my mouth wide open for
Oh,
it.
they actually changed it back, like, last update, okay? I guess I haven't read the update in a while.
Hydration, yes. The afterlife. In. Hog and Hammond are the only two heroes with jiggle physics, excluding like hair. Oh yes, I've seen the Hog one. I have gazed my eyes.
I
Hydrate
clipped
with
the
water,
Hog one
not
fully.
Nova's piss. Wait, what? Really? Fuck. To the guys. When you are pissing in a bottle, do you stick your pee-pee in the bottle? Wait, the bottle... Is it too small?
It kind of depends on the bottle and your circumference, surely.
Did you say my mom?
No?
Oh, okay. I'm just hearing things, aren't I?
Circumference. Okay, yeah, actually you are.
I have Oreos.
You have Oreos?
Welcome back.
They're the spooky ones. Wait, ASMR opening.
Yes. Bottle too small.
I love spooky. I love Halloween stuff, bro.
Damn. Generally, no. It would be bad if you stuff your pee-pee in the bottle and then expand it.
Okay, next game I'm locking in DPS as well. Fuck the shit. I've
you
played DPS
getting
like
tanked?
once, I think.
Yeah.
I've been playing the DPS once today, and it was a rape, and that's about it, I think.
Yeah, I
Not
do
twice, I
that.
guess. I feel bad because someone else is also constantly locking in DPS, but at some point it's just like, fuck you, buddy.
The Powerade bottle. Okay, with the Powerade bottle, you just stuff the Powerade in your pee-pee. That's the difference. Yeah, it's a difference, sure. That's a difference.
So, what's this conversation topic?
Wow. Sometimes
to play this
you don't
guy.
want to ask those questions.
Poopy Cats left the game. No.
Who's Poopy Cat?
I don't know. Somebody on the other team probably.
Oh. Well, their fault.
Like Kittens, why did you leave?
What? Kittens is getting a bottle to piss in. Who should I go? Who should I change to?
She's just asking questions. That's so valid and fair.
Gotta play Twink. Twink lever. Hey. Where's the fun like fair? Where's the fun like fair? What are the chances that I'm too hyper right now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're playing that guy? By the way, I know nothing about that guy. Apart that he says woof.
I know nothing about this guy either. This is like the first time I'm playing him in a match.
He's Scottish.
I just read this kid. Oh, we're playing someone who actually does know what he's doing, probably.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Oh, I hate the way his gun feels. Really do.
Oh, shit.
Someone's flanking.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, got you.
Oh! Dang! No, no, don't get up. Wait, my thing is stuck. Thank you. Oh, Mercy's rising.
I'm eating Oreos while playing. Ow.
He's low.
Oh, 30 minutes.
Nice.
Minutes till I'm off. I'm super exhausted. Oh, you'll be tired. Wait, do they have a sombrero too? They do have a sombrero. Sombrero. Where art thou?
No,
I got you.
he's a bit
Hey,
slow,
hi.
thank you.
Fucking hell! My own thing is blocking my something path.
I am hot. My toes are hot.
No, I have to hold it.
There you go. We can go in with them. Woman dead! Woman dead! Mercy. Oh,
No,
shit.
Mercy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, we're fine. We're
Oh,
fine
damn.
and safe.
Damn, damn.
He's low,
Nice.
so good. You kill him. Hell yeah. Where's the fun of play
Okay.
fair? Where's the fun of play fair? Where's the fun? Oh fuck. Does
Tracks.
it have? Oh, it's just another button I wanted to press. Okay. I should get this one.
Have you had your nom noms today? I'm having Oreos right now. Well, yeah, I'll probably have
yeah.
something proper after stream.
Would you plan on having?
I don't know.
Wait, your ult doesn't remove his wall? Hey. I don't know why I pulled you, but I did. Oh fuck, you're dead.
Uh-oh.
I don't see you.
Hiding from Bob.
Oh,
Hiding from Bob.
Sorry, I tried to get away.
I don't know where Bobby is.
That quickly.
He's right behind our robot.
oh. Don't be scared. Where's the fun? Hi. Should I come to you? Nah, I should go this way. Where's the fun Blake Fair? Oh, I hear her. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, why you die so fast? Okay, I died with you.
Wait, are we just right-clicking each other now?
Oh, his melee does a lot more damage, I
There's
believe.
a fox right now.
Hey, Barracks.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
little
staggered pretty hard there. So, I don't get what it does. Oh, it is actively firing. I was wondering if it was like reactive or active.
Hi, Hakasha.
Yes.
I love it. I love you too. I'm doing good, by the way. I'm doing good. I'm going. Oh shit! I touched him. Oh no.
I will now.
You're fine. You're fine. Let's kill him. Oh no, you're not fine. Oh. Okay, she's fine. She's fine. Oh fuck it out. I am back with OJ. OJ Simpson. The Simpson.
Oh boy.
Simpson. OJ Simpson.
Enemy team is pushing forward.
Is OJ orange? Orange juice. Oh my god.
Oh my
I
god.
figured it out.
Oh my god, Nino.
I figured it out. I didn't know.
That's not what I intended to, well... I still don't really know what that wall was. Like, Taz, if you touch it,
Oh shit, what do I do? What do I do? Additional attack speed, well first, I got it. Oh
Man,
fuck.
that's a useless fucking wall.
Hi Nova, I will you here. Oh fuck, Nova! Oh shit, hi Nova! I'm coming to join you, Nova.
It's
She
okay.
cracked the code. Dude, I didn't even know.
Actually,
Yeah. I'm on it! Wait, I'm on
Oh,
it!
fuck's sake.
The fuck?
Too
I'm on
slow.
it! Scam! Scam! Scam!
Wait, kittens, I think that we should give Abby another turn in the party, if that's okay.
We have space, right?
Wait, we do?
Yeah, we
Never
do.
mind! We're all good! Wait, I don't think we do.
We do. Wait, do we not? Oh shit. Who's being replaced? You're replaceable.
Your mom's
Alright,
being
I'm
replaced.
taking Hawk
Oh.
out. I almost removed him again as a friend. Alright.
You need to swap. Wait.
Avia!
You've been swapped out. You didn't even have a say in
Avian.
it.
Why can't I add you?
Heart is beating fine.
What? Why can't I add you? Why can't I add you to the group? Oh. You didn't have a little plus. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. The execution of kittens has been postponed. Oh god. Sending the invite through Steam. Oh. Let's see.
It was sending the invite through Steam. Oh, you're playing through Steam, aren't you?
I am too.
Like a
Wow,
baby.
nuts.
What do you play?
Back to it, aren't you?
Barrel Journey.
Barrel Battle.net?
Yeah,
Barrel
Barrel
Slice
Journey.
and Barrel.
If I got food, hell yeah. You play it through the net of battles.
Do you like the cat on there?
Whoa! Hawk is saying a bad word. It's asterisk, asterisk, asterisk K.
Wait.
He's doing the triple K?
I think he was doing the triple K.
Whoa!
Wait, is that what he said, Avian? I can't see. It's literally just stars for me.
No, because he wrote stars. He did it himself.
I hate myself.
I can't believe you fell for it, guys.
Bro. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay.
Straight to jail.
Yeah.
You still have to like have this. I don't have to have the skin equipped to do this, right? But
Which skin?
Well, I like the sun-kissed intro for Alari.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I'm
you don't
wondering
have
if
to have the skin.
It's not like a Marvel Rivals where you have to. No.
Yeah.
It's
not
just a
like
Marvel
Marvel
Rivals
Rivals.
thing. Alright, you all should vote for, no, anything but the middle one. I've never played the other two maps and no one votes for them. Damn it. God damn it. Well, 3 votes, thank you. I mean, I don't really even care at this point if it's Egypt or Japan. I just want to play either of them. Yay. I don't think I'd even play Clash at any point.
Clash?
Like, I don't
Clash
even know how
these
this mode
nerds.
works. Just, yeah, attack the point, I guess. I'll see about the rest.
Got a rainbow fish. Ooh.
Piton!
Very nice.
Piton! Piton!
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you.
For honor! In glory!
You get it, I get it. Well, I get a lot of it.
I like this Alari skin. Look
Ooh.
at guys, we have little stars on our
Ooh.
gun.
Crazy world.
Oh, we like the sparks.
The
Nice.
stars?
Yeah, look it.
Oh shit, yeah. Damn, you have constellation on your cape too.
Yeah.
Wow. I was about to say a cheesy riz, but I held my tongue. I didn't say it.
Oh. It's okay if you say cheesy things to me. I will still smile.
Ooh. Damn. Guys, she's gay. Ooh, gay.
Why asexual? Actually.
Ryan V. Oh.
1v1? They want a
1v1? Okay, okay. Alright, I'll keep you up though. Oh!
Ow.
Nina!
Oh yeah, that bitch exists
Yeah,
too.
but
I don't even know what she does.
Oh
Other than be
no!
annoying. What? She kills people that easily.
Elf, you
Wow.
play Palia?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so I gotta be playing Freya then. Who do you think you are?
Freya's
you
fun,
Danish
but
bitch. Come
like,
on. She's Danish, right? Oh,
yeah,
God.
just like the Mongolian.
Explains the character then, because he seems annoying.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, you coming back? Come. Oh.
No!
There's no way he got res, guys.
I was trying to get the mercy, but...
Oh!
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh fuck.
Well, So
my
how
God.
is it any different than Flashpoint?
Need domain
Seems like
expansion.
Flashpoint having a string
Consolation,
instead of
erection.
random.
We had some cool consolation. I mean domain expansions the other day, didn't we?
Wait, what is that? I'm sorry.
You don't know. You don't know about it. Know about because you're a baby.
What?
You don't
What?
know about domain
Do you know what it's
expansion.
doing? No.
I
I
don't.
don't really like any of the choices that I can copy.
What are you talking about?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh.
Guys, I understand Goji. By the way, guys, I finished the season. What should I watch next?
I feel
I
like I
need to
can't
watch-
move any quicker, fast enough to.
Oh, weeb. I think yeah, we might have an ult.
He's bathing.
Oh! Oh, fuck!
Shit.
Dang. Watch these
I'm
nuts.
getting demolished.
She doesn't know. No, why is my internet
makes
doing
sense.
this to me? Oh, wait, did he get kicked out? Wait. Oh, we lost.
Yeah.
We lost him. Yeah, he can hit. Dang, she slapped my butthole.
Increase now.
Oh.
Oh wait, we lost already?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
quickly?
because 5 points.
I didn't even realize.
Look at this goofy thing. So,
Wait,
oh,
what is that?
correct.
French
Oh my
pose?
god, Yokai, yes. I love it. That video always makes me laugh whenever I see it. Kitten is not even here to see. Kitten is not even there to see his death.
Can you hop into the practice range for a second? I did want to check
No,
out
you could hop in the
that
practice range,
bitch
right?
that kept.
Yeah,
No, I
but
can't.
it's quick play, so...
No, I mean like while queuing, not like cancelling the queue, just like while queuing, jump in the practice range.
Yeah. Knock
Like,
him
he
off
can't
the edge and he
entirely.
doesn't budge. Oh. Oh.
Over?
I'm going.
Okay, well, that's fine. Let me see about this. She's really just about shooting, huh? Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were just gonna do it like when you queued up, you can join certain.
Oh!
And I
Oh,
think
okay,
we
I'm sorry.
decided
Wait, I'm by myself. What happened?
Yeah, you left
You
the,
kicked
you
us
left the
out.
group.
You
God
hate
damn
us.
it. God
You
damn
hate
it.
us. Hater.
Wait, guys, get
On
out of
your
the practice
own.
range so I can
All
invite you.
alone.
You
She
know.
didn't. Imagine
my
getting
God.
discarded like that. Just like my father did.
Oh my God.
Bruh. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Can't right now.
Okay,
Betrayed.
just one more.
Think you'd appreciate? Okay. Left with the milk. I'm not anybody's father.
Just like a second-class citizen, bro. No, not again. The trauma. It's unraveling. Oh, man.
Wait, what? I already owned this skin. It gave me a skin
Outta
that I already owned. What the hell? I want my money back.
I would snuckle the fuck out of the plushie.
What? How is that even a thing? Wow.
Did you have an alt account where you had the other skin?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I've used this skin before. Maybe, but I don't think so. I owned like this account was like level really stupidly high. Let's just say that I thought I had basically
I did
everything.
again because I don't think I got your last one.
I think the only one I didn't have was like the last few colors that they released before Overwatch 2 came out. Like they added some white ones. They were a bit generic anyway.
Oh, yes. Is it Xbox? Xbox X? Because that happened to me. I was like, wait a minute. I had the Reaper skin. The Reaper purple one thingy.
Not for me. I've never linked Game Pass with my account either.
Xbox X.
Oh well. Okay.
We get loot boxes. Well, the people on my friends list in Love and Deep Space, they have like tags like Silas Little Crow, Zane's Dessert Addict, Silas's Lady? Dang. I have Silas's soulmate.
Are you all just playing it because you're gooning over Jax's?
I mean, look. Silas?
It is a top tier Gooner game, okay? Alice, you don't get it.
I don't see. Actually, like, I've seen the guys lineup and I'm like,
you haven't heard their voice. You need to hear Silas's voice and then we'll talk.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He'll call you kitten.
Does he actually do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
You are named Kitten in his phone.
What is this game about again?
There is actually a story.
There's
to
a plot. There's a
there,
plot.
There is a story. There is a story. Story is pretty dope. It's actually really really fun. Oh gosh, hey, stop. Contain yourself, Chad. Contain yourself. What the hell?
Very fair. I'm sorry that's happening to you, kittens.
There's plot. There is plot. There is a story. Wow, why you guys are the same brain? Gee, King's roll. There is a plot, guys. The story is actually good. Is the plot
both?
Or plot?
Now entering.
No comment.
Prepare to attack.
No comment. Plot, not mainly plot holes. No. There are no holes in the plot. The plot is not finished yet either. So, I still need to They keep adding more stuff. I like it. I like good story games, guys. You know that.
I will not leave
Come on.
Behind. We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
Oh yeah, guys. In October, I'm only gonna be playing spooky games. What game should I play?
Marvel Rivals isn't a spooky game, Nini.
I know.
You say you know
It's not
it.
even October yet.
True, but still.
I said I'm gonna play spooky games. Oh yeah, Marvel Rivals can
Yeah.
be spooky. Hey, Asian gravy.
Okay, let's try this.
Wait, kittens dropped. What? Oh, kittens as in. Ow, kitten. Not. I thought you were talking about silence for a second. I was like, wait, what? What? New content? Okay, I missed
Oh, it actually
everything.
slows down. Oh. Okay.
What the hell?
I actually need to aim with this jack, so what am I doing?
Are you playing woman?
Freya. Oh,
Freya,
no,
yeah,
that's the wrong
she's
direction. I
she's
guess I
not a
can't go
scan, she's
backwards.
projectile.
No, but that's fine. For some reason, it's kind of
Even
like
her
one
right click
reverse.
is projectile.
Yeah,
When you zoom in.
that's fine.
Oh shit!
Okay, that's just only horizontal.
Oh shit! He's coming! Oh! He's asleep! He's asleep! He's asleep! Oh fuck. Nice. Fuck that shit, I'm out.
I feel like whenever I see people play, it's just non-stop in the sky, but I feel
Yeah,
like I'm
it's the-
missing something. It's probably some kind of cycle of abilities that I
I'm
haven't
reloading.
figured out yet. In like a minute. I don't know. I'm really getting annoyed that I'm not doing well in there. Probably because I haven't
Oh,
played in a
fucking
while
hell,
to
you're
begin
dead.
with.
He's dead.
Top Rivals son. Oh, good luck.
Nano boost grants
All thoughts brain empty. I got a new skin for Junkrat anyway, right? I'm gonna try
That's
this
not what I
one.
meant to do. Oh, my controller. My controller is fucking. I can't move.
Oh no.
I can't. Oh my god. I can't move. I can only. The fuck? Please, game. Okay, hold up. Am I in yet? That's what she said. Am I in now? Oh, finally. When everybody's dead.
Ow.
Fucking hell, you.
God damn it.
Get in there.
Arigato. Arigato. Comp rivals time. Comp rivals time with chat. That's a nightmare. I'm joking. I'm joking, chat. You guys are good. You guys carry me a lot. There you go, he's dead. What's up, kitten? Did you die, kitten? Uh-oh. Dragon is nuts. Where's the
Wait, did I get
dragon?
cancelled?
Wait, I don't see the dragon.
Oh, wait, did he get deflected by any chance? That would be pretty poggers.
About time.
Were you briefly playing on controller, Ninu? No. Do you think I'm filthy controller player? No. No, I'm not like that. It's sometimes when I tab out the game, and I didn't mean to tab out the game, you know. Yeah. I want to be payload princess. What, you want candy? You want candy? What's
Oh,
candy? Candy. Candy.
Oh,
Candy's are nice. Candy.
Avian ran away from the candy.
Candy's nuts. He doesn't want the candy.
Kidding, man.
Oh, he wants the candy. He wants the candy. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. There you go. There you go.
That seems like
Oh,
a really
you're the
OP
petty.
pack,
Oh
if you can land
no,
them.
no. You're disowned. You're disowned for pulling that. Disowned, I say. Oh no, I don't have no sleep. He's gonna go for me. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh no.
Are you alive? Sir?
Yes, my pylon is dead.
Oh.
Okay.
Forward up in a menu. Next. The only comp game I play is Rocket League because the only person I can blame for losing is myself. Rocket League looks like Lucio balls, and I don't like Lucio balls. And I don't mean his balls.
I tried playing it without a controller.
Ugh.
And that means that taught me not. I'm never gonna play it without a controller.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I can be.
I can't
fucked to
believe
get a
it's still
controller.
like so common. Like
I mean, I have a controller, but like, I've played Lucio Ball, and I Lucio Ball. So it's like, do I enjoy Rocket League? Probably not.
Wait. That's what he meant, right?
Oh fuck! I
can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Hi, Andy.
Nice.
Hello.
I will hydrate and stretch after.
Oh fuck! You dead. Oh god. Hey. Okay. Oh, we got it.
Nice.
Da-da-da. Oh, Karin. Oh, Karin. Oh, I like that.
I didn't know that
Oh,
they
Luca.
could have like a wolf skin.
Yeah, he has a wolf skin.
Being sus. No, I'm not. No.
Who's sus, guys? Who's sus? Ma'am? Ma'am? Are you being sus again, ma'am?
No. No.
You sure, ma'am?
And then hydrate.
Oh, got an endorsement. Wow.
Yeah, I forgot. Endorsements.
It tells you after every
Whoa,
game.
You have
What do you
4
mean you
star.
forgot?
Wait, why is the 4 star black?
It's just
like-
bugged all the time.
Oh, it's bugged?
Half the time it just doesn't show for some reason. I think it's just a bug.
Ninu, I love you. I know. I love everyone.
I just realized I said I was gonna do something and I forgot. So let me just get the condom out.
Listen, it wasn't sus. I was talking. I said a wholesome, stupid childhood moment, and then they made it something.
You said
awful.
wholesome, guys. It's not wholesome when you look through a little what hole and then spray yourself with it.
Are we picking up a fifth?
Wholesome.
Oh! My bad. Wait, is there somebody waiting to join us?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Guess not. Listen, I'll pause next time. Alright.
Andy is definitely a good bean.
Allows me to hear cute noise.
Kira bean.
You do not have to give me things! Stop it! Stop it!
What are you waiting for? From you.
Am I simping over the new support again? Oh, well, he is handsome.
Oh no, this is bad.
No!
Oh wait, the defending. I don't think this is gonna work then.
That's blackmail.
Or is it? I don't know how to play it. Yeah. You know what?
Huntress.
Maybe I should
Ooh,
play
this
someone
is a
who I
nice
do know how to play.
She has elf ears. Okay, mommy. Mommy? Oh my god! There's a choo-choo train! There's a shared choo-choo train, guys!
Thanks, Angie.
Yeah, I'm
It has
so
been
thankful
a year.
for the
Thanks. I think
people who made
formally,
that
I think I'm
happen.
like
So
Guys,
3 days away
if
from my
you
anniversary.
get the choo-choo train to level 5, I will draw Alice in Nova
Knights of Play
outfit.
again. No, we do not. We do not. We do not need to. We do not need to.
Can I pet your dog?
Hey, yo. No.
Yeah, you heard it.
You ever put you on the top shelf? You're trying to stop me. No, look, I'm so tall. I can do it.
In Nova, yeah, Alice in Nova
I
outfit.
don't even have
The seal.
Oh, and
in
Nova's
Nova
gonna be
outfit.
my house.
I was like trying to like
Got it.
squeeze
Yeah.
it and stuff, and it wasn't
Yeah,
happening.
yeah, you guys want that, don't you?
It wasn't shaped
Well,
like
you
a
know,
normal.
I am
was
actually
naked, and I was like
working on the proper
sniffing it,
UN chat.
and I like
Why am I
looked at-
naked?
Like I saw a
So,
tiny
why am
little
I
nipple in
naked?
it, And so
I'm
I
not
pulled
showing
it
it
up to
because I
my
haven't
eyeball,
chosen
like
the
point blank up to
final
my eyeball to look
line
inside
yet.
this tiny little hole.
Oh, this feels really off. Like, my mouse speed isn't as fast in Hand Showdown, and aiming feels close to Hand Showdown, so it just feels wrong.
Okay. Alright. Guys, I'm gonna contest this.
He's
Oh
loud.
no, I'm not gonna contest this.
Reload. Oh,
You
I'm
heard
very
it, guys.
doomed, I think.
Naked Nova? Yeah!
La 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 la. Okay.
Yeah. Who else would you want to see naked? I will draw them naked.
Are you gonna draw me naked?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I will do a lewd drawing. Get it to level 5.
It's probably gonna be like
For service.
TP or something, isn't it?
Oh man. Nina will draw me naked if we get to level 5 height train.
Oh, Randy's low.
Guys,
Randy.
I'm on the
That's
board.
so manageable. I hate how manageable you made that. Like,
Okay, my bad. Guys, get it to level 10.
die.
Fine. You heard it, guys. You heard her.
Oh.
It was like,
lie, but my mouse,
ooh, ah, ting tag. Walla walla bing bang.
stuttering.
Walla walla bing bang. Ah, ting tag. Wait, did he get the point? They didn't get it. They're gonna get it now. Holy shit. Let's go, chat. Scam?
Yeah.
Okay. Look. I will do semi-naked for level 5. For level 10, I'll do full naked. Nova, do you give me permission to do that?
Yeah.
You give me permission to draw you fully naked?
Yeah.
Sorry, am I
I
lying
mean,
this
if it's
being a
you
little
doing
fucking
it,
right
it's
now?
fine.
Oh, guys, you heard it. Yeah.
Run it. It feels smooth all this time.
I'm sorry, what did I join to? Nina's gonna draw me naked if we get to a level 10.
I have permission, guys. I have permission. I asked for permission.
How did that hit me? I was in the air. What the fuck? Bullshit.
I got permission, guys. Nina doing hentai. Oh my god, guys, get it to level
Abby
10.
left the group.
I'll do hentai. I'll add well, if I
I
Fable
need to
naked
restart the game
Alaska.
after this, I think. It's being funky shit. Shit.
This bitch cancelled my ult.
I hate how.
Okay, well.
Oh, fuck off.
Beeless.
Okay, only Nova. You mentioned another two. Yes. Alice, can I draw you naked? You're a seal, but can I draw you naked seal?
Wait, what's
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Naked seal.
Yeah, what about
Oh
it?
my god.
Can I draw
Frank.
naked seal?
Oh,
Thank you so
sure,
much.
I mean,
Okay, guys.
you talk
We
about
got two
taking over,
permissions.
right? No. Okay, well.
Nina's gonna draw everyone naked.
Whatever.
Yeah, guys. You want me to draw every naked apart from myself?
Whatever.
Wait, can I be the one with the dick? Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute, guys.
Holy slice, oh Jesus, the fuck.
Last Jesus.
Hey! What?
This is
Wait
painful.
a fucking minute. What?
Wait, did we get there?
What? What? What?
Wait, what
What?
happened? Oh, did you just get
Wait,
50
what?
subs to Nino?
Wait.
Bruh.
Wait.
We know what the community
Wait, no,
wants,
you're
man.
wrong. Wait, what?
We know
Wait,
what it
what?
wants. Oh god.
What? Wait.
Both killed it. Level 11, yeah. Yep.
Oh, what?
Oh.
What?
I'm
Wait,
trying to
what?
do the same thing.
Wait,
oh my
what?
God.
No.
Okay, I need to restart my game because I was getting like 40 frames there and
Okay. Oh
I can't aim
What?
like that. That's just sad.
The community is just like
What
so
just-
thankful for you right now, Belf,
What-
and everybody,
what
Frankerzoid, people who
What?
contributed.
Wait. What?
I restarted.
No,
It's
wait,
it's
what?
distracted.
Oh. No, wait, what? I don't get it!
Nudify the existing lewd Ninu art. You have lewd Ninu art.
Wait, what?
Hey yo.
I can't use. What? No, I
It's
can't
just gonna
use
be
my.
Ninu
What?
feet now.
Wait, what the fuck, bro? Did you make a mistake? Did you beat like 15 and then you just... What the fuck? Are you kidding? Wait, am I reading this correct? Am I too high?
Are you high?
Can you?
No, not yet. Wait. What?
Are you kidding me right now?
Oh my god. Holy fuck, bro. No way.
Someone gifted you subs. Hi, how are you? Holy
Holy shit. Is your okay, let me ask Fable if I can draw her naked. Fable, can I draw you naked? I mean,
You think
your
Fable
model.
of all people is gonna
Hey, what the fuck?
protest? Really?
AEW! AEW!
What?
Nice.
What? Yeah, I will draw mine naked too. I mean your model. Yes, I mean her model. Yes. Fucking hell.
Compliance is not a
You
bad
guys
thing.
so
I would
crazy.
argue it is. I have a feeling it's going to be an easy yes for
Oh
her.
my god. She said, Lamau, of course you can, baby girl. Why? And wheezing emote for Chad. Oh my god. Y'all crazy.
Shit, thanks, Abian.
Whoa!
AEW!
Yeah.
What
AEW!
the fuck?
Why is everyone being so nice to us? Like, did you all
I-
want naked art that bad? What?
I am
So wait, who am
I'm
I
getting
drawing naked
lightheaded
now?
from all this.
Wait, no, I
What the
think
fuck?
Ninu's in
Died
charge.
now.
Ninu's in charge of the naked drawings.
Okay.
Are we all
Oh
naked
my
together? Wait.
What the? You promised nudes. No way, Aggie, you did it. Show us your badge, bro. Oh my god.
Listen, Lampy, I have a spicy drawing
Anger
coming
MGMT
soon.
00.
Oh my
And there
god.
will
one
be
sub to Norway.
clothes
So
version.
They
you
have
guys
given
are
5,000
little
gift
freaks,
subs in the
huh?
channel.
Chat is.
No shit.
Holy fuck.
Oh, they're
What
watching
the
that, of course.
fuck?
W's.
I.
That we have some giga chads in chat. Oh my god.
That is fucking crazy.
Little freaks, huh?
Wow.
What the freakies stream did I click
Guys.
on? So basically, listen, good time. My friend Ninu here said that if we get to a level
Oh.
5 hype train, she would draw me naked. And then she upped it to level 10 to draw more of our friends naked. And this...
Dude,
yeah, so it seems like...
fuck.
Ninu, you offered this.
Yeah, I did.
Where are you going?
I did. Okay,
What's the
that's
plan here?
four naked girls. Four naked
Four
girls
naked
and
girls who draw
chat
the best
naked.
together,
Okay,
right?
there we go.
But
I
But
got
you're
it.
drawing chat naked?
Yeah, I'm
girls.
drawing chat. I'm including chat.
How the fuck are you drawing chat
I don't know. Chat, describe yourselves.
Is
Co-
it gonna
come
be
up
like
with-
one of those
with an
nameless
image of yourself.
entities that you see in webcomics?
naked?
Like it's just a
Yeah.
person, the name has like the person
It's just a
on the
dude but
face.
without a head. Dog?
my God.
No, we're not. We're not. We can't be four women and a naked dog. No.
I can't, bro. What is happening right now?
Cool. Oh my god, guys. Also, Angie smashed it with like the 5K gift subs. Holy shit, you absolute legend.
Wait,
Oh my
you've
God,
done
thank you so
5,000
much.
gift subs to Nino? Oh my
Yeah.
god, W.
What the fuck?
What?
I'ma cry.
You okay, Angie?
Wolf,
What
if
the
not
fuck,
dog.
guys?
I mean, if it was a werewolf, though, I mean, then we could talk. But regular dog,
Oh my
I think
god.
she's neat. I think she's neat too. She
Oh.
deserves all the love in the world.
Stop it, guys! Stop it! Say mean things, please. Otherwise, I will not feel normal.
No, no, you deserve all the nice things.
Stop! What you fucking hell? Oh my god.
We better be notified immediately. Oh my god. Where are you
Wait.
posting this naked art? Wait.
I will put it in all the girls' chat in Discord. Labby, stop!
Labby!
The fuck?
Oh
Do you
my
guys want me to die on stream?
No, please
It's gonna be
don't.
true.
Oh my
naked
god,
girls to
stop! Oh my god.
See, you knew, apparently this is what happens when you offer naked art. Thank you so much.
Whoa!
You know, I've heard that furries be even
Oh,
better.
this
Maybe
is-
you should be drawing naked furries instead.
Yeah, wait,
Girls
chat is the
channel.
furry? Holy fuck.
No,
Lampy,
chats don't need it too
Angie,
much. I think they deserve to see it too.
Purple bear or something.
Belf. Holy fuck.
Oh my god, block compatible. Seriously, thank you for
9 subs to go, 30 seconds. Bro, what do you mean? For what?
30 seconds.
I don't have anything else to offer. I don't have anything else to offer.
Wow.
What the fuck? What am I supposed to offer?
I am dying. This is probably gonna break our shared hype train record, and it's all in the name of porn.
2 naked pictures?
Oh
2
my
naked
God.
ones?
Okay,
Oh,
long time ago.
fuck. Oh, shit.
That's hilarious, dude. That's
Oh my
hilarious.
god, what? It's our. You guys.
Seriously,
Oh my
like,
god,
no.
my brain is spinning right now, and I think it's spinning the wrong way. The fuck?
I don't think it's
Tom,
supposed to be spinning at all, Nini.
That's actually valid.
Fuck. Check
Shout
out
out
thirsty individuals.
That's so fair. I respect it. I respect that so much, guys.
Oh my god. I think I'm gonna die.
No, you're not allowed to ever. You're immortal, Nina.
What?
And
What are you guys doing?
you know what we want? Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Can't, bro.
I
Can't. This is hilarious, to
dude,
me. I can't
say
believe it.
something weird. Lizard, lizard,
Weird?
lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard?
Lizard, lizard.
Nino.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Uh,
I slammed my peanut in the car door.
you let my penis in the car door. You guys are fucking crazy. Holy shit. What the fuck?
That is so kind, chat. Thank you so much. And
is
honestly, I would love to see the art too. So it's awesome.
Oh my
I was like trying to like
I'm gonna be
squeeze it and
framing that
stuff,
art.
but it wasn't
Thanks so
happening,
much.
and because it didn't,
Oh
it wasn't
my
shaped
God.
like a normal. And so then I was like sniffing it, and then I like looked into, like I saw a tiny little hole in it, and so I
looking
put
for
it
the
up to
hole
my
again.
eyeball, like point blank up to my
What?
eyeball to look inside
I
this
am?
tiny little hole.
Now give us what y'all offer, Nino. I will.
Oh.
I have an image already in my head on how I'm gonna draw it.
Relevant.
I don't know, that's kinda lewd. What am I thinking? Naked
Yeah,
women and
image in that,
chat?
and it's not of Silas's stylus. That's
It's not
him
Silas.
right there.
I would love to see.
Silas is
naked
stylus.
back.
Silas's stylus. Silas's stylus? Holy shit.
Okay.
The
Do we-
fuck?
Do we cue?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Is
yeah.
Avian not part of the condom gang?
Wait, Avian. Off to work. How did he turn over? Sounds good, Frank. Thanks so much
Wait,
for
isn't it your
contributing to this.
you tired? Can I join these? Kidding?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You
I
have
thought you
space,
said you were
I believe.
taking a break, but I got you.
Oh my god. I heard Naked Fable. Yes, I'm gonna draw Naked Fable. Oh my god!
5,001.
Anger MGMT00
Oh,
gifted a tier 1
I'm
sub
dying.
to
This is wild.
Skulls.
This is
They
so
have given
wild.
5,001 gift subs in the
Chat,
channel.
holy fuck!
Close enough.
I
Go to church and see Jesus after this stream. You think that we have a chance of not going to hell?
Shit.
Oh, it's so kind.
Oh my god.
Declined.
Gosh.
It's okay, I'm not Catholic. I don't have to go to the priest and
You know it.
confess or
Holy
anything.
shit. I'm still
I don't know, but Fable now.
chuffed.
Fable's
Is that a word? Chuffed.
Jesus is here, bro. Trust.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Chat, you guys are crazy.
That's incredible.
Angie,
That's my
Lampy, Belf, who else was there from your end?
Frankazoid also donated
Frankazoid.
25, and then we got Cryptic, and then we
Cryptic.
got Abion.
Abion. Holy shit. Thank you guys. I
That's
will
so
not
kind.
disappoint you. Holy fuck. I might, but I don't
do
be
best.
angry. I will do my
Wow, I got
best.
DPS without picking
I
it.
love our community.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
And with that, chat, we have made it to level 14 of a hype train.
Yes!
That's
I'm the one who
fucking
voted for this, I don't
crazy.
care.
Holy shit.
This is the emote I
What
got.
the fuck? That's our
Not
new
motivated.
record?
That's so kind though. You Frank Resort, you were just talking about how you wanted to split up the wild rent payments, just so your bank doesn't get mad at you. What are you doing today? Okay, because you already donated so much.
Holy shit. I can't see straight.
my God.
Fucking hell, Chad. You guys are crazy.
I'll light my own path.
Thank you guys. I really
God.
appreciate it.
Mm.
Thank you
It's
guys
like-
for being so kind.
That's so kind. I'm like
Yes.
actually like
I'll go crazy, bro. Thanks,
the
guys. I'm not good with words. I don't know how to thank you all. I
Okay, now it does work.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, guys. I don't know what else to say. You will all
No,
get it, guys. I will send it directly to your post office. Joking. I will not do that because I don't go outside. But I'll send you guys a picture when I'm done with it. You guys are crazy.
oh
Oh god, Symmetra! No!
Oh,
I thought they just had Larry. That's right
the art.
into it.
oh my god.
guys, I already have a spicy Nova picture in the works, and now we're gonna get two. That's wild.
Yeah, guys.
welcome,
It might not. I'm not an artist, but I hope I
You are
can.
really good
I
at
can
art.
do you all proud.
No, and I
Oh my God.
because I did kill him.
Hey, wait, who? Alice, are you playing Genji? Hell yeah.
I am playing Genji, and they just
I-
went
I'm-
Tom
two
and
for one.
Symmetra. Yes, as I do.
He's solo, by the way.
As am I. Ah,
Oh yeah, you're dead.
should I change? Oh, shit, that's giving up, isn't it?
Yes, giving up. Don't give up. Oh fuck, I died.
No,
Holy
you're not
fuck.
leaving
Wait,
it.
does that include the
Just
one
gonna have to
I'm
play a bit more
running
carefully.
over? Is that the one that you're doing? The
No,
naked
it does not. It does not include
one?
that
Oh
one, Frank.
shit.
Rise and shine.
So that means there's three naked Nova arts in the works.
Oh my
God
god.
damn it! Chat, I have to start asking questions at some point.
Whoa. Whoa.
Actually,
Oh,
three that
tried.
you know of. So true. But if you guys are making art and not letting me know about it or sharing it on the Reddit,
Ooh, my
listen,
favorite
I
is
want to
rapping
see
again. Why?
it.
Yeah. Show us
Oh, I just noticed it because I'm playing
naked
Genji, I guess.
stuff. My DMs are open. I don't mean naked, just random naked stuff. I mean, of us. Girls, you know. Yeah, I'm out here. Oh shit! I think I got you. Oh. Oh, he's dead, nice. Oh, try. Oh gosh, that thing needs to go. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Evil.
Oh my god. I'm my brain. How do I recover? How to recover
Wow.
from chat insanity? Yeesh. Oh my god. I don't know if Nina saw already. I don't know if are out there. Oh, wait, which one is it? Which one is it? Describe it. I've seen a few.
Yeah.
You seen
Is
the...
it Gale?
Yeah, it was the
Oh
Gale
yeah,
one.
I've seen that one. But I preferred Nova's Nova's version of it.
I did not show that one to Frank.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh shit, I couldn't make it
I
there.
may have
It
edited the
has
art that you
skill set.
sent a little bit.
Yeah, she made it real nice. Holy shit, guys! Thank you so much. No matter how much I say thank you, it's never enough.
We have to get to point.
Oh,
Nope.
yeah, no, you're not making that one, are you?
I'm going to show you next round. That's fine. Got a nice ult in.
Come on,
but that's
boy.
about it.
Oh,
Okay.
a ditch.
Best round.
Domo.
And there's only one thing I can say right now. Mada.
Mada.
Moira!
Kira kira bean.
Not good
Oh
enough.
my god.
Alright. Oh, Kirsten left us. Oh no. Another tank.
Kira, why you leaving? No, I hate to confirm. No. It was in the spur of the moment.
said you'd always be there.
It was in the spur of the moment she did that. Do I have Kira kira bean. Kira kira bean. Did you like that? Did you like
I
it?
did. It's so cute. It's so cute.
We might get out alive.
Lamperino.
I'm with you.
Angirino. Chatterino.
Oh, I can't make that jump.
Ah, did you see that save? Hell yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that Tony skull up there. Okay, got it.
Oh yeah, you can put it on walls. I completely
Yeah,
forgot
yeah.
about that.
Protecting.
Mr. Reinhardt. Oh gosh, I'll run this.
There's a junk out
I don't think I can
here.
save that. Oh, he lived.
Yeah, I jumped him.
Under my protection.
Is there a perk for Torbjorn that lets him throw turrets for?
Oh, I literally just stood there and waited for him to come.
Okay, I'm not gonna help you.
Fucked.
Oh fuck, I didn't have any Suzu. Oh my
But
god.
disruptor shots already slows
God.
people. Oh, they removed that.
Arigato
I didn't know that.
They made some changes. They made some changes.
Oh, Trevor, you wanted to join again? I will check. I think we have some extra spots.
Oh gosh. Oh shit! Oh no.
No, I could not get that. Nope.
No, Nova.
Literally, me just wasting my ult.
Wait, I Suzu'd myself. This scam. That's a scam, sir.
Ow.
That's a scam.
We're getting pounded a bit here.
Yeah.
Pounded in the butt by Chuck Tingle. My favourite. Yeah, I just realised that charging a gun takes a lot longer now. It used to be
Oh, Miss Kitten's left.
trivial to get it to 100.
No, we miss you already, sir. Oh, fucking hell, that's alright.
It's go time.
Yeah.
Oh, what was I?
Oh
thinking?
shit. She got me.
Can't play right now? No worries.
Oof. What?
Yeah! Hey, the 7th
Said
circuit.
something about me.
Chad has been so generous when gifting
We
subs.
just gotta blame Mr. Kittens for leaving
Thanks
us.
for her huge space here collection.
We lost
I
his
thought
kittens,
about it.
though.
I literally thought about it before Lampy. Oh, wait. Let's see. Trevi couldn't play right now. Good time. We could add you if you are free. Okay, that's 4. Chord. I don't think I'd be able to
that
play you
bud.
if I get home in a quick time. No worries, no worries. We will switch in and out too. That's why we have the queue going. Nino and Avian have to pick
Oh,
a
shit,
role,
sorry.
though. Avian. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this man.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, did he disconnect
This
last
hates
game
it.
or was it just kittens? I forget.
It's only kittens.
Kittens, yeah.
Who is not
Abion, are
these
you
guys?
here?
Abion and Good Time is not
Oh
real
yeah,
gamers.
good time.
Remember
You're
this.
new today, I know, but listen. In Overwatch, we all have the condom icon for our profile picture. You must conform.
Conform or we'll bully you.
It wasn't my idea. I'm washing my hands of this.
Avian, are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Let me put my. There he is. Stays on. Hey, we got 5! We got 5 little ghosties. Let's go.
Nice.
Nice. Also, welcome to Shevin. Welcome.
Oh my
Welcome
god,
to the
7
family
Inside,
of
God.
TH circuit.
Can't, bro. I can't.
Actually, no. I wanna,
one of my favorite
I wanna take-
albums from 1OK Rock. That old music, I love it. Which filthy being thinks
That was me.
Frank, it's their
nobody?
first time here. We
How
can't
dare
scare them
you.
away with my
Apologize for
NSFW
it.
art.
No, I've already played with this art today. But that's okay. I've only played it like once anyway, so. Alright, how does this work? This is like Reaper but harder, isn't it?
Oh,
Just
chat.
setting
I
realistic
was thinking of
expectations.
adding this Ninu thingy to the emote, but what should I call it? It's the one with like the sluggish eyes.
Making of art.
I don't know which one that is, I'm afraid.
We may have a couple that are in the works, and you can join Discord for updates on it. There is already some like kind of spicy ones on Reddit, but it's not like fully NSFW on Reddit. I don't know.
Normal new? This is not. Why you call me special?
I think you're super special to me.
I'm
That's not bad.
special. Nobody knows apart from me and Fable. Oh hi.
I've got one ball here in the back.
Are you sure, girly? Are you sure, girly?
That's
You too, girly.
scary. Thank you. I'm gonna die.
Oh no, guys, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you have to right click as well. I forgot about right click.
I forgot my Judy. Oh. Mazuri, I forgot my
Oh
Judy.
man. I think Reaper might be easier than this. I don't know what I'm doing. Help.
Help. Help. Guys, did you know that
Oh
Alex
yeah, she
was a
seems like
Genji
a
main?
track that would be fun to play if I knew
What?
how to play her, and just don't have the patience to
Venture?
learn them anymore.
Yeah.
Oof.
I remember the olden days when you like spent hours playing.
Yeah.
Oh, I have fallen. Okay, one down.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for them to release Competitive Mystery Heroes Season 3.
Dude,
the fucking
I'm also
cowards
actually
out
waiting
there.
for that.
Wait, are you on
Oh.
you?
I haven't seen it.
I thought you hated it. I thought you hated it.
I mean, I hate it because I'm shit at it, but I want to get I want to get stuff for it.
I guess I should be glad that they didn't make it a role thingy. Like they had like a role queue for Mystery Heroes. Like no, that's not what Mystery Heroes is about.
Ah, shit, me Cambridge.
Whoa.
I pressed
hitting
shift,
enemy
so it was too
with
slow. Sorry. I'm not even sure if that would have saved me, but I think you're invulnerable on my ground, so I'm not sure if you are. Did it say that you are? Yeah, you are invulnerable. Yeah, I was just too fucking slow, I guess.
Bro, this guy ulted
Okay.
me. Oh my god. You solo ulted me? Oh baby. Do I need to go something to counter the pull?
Pushing their barricade. They're counting on me.
They didn't say anything, so I'm gonna play.
You play who you
Diva.
want to play.
I was gonna try Hog, but I'm shit at him. Wait, I thought I saw.
I wish you could just see the raw damage numbers of each ability somewhere in game. 'Cause I can never really tell what combos I can do with these new jacks. It's just kind of a feel, I guess.
We'll say Nova's a cute button. That one. Wait, what?
The Daki, which I
Oh.
don't.
Someone
I,
left
think
us there.
I did send it to you when it came out, but.
Oh, I
never
saw it the
released
other
that one
day.
to the public.
There's a
I saw
Tracer.
it. I gazed at it
NMP. No,
for a little too long. Oh wait, who's?
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
we're pushing it, right?
Oh, there's a jump pad here, okay.
Oh my god, he's one, guys. I can do it. I can live. I can kill him.
Uh-oh. Alright, I failed you.
Wait, let me push the robot. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Okay, well.
It just disappeared as I got here.
Right, do I even headshot with this? I feel like headshotting this is gonna be silly. Right, she doesn't have an E ability. I keep trying to press E and it just doesn't do anything. Okay, you know, it's been enough
Holy
for now.
shit! Don't get compromised. Oh, holy shit! Bollocks! Ba 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 da da ba. Oh shit! Oh, are you kidding? Okay. He dead. Dart did it plus
Not
on
20%
the
faster
V10.
than Forge hammers
Oh.
equipped. That's funny, but I never use it, so no. Sorry, I didn't mean to press that.
He's low. Where's the robot gone? Oh, wait.
Honestly, 20 is too low. It should be like 10% faster. It's really quickly running. Hammer Dwarf.
Well, it doesn't go faster if there's more people. Where? Oh, there he is. Hell yeah. I hear Lucio behind us somewhere. There he is. No way. Oh, I saw him. Oh, I'm being raised.
Oh god.
Yeah, crazy though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back in there.
Fuck.
Got him. And then there's Zen, that's also low. Got him. Wait, who's pushing our bot?
The enemy
Oh
team.
wait, I thought we were pushing it.
Yeah, wait.
Dare they? Wait, someone
dare
was
they?
pushing it, right?
Yeah, there's somebody around.
I see a hamster.
Oh, the turret attaching to stop Asberg. Oh.
I'm coming back, guys. Oh, nice.
Be careful of the hamster.
The bull just used mine. It's probably fine then. Oh.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Zen low.
Oh my god.
Right,
And then
Lex.
ball. Okay, Reaper's gonna come jumping from down here. There he is. There you go. Oh, guys, it's overtime, so we have to stay on the point.
Coming, I'm coming.
Oh, maybe I didn't need.
Oh, nice wall on that.
Oh, thanks. I died to it, but you know, you're just...
Hell yeah, we're gonna do it, guys! Yes.
Alright, I'm going up here.
Stay on point.
Oh, right, a Reaper.
I've almost got my ult, so just a little...
Ah. Yep.
Oh fuck! Where's my ult gone?
Oh shit. I don't think I took the most correct
Oh,
path.
come on.
Stay on point, we're almost there.
Oh my gosh,
you.
stop it.
Oh.
Guys, he's gonna ult. They have ults. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm demeked.
Ah, shit.
Oh my god, I'm
Oh,
living!
man, so close.
I just need a little bit. Oh no!
No.
No!
Oh no.
We almost had it.
No.
That was a good
Alright.
hold on that every time.
Yeah.
Play of the game.
Damn,
Adorable.
baby. Damn, baby.
Oh man. My god, I love that we're all condom gang.
Oh, fuck. That's...
Look at how cute we are.
Why? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just looking at this intro. It's just... Yeah. You're so right. Good time.
Select
Oh my god, I forgot to play coffee.
5 currents can protect us from that hamster. You're right, buddy. You're right. You're right.
Wait, are we defending again?
I think... I don't know.
It shows you like a blue or red when you vote, but I don't remember which one. Oh, we're attacking. Oh, thank God.
select your hero.
Good.
Level 170. Wait, I didn't even notice you were a level 170.
What a gamer!
Get that far.
Wow, nerd. Is
That's
that
awesome.
like an upgrade you get just for your level? Like the lava and all that?
Yeah. So you get one at level
I can't
20,
actually.
level 50, and then level 100, I think.
Pre-flight checklist
Nova, look at this.
running clean and hot.
Where are you?
I'm Zen. Look at this, the floor! Nobody knows about it. I did the floor.
Wait, he touches the floor sometimes? He's
It's an
capable?
emote.
Wow.
Someone always cares. You must
And he touches
like
the
my
floor all the
boys?
time when he dies.
Well, I just don't, you know, try and not do that.
It would be funny if he died, he just kind of floats us away like a dead corpse in the air.
Take my ball. Take my ball.
Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
No, that was
Oh
alright.
fuck! I charged her. Oh my god! She's low. Zarya low. Oh gosh.
Oh, she has double.
Charge! Don't let her get away. There you go.
Good.
We did it. We killed her.
Nice.
Scally, hi. Hey, you crazy little thing. Me? crazy? Hey, Clark. Put me in a room.
I
rubber
did not
room.
mean to do that. I hate it when you just kind of get
Kick my balls.
pinballing between two walls when you're trying to roll through. I haven't bagged this guy in a while. It's
Oh
clear.
shit! Oh, I hit her.
Sorry, though.
Oh, pylon,
Good,
pylon,
good,
pylon.
good.
Yeah, nice.
Got it.
Guys, yesterday when I was playing all by myself, the support complimented me for destroying the pylons.
Wait, I played a
Were
game
you there?
though, where they. Yes! I was
Oh
with
shit!
you!
I thought. Okay,
I
look,
was with you in a game where they complimented us doing that.
we were doing our job, guys. Fuck, I shot, got shot in
my
my face.
God.
Alright,
Ah,
then Jimmy,
my
get
bad.
this whole we're all getting trickled
Unforgettable,
between
No,
retreat.
no, no.
Retreat!
No,
Retreat!
look. Maybe I had a little bit to drink. You know.
It's over. Bruh, it's fine.
No. You were part of it. You were part of it.
Are you sure you remember that?
Bye! I'm gonna find a health kit, hold on. That's not one here, it's one here. Alright.
Oh shit, there's a castle on top there. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da.
Oh, I got hacked. I have a sunburn now. Okay.
Did you get hacked by
Try
Sombrero?
hard.
Well,
Wait,
got
that
the
wasn't
tank
someone.
though.
Who did stun me? Oh, yeah, from McCree.
Oh, it was
He
Cassie
stuns
maybe.
again.
Oh. I kicked her in the face. Big disgrace.
Yeah.
All by herself. I was just,
Nice,
hey Saucy.
I don't want to waste my
When
ult on these two
Ninu was playing
losers.
all by herself and also Nova was there. Look, she left
Alright,
me.
let's get
She
the
left
last
me,
one.
okay? She left me because she had other friends.
Alright, good.
That wasn't me.
Uh-oh, I
Uh-oh,
should not have
bye-bye.
done that.
No, you shouldn't have.
Oh, these are interesting perks, actually.
Oh my god.
I don't even know how much
she's
damage
going
they deal
around
upon
back, I think.
impact.
Ah! Whoa.
I got her. Oh
Wow.
shit, why you dead?
She full blasted me from the back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We're doing it. You want my balls? I
I
my
wanna
balls.
jump on here. Can I jump on here? Yes, no. No, there's a way to get up there, I just forgot.
Oh, I hear somebody up here.
I missed it. I'm okay, I'm here.
Oh, Mercy's out of place. Here you go, you're fine.
Got one low soldier.
Can here you go.
Noise.
Ba-da-da-da. So they're gonna harm you all, but they both heal for themselves effectively. Oh, sure, why not? Oh no.
Wait, what does Freya's ult even do?
I still have not figured that out. Oh shit, she's... Whoa.
I don't remember.
Dang.
I mean, I read it before. I just honestly don't remember anymore.
Oh,
I
I'm
saw
playing
it
her all
somewhere.
by yourself
I
today,
didn't
Nino.
solve
Are
her.
Nova and
bad.
Alice not joining today? What, do you hear the voices too? You hear them? You hear the voices too? Hell yeah. Oh! No! Okay, there's a soldier up
Nice.
there. He's gonna come out somewhere.
Is he running? Wait, what?
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
hold these people back for a bit.
Oh no, Zarya's big.
Actually, let's get the Zarya before they properly regroup.
Yeah. Got her. Oh! Frieza! Oh shit! Wait.
Nice.
Oh, he died. Nice.
Noise.
Yeah.
Play of the game.
Blaze.
Dang, that visor's kind of big. It's kind of thick. Is this how it cleared us?
Wait, this is ours or theirs?
It's this. It's this.
theirs.
Oh.
Really?
No.
That's the play of the game. Wow.
I mean, he did get 3 people, I suppose.
Yeah, but he did it like kind of standing still and just kind of like in a very
Yeah, we let him.
uneventful and cinematic way.
At least
Pretty
he's
sure
not
that
the
Nova
only
is
one
Queen
that
of
is
Crazy.
crazy. I'm pretty
Excuse
sure
me?
that Nova is Queen of Crazy.
Crazy?
Uh,
I was crazy once.
Nova is crazy.
Put me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
A rubber room?
Yes.
Next.
Not
Oh
really.
my god. Natarakai. Oh yeah, guys, I missed it. What did you guys say I should call this a Nino emote? You guys said normal Nino. Normal new. It's not normal new. Oh, I also realized I gotta flip it back like this.
Dead new? Like you said, it was like a dead expression or something?
It's
D-E-D and new?
D-E-D. Wait, let me show you the one I'm talking about. I put it in the Lethal Company. That
Let me
face.
look.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's like the tiger from K-pop Demon Hunter. So I feel.
Really? I thought it was
Oh
more
my
like
god,
lizards
you're right.
blinking. Like,
Yeah,
like,
just do
no,
like
not really.
Ninu's
It doesn't have
slow
double
blink.
eyelids, I guess. Yeah.
Or slow new.
Mm.
Slow new. Oh, but they're gonna make. Oh my god.
Meow, meow, meow. I love you. Meow, meow.
I love you.
I love
Meow.
you.
Meow. Meow.
Meow. I love you. Meow, meow.
Meow.
I love
Meow.
you. Meow.
Hi, Ninu.
Meow. I love you.
I'm not high.
Twinkle, twinkle, little Nino. I wonder
Twinkle,
how to
twinkle.
work.
Little Nino, I wonder how to warp. Beautiful. Beautiful. Jello eyes. Jello eyed. Hell yeah, baby.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna give this one more a try, I guess.
Brain damage? Please don't call me out like that, man.
That's a fire after controlling.
Nova?
Orb. Wait, you can control your orb? Wait,
You
what?
wanna see? You wanna see this? You wanna? I'm Orisa, by
You
the
have
way.
to hold. Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Look at my present.
Is it a puppy? It's
You
a
can
puppy
aim
emote.
them. What?
Oh
Yeah,
my
okay.
Oh my goodness.
5, 4,
It's so
Wait.
cute. It's so cute.
1.
I put him in the box.
Oh, it's. I thought that's not. It's just basically like Zenyatta's orb, isn't it? Alright,
Wait. I forgot who I was playing. I
Did
thought I was
you not
playing
really?
Juno for a second.
There you go.
Nice one. Oh.
I don't know how to, I guess.
Oh no. I'ma need some.
No, I don't. Oh god.
Oh shit. Okay, I know
Wait,
solution
can
to
I
this.
climb? No, I can't climb with the shack.
Wait, which character?
Shit.
Oh yeah, I thought you could climb with him.
It's, I don't know, it feels so clunky to play. Like, the kid is kind of all over the place. I don't know. It's just, I hate the controllers, I guess. Also, there's no setting to make the shifter hold instead of a toggle. I already hate that part.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I think I need to pick someone with more healing for now, because you're all struggling and I don't know what I'm doing and I hate it. Okay, I keep trying to heal with my left mouse button.
Yeah, that's not healing.
Vince's left.
It's only right click.
Vince's primary does any fucking damage to begin with. Like it's just.
It does AoE. Oh, owie, owie. Oh hi.
It's like trying to aim wallpaper glue.
Oh guys, be careful.
Control as well.
I'm 100%. 100%. Oh fuck, I don't want to lose that 100%.
Alright, I'm gonna go Bastion, I guess. Alright, we don't do that anymore, alright.
Oris is down. Okay, Lucio's down. Oh shit, I died, but we can... Oh no, oh no.
Reaper's low. Not low enough.
Yeah. We can do it. Okay, we go get the point. Touch me! Ninu to Silas.
Wang. Alright, I did. Oh my god.
Okay.
Savage.
Oh no, these.
No!
Good Time is already in here, and Trevi could no longer join, I believe. So Frankie would be next.
Alright, so... Reaper's a problem.
Reaper problem?
I might have to, maybe I should stay Kiriko just so I can heal and right click. Yeah. They gotta die. There's no point healing people if the rest doesn't die.
No one's a natural. We all have to put
Made it home a lot sooner than expected. Hell yeah! Did you get some nom nom? Did you get some oil? Did you hydrate? Did you hydrate? It's so pretty! Oh my god, I want to look at the store, but I have to play the game. Lucio is just running around.
I was healed if you're around the corner, right?
Okay, he's gonna punch. Oh
Wait,
no,
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 Saying nope to me the fuck out of existence.
Okay, I got the tank. Okay, we got. Okay. Hell yeah.
Someone's flanking.
Whoa.
Okay,
I thought he was gonna fall off.
Yo, I thought he was gonna die too.
He's gonna punch, I think. Where is it? Wait. Hey. Oh no!
Oh shit, I did that get the wall. There's a guy up top.
I will not
Or dash.
overextend. I will not overextend. Be careful, you might get booped off the map. I don't want to go that way. I don't want to be booped. He's gonna do it! It's Lucius low. It's gone. Hit me! Thank you. More, please. Thank you. Okay, I can ult, by the way. Ulted them. Oh, Farah! Let's go!
Oh my god!
Let's go, Farah!
Noise.
Damn!
Hell yeah, Farah!
That was really impressive. Very good teamwork there.
Dying.
Oh shit.
No! No!
I'm so sorry I watched that.
You watched it, you laughed.
I didn't mean to. It's just it just happened.
I watched it, you laughed at my despair.
No way, never.
She watched and she laughed at me, guys.
No.
She watched and laughed at
No,
me
no,
dying.
I would never in my life fight y'all.
Do-do-do-do,
Oh my god.
Whoa, I had nothing. Okay. You died. You died.
Now you can laugh at me back.
Yeah. I'll take my turn. With my turn. Oh. Oh, Abion! The danger zone.
Oh no.
Okay, got him. Don't worry about it. Hell
Nice
yeah.
bubble.
Hey, you're welcome. Way to the danger zone. Meow, 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 meow. Danger zone.
I could do this on my own. Probably faster too.
Can you do this? Can you guys do this?
Do not fear.
By the way, guys, burpees are like the perfect exercise. Like, they fucking kill, but I love it.
What is that skin? Did they give for
This one?
of
This
all the
is,
skins they made for Zarya? This is the one they
Wasteland, I
made for her. Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of suits her.
Tom should tell them that if they're gonna make a skin for Zarya, they should make a good
Oh.
one. No.
Oh fuck! They have boopers. They have boopers.
For it. Uh-oh.
I don't
Oh
want to
my
be
God.
part of this. Are you guys dead?
It's the fucking.
I got deleted.
This drug eating
Deleted.
bitch.
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
I mean, bitch in a non-binary way, by the way.
To the danger zone. Kira kira bean. To the danger zone. Oh, holy fuck!
Oh my god.
I got
Their
deleted.
damage output is insane.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm not sure. Do you want me to go?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wait, we're popping. The danger
Wait, what?
zone. Oh, we got
Okay.
kills. We got kills.
Yeah, Abian. Nice.
Ah! Oh my
You
god.
can live. You can live.
Oh,
Away.
I got so scared.
Stop! Danger zone.
He's doing this.
He's low. Nice. Nice.
Reaper's behind me. Ah, damn it.
Yeah. I'm going after him.
Yeah, no, I didn't even hear him teleport. By the time I noticed, I was fine.
Danger zone.
That's upsetting.
There's no movement. Okay. Oh my god, you missed this? Alice, you missed the shield. Oh, it's gone.
I just got here. Really?
Oh,
This is
I can no longer. Holy shit! Nice. You need all the best? No, I'm just needed. What do you mean? Oh.
Damn it.
Thank you for the speech.
Yeah.
Oh no, I got help.
There's two on the roof.
Oh.
Alright, fuck.
Oh fuck. My shield knew. Ooh, we're gonna have to touch face, guys. We're gonna have to touch face. I pulled out the ball. Oh.
Oh well.
Oh no. We
We
did
lost
well.
one round at least. No, the last round was very annoying.
Yeah. Hell yeah, mommy.
That's the
mommy.
Zach.
Nice. That was so impressive.
Hell yeah.
Oh, het is een Diablo skin, right?
Okay.
It was.
I know.
Apocalypse. It's called Apocalypse, not Wasteland, actually. My favorite is Barbarian, though. For her.
Does anybody want to offer to swap out so Frank can play? Because I know he has to go to bed soon.
Why don't you just yeet someone out?
Because I feel bad. Oh my god, 2 people left. No. This is why we
It would have been easier if
communicate
you
our
just
feelings
kick
before
someone
we...
out.
Didn't you have
Nova.
a queue or something?
I did have a queue, but then it wasn't... there was so much going on, and
Did you not look at your queue, Nova? Did you not look at your queue, Nova?
No. It's not being... It would work better if I managed it better, but at the moment, I'm not managing it very well.
You can make
Okay.
the mods do it. So it's the mods kicking people out. The queue doesn't work. Oh well, that's
Wait,
That's
Albion,
bummer,
I
isn't it?
re-invited you because Good Time said that he was okay.
the queue is
getting
more
away.
of a suggestion.
Alright, cool. Damn.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I'll look
You know
into
what
the
my favorite
Streamlabs
song?
queue after. I mean, isn't even in the queue. Group member declined. Which one of you? Which one
wasn't
of you
me.
freaking...
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Alice? Okay.
It wasn't
Sorry,
Alice.
I thought I already did like. No,
Yeah,
I didn't.
you
I didn't
did.
abandon it before, but
Oh my god. I love it. Barracks, hold up.
Pocket Nino. Wait, I have a
Insane. Going away. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. You guys like me?
have this
Am I
somewhere.
cute, guys? Am I cute? Only to go insane.
Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm cooking something, chat.
Oh my god, guys! You know, for this
It's not
song, people did a cool I don't know, like a TikTok dance maybe. What if Silas did that dance?
what if Silas did your mom though?
I mean, Daddy.
No. Okay, there we go. Okay, wait, what was that? noise?
Absolutely.
on you, kitten.
Hello, Kin.
What
oh
was
my
that?
god.
Good time. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you.
Wait,
Happy to have
do you
you
say
here.
kitten?
Good time.
Oh, good time. Hell yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
wait, chat. This is what I was working on. Hold on. Yes.
Wait,
Hey.
I gotta show you. I gotta show you. All the people that have been doing this cool ass dance move, guys.
I think I attached you to my ear. guys like it? Do you like my Nino hat?
You got me I'm on your head.
Yes!
Hell yeah.
It's so cute.
Da 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 da.
Okay. 2 minutes and 41 seconds. This is fine for quick play.
Vote for your map.
Eichenwalde.
Eichenwalde.
Bow, bow, bow.
Whoa, people doing fucking crazy shit.
Well, thank you so much for playing with us. Good time. Really appreciate it.
Traveling to Eichenwalde.
Hello.
Dang. I forgot I had to play the game.
It's tough sometimes.
Oh, it's hammer time.
What's in it?
Whee!
I would
Guys,
rather perish.
this is a roast for you lot. This is for Chad.
Attackers
Aww.
defend objective.
Yes.
Someone's flanking. I think it's a. Oh, it's not.
I think it's an echo.
Oh, friends, please remember to accelerando.
Accelerando! Oh my god, we have a sticker party, guys! Guys, can we make it happen? Can we do chaos party? Can we do it? Can we do chaos party? Lizard. Okay, she's in there. Lizard chest. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop that there. Wait. He's going at.
Oh no. Oh, thank you. Oh, so kind.
Chaos party! He's dead. Oh my god, that's true. Wait, I have a cool emote that I want to show you guys. Wait, Nova, look at this.
Huh?
Look, are you looking at me? Look at this. Look at this picture I
Oh,
have
you can bring...
of me and Cassidy. We were beloveds, and now it's up in flames.
Oh my god. I thought Ash was into women though.
No, she's into cats. They had a thing. Oh no, no, shield.
Oh.
No.
Wow, that killed me. Shit.
Oh! Oh my god!
Oh, there's 2 trees now. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, this is a nice wall, by the way.
The McRae,
is he going somewhere? Oh, he did. He ain't going anywhere.
I don't even remember
He ate
putting
my
that.
dynamite.
I thought it also disappeared after you used it. They changed that as well, I guess.
They don't have a Tracer. Oh yeah, Tracer is the one that's into women.
Someone's trying to play?
Ash is, not Ash. Ora.
I'm gonna get him right around. Yep.
Diva's going to point.
Is that tank still behind us?
Ash is a woman,
Yeah,
yes. Ash is a woman, you're correct. Yeah, it's just Steve on point.
Oh, that was a bait. Ugh.
Oh!
I'm sorry. I don't know if it helps or not.
Would you so to say? Oh fuck, he's ulting.
Wait, did you just ult?
Me, yeah.
No, you didn't, thank god. I thought for a second that I stunned him out of his, I was trying to give him half a second to survive. Okay, we did it. Fine. I've tripped buttons.
Hey, your feet are nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wait, she's gonna E. Where's the E? There she is. Ha What the world is to stop? Oh gosh, I hit her once. One hit. Hell yeah. We did it, baby! Pancake. Pancakes or waffles? This will determine.
I like both.
If
But it depends. I've had some pancakes that I like more than waffles and some waffles I like more than pancakes, you know? You know, do you still see me the same way?
Yes, I do. Ah! Good.
How are you betrayed when I said I like them both, Frank?
I like them both, that's right. But they are both good answers.
To be fair, I feel like you're saying that because you think of American pancakes, Abian. The European ones are basically really thin to begin with, so they're already crispy. And you can roll them up, so you can put a lot of fillings in there. So I guess you call them crepes, maybe? I don't know.
Oh yeah, crepe.
That's
That
just
is a crepe.
pancake for us.
The
But,
thin ones, I like the thin ones.
That's just what we call pancake. Yeah, I like thin ones better.
Yeah, I like the thin ones. Oh yeah, I forgot.
We also have like
Americans.
thin ones that are like really small, but they're still thin.
Yeah, I like those.
So when you have those big ones and you're filled, you can still shovel a bunch of the small ones in. We already played Color Series today. What's wrong with you? I hope it's Ray though, just to spite you. Oh shit, so close. I'm not sure what flapjack pancakes, what those are. Are those the really thick ones?
Those are like slightly thicker, yeah. Or more thick, yes.
Actually, I'm just gonna go for this one again.
Technical name for American pancakes.
I like how it says that Sunrise Ninus is most played. Is that specifically all characters or just the quick play characters? Because I feel like competitive is not going to be somewhere most played, surely.
Sorry, what does it say?
I think it's all.
It says that Sunrise your most played, but is that like in quick play?
Oh yeah, no, I played her a lot in comp.
You still get to play without getting banned.
You didn't have to say that. You didn't have to remind me. You didn't have to remind me.
Yeah, people are always going to base it out. I feel like it just doesn't change ever.
Okay. I mean, look, I get it. I understand why. You know.
No, I think people are babies. Fucking hero bands, Jesus.
I mean,
it's like if you want to play Hulk in Rivals. He's still getting banned, isn't he? Because of Gamma Ray or whatever. Hulk.
No, actually.
No, he doesn't get banned anymore.
Oh.
Fucking Panther does because he's
that's
fucking...
fun.
Holy shit, my hate for him is... crazy. Oh, what the fuck, why are you dead? They have a widow.
Oh, I'm trying to...
I get health back, don't worry about me.
No. It's not the most convenient character.
Does his water balls auto track?
Oh fuck! Wait, I'm coming. I didn't know how to cancel my thing. There you go. Got you.
These roses just take like people.
You know what I like about Overwatch compared to
Sorry, I was too late with that.
What?
I can crouch. Dude, it's a skill. Yo, wait, is that your circle thing? That looks so cool.
Mine?
Yeah, Sojourn's thingy.
I know, doesn't it look pretty?
Yeah.
It's probably for the mythic skin.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
I like it.
Oh, you wanna run away from that? No! You pulled him in. Maybe I need to go Kiriko.
Oh, thank you.
Oh! Oh, fuck that. Oh shit! Y'all dead. Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm joking. Okay,
I'm gonna go Kiriko for the cleanse.
I'll just go Anna because Anna's usually working.
Oh my god! Oh my god, not TV! I love TV. I love TV.
Anger MGMT00 gifted
Thank
a
you,
tier 1 sub
thanks.
to Chibidoki.
I
They have
love
given
her.
5,002
She
gift
has my
subs in the
energy.
channel.
She really does.
We would be great friends. Oh shit, he's purple, purple. Yeah, baby. There you go, you're cleansed. He's dead. Selena. She may be alive right now.
Coots.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
She'd come here. Oh my god. Ooh. We also have banana outfits, which is it's like we're a couple.
No, babble.
We couple.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry.
That's bad.
Yes,
Yeah,
you.
I've got an angry
I left.
monkey here, and it's...
Oh wait, you're fine.
Made it.
Oh fuck. Where's your Reinhardt? Oh my god. How the fuck did I keep you alive? I don't know. Oh. I can get her. I can do it. I believe. Oh fuck.
There's a
I don't
Shogun
believe.
here, making my life a bit
I
hard.
don't believe anymore.
Oh, and an echo. Oops.
I have subbies. You have subbies. Hell yeah. Wait, I gotta. Oh.
Rise and shine.
Hey, Sleep Token fans, where you at? Sleep Token fans. I'm coming down. Tank, don't die on me, Tank. I got you, Avion. Yeah, there we go. Oh! Oh! Hold the shield for that one.
Right, does that also
go, Nova.
from Rojang cleanse people? Many shots?
I cleanse you from the
No, Wujang's ult.
Wujang's ult. Oh, I don't think.
Mansi, alright, Mansi's ult.
Wow, I'm so dead. I got mangled up. Oh my god! Hi, Armibad. Hello.
Time to come out of my cave.
Survive a little longer. No, sir. Oh.
Shit.
My face.
Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh, what do I get? This? Oh shit,
Loading.
timbers. I have plenty from purple.
Okay.
Alright. What else do we have? Nova, you have your ulti. You ready to go crazy?
I will try my best. Oh no, I fell asleep!
Are you still alive? Oh no, you're not alive.
No.
My bad. What's up? What's up?
Close anew.
Ah, it's fine. Oh, poor Gavion. I don't know, sure I can keep you alive there. It's too much. Oh my god, you've been
Nanoing
nanoed. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh nosies! No more shitting.
Lazy
Okay,
Nova.
let's see if I can.
I'm not lazy.
Oh, I got echo. Zigo the echo. Oh, I have no cleanse, no cleanse, no cleanse.
This ends now.
Oh!
Jesus.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Damn it, they cut me for sure there.
Oh man.
Wait, why does their mythic get a glow and mine doesn't? What the hell? We're both the same mythic. That's hidden.
Oh man.
Oh wait, did you get the weapon? Like not all the way leveled up?
Okay, I did. I completely leveled this one the way it came out, but maybe it's because
Let's
she
go.
has like a... she has a black and gold collar, but a gun was like purple. I guess the gun had like purple effects or something.
Oh, I'm being stopped. Hi, Zeke. Everybody catching fish?
Actually, let me check my settings.
Wait, Nova, we have a slot left, I think. Yeah, we
Wait.
have a spot left.
Okay.
Anyone in
Excuse
chat
me.
want to join?
No, it's something else, sure.
Guys, look at this. Look at it has boobies. Is it this one? Look at it, guys. Look at it. Isn't it so scary? Isn't boobies scary?
I think that I may stop for now though.
Alright, Abiel, thanks for playing.
Thanks for
You guys
playing.
can keep going. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I need to go eat dinner and things.
Is it your dinner time?
Dinner? Is it that late? Shit.
How late is it for you? You're only an
It's
hour
5
ahead.
5 p.m.
It's only 5 p.m.
That's pretty early.
But we
What's in
started like in the morning. It's Sunday.
Oh wait, do you have
Have
your
you
dinner?
finished it all then? Have you had
No,
lunch
D&D
then?
today.
Oh.
But oh yeah, we talk in Discord outside of stream, so be sure to go join the Discord, guys.
Join the Discord, guys. Join the Discord. Make sure you join the Discord. We love you. Monkey Bitnet. Monkey Bitnet. Why monkey have no big butt? Let's go!
Right, have a quick meal over. And a good night.
Yeah, we'll just let the others go first.
Oh, they think
Whoa.
that I lived? Well,
Guys, are you
you might
coming?
see me grinding more Overwatch because obviously I have an addiction. Oh.
Well, I need to get how many wins do I need for 2 days?
Oh my god.
Wait, Big Red Monster,
Uh,
Fable. Wait.
34
I'm
of
watching this clip.
77. I'm halfway through then. I mean, that's not so bad actually.
From Big Red Monster.
But yeah, I feel like we definitely had a lot more wins at the start than the end.
Yeah, you should go in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna head out, but I might rejoin you guys.
I helped him. Helped him in.
You can't just do that.
No, but thank you for playing. You go eat. Chat disconnected? Oh shit.
Wait, there's screenshots that Mr. Kittens posted. That's what happened when this game crashed? Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's very
wait,
fast.
I'll knock on your stream.
Sure.
Alice. Yep. Alice, how do I knock? Oh shit! Okay. Wait, is this the same call? Wait, did you leave the other call?
But there was another call.
Well, the one with Nova.
Oh right. Actually, I can probably just invite you, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
Actually, no. If she was hosting, then
She was hosting,
no,
so we need to make another one.
Wait, did you just join the collaboration?
Yeah,
Actually,
but
no,
it's
I'm just gonna
Nova's
leave
one.
and then...
Nova,
Oh,
we miss
shit.
her. It's like she was here a moment ago and then she disappeared. Oh wait, I can knock now. Hell yeah, I knocked on your door.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Big Goofies, I miss her. Wasn't she just here, guys? She was just here.
Must have been years since I've seen her.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm the leader.
Oh,
Okay,
she's doing
we got
okay.
2 spots, guys. Anyone want to join? Anyone want to join? You ain't join. Let's see. You can add me. This is my number. This is my number. I'm looking forward for the new art. Teehee. Did you thumb your penis in it? I thumbed my penis in it. I don't even have the Blizzard launcher installed anymore. Damn. Wait, have you ever played? Wait, I thought you would have been a WoW player. Wow. Okay, guys, let me know when you want to join. Okay.
I would have thought he would be a Diablo player. I don't know. I guess it's just the age.
Wow. Wow. Straight up
I mean,
calling
I
out
know
age. It's crazy. That's crazy.
I say that, but I play Hand Showdown and everyone who's like in the 30s plays that fucking game too. Oh, I mean, apart from you, I guess.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
That means you're young at heart, right?
No comments. Played every Diablo. I played 3 and 4.
I've only played
Hawk is
4
playing! Hawk! Cool.
Okay. Ooh, Anubis.
New
I've not played
doxes?
Anubis, so I'm gonna be
Wait,
the
which
single
pod did I
asshole
dox?
voting for it.
Banana. You played 1 to 3? Dang. Only played 3 and 4. I played 3 and 4.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I remember people asking me to play 3, like when Diablo
Wait,
3
have I
came
not
out, people
played with
complain
3 with
about
you?
the game a lot. But they also want me to buy it. So it's like, if you don't like the game, why do you want me to play it with you? I did not, but yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I played 3 with like Rowan a lot. Because he likes Diablo. Telling Ninu what she doxed. What did I dox? What?
No, I think
what
it's probably
did
my joke. I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway, yeah. Sorry.
That I'm freaking old. That my back hurts.
I mean, I mean,
I have
people probably
osteoporosis.
Yeah.
Good.
You don't sound old.
No, I sound like a 12-year-old boy. You need your bedtime.
No, no, you sounded like a 12-year-old boy when you had like a bad mic.
Oh man, really?
Now it's
my
more
mic
like
is
a
better now.
40-year-old boy. I'm
Wow,
just kidding. But
I
yeah.
have AIDS, guys.
But yeah, I remember. I think there's this one time you joined me in the Discord call, and I think you were in your
Yeah,
phone in the
you were
hotel
like
or something, and
confused.
you sounded like you were 4 or something. That was so funny.
You had some questions, huh? Didn't you? Oh fuck! Stupid ass thing.
Ow.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, that doesn't make right. Yeah. What is that sound?
Oh shit! Hey. Oh hi! Oh fuck. Wall. Tokyo Pika. Fuck Sammy High. Guess what?
Okay,
You know,
low.
I got the PS5 while kind of 3-4
Mercy's
months
low.
of layaway. That's that pulled out today. You did? Hell yeah, nice. Nice. You're gonna be playing actual Overwatch.
Alright, where are you
You
landing?
mobile rival.
Okay, I did it.
Wait, you can play Death Stranding too. Okay, where's his Oh, I got 2 picks. It's here. I like hitting women with my arrow. It's like I'm a cupid. Okay, nobody's coming this way. Wait, no, somebody is coming. Oh! Oh! Thank you. Thank you. I will make you proud. Here. Yeah, make you proud. I'll make you proud. Thank
Why
you.
does Flower have to
Yes, Nino.
fuel meters now? It's
like hearing
confusing.
aids. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Oh.
Oh, that's a
Hit
nice
it
method skin,
down.
actually. So this one,
Hit it down.
I guess there's some ability that gives her extra fuel. I just don't know which one.
Oh, fuck me. Who? What? Dang, baby. Guys, how's music audio, by the way? Do I need to increase it? Do I need to decrease it?
My wrath is not yet sated.
I think I touched him. Oh, shiver me timbers.
Ooh.
You were texting someone? Am I not important to you? Am I not important? Am I not in your head? You don't love me? I'm joking. Oh no. Wait, I somehow killed somebody. Wait, there's a turret
Oh,
there.
shit.
Wait. Oh, the turret is gone now.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. All I wanted was your attention.
Where's them Trey? He was low as hell
Wait,
just now.
yeah, he's here somewhere.
Oh, he's trying to roll, isn't he?
I think. Oh, he's up there. Oh fuck! Hi. I'm so dead. Oh man. Hit it down. Music is perfect, fantastic. Do I need to change my playlist?
Oh, it's you.
This time,
Well,
Ow. Cost me a total of 305? Shit. That's a lot of money. It's almost like twice the amount of my rent. Wait, no. That's almost like if you double it. That's my rent. No, actually that's wrong. My math is not mathing. Oh fuck, I missed my shot on him. Oh. I can't believe that. Oh shit. Is that somebody's toes? That's Kiriko's toes. Baby, she dead. I can't math. Ow. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
I'm gonna tweak it there.
Oh shit, okay. He can... He can shit on my face. No, he can't. Don't do it. Please. I have 120 for it, and every month I have to pay 90 for the month of October, November, and December. So that's maybe December 30. Wait, then how much would it be? How much are you paying? Are you paying equivalently to the same amount as my rent? Gosh, imagine having just that money laying around. That's crazy. Oh! I mean, we got pigs. We got pigs.
Classic
I saw you
Pals.
melting. You got very melted. Wait, which man is there? Oh, he's kind of low.
How's it a little lower?
Oh. Oh, nice.
Nice.
I stepped on it. I got the lurgies.
I thought we had that.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Yeah. I gotta step it up. I gotta pull out my crazy shots now. How the fuck is that hitting me? Hell yeah. Okay, there he is. Oh shit. Oh fuck! I found him!
Oh, we always had that. No, not the McCree.
Yeah, that ultimate fucking killed it.
Oh.
So, all Switch and game and my PS4 that off. Damn, wait, did are you getting scammed? Is that worth the price? Change. Don't waste.
Oh man, I thought I would kill him. It didn't.
I got a shot in the head. Shot in the head.
He
I got him in the head.
I thought his damage reduction was a lot lower than that. Tough shit. I don't think I can afford to change at this point either.
I have ult. We have ult.
Well, shit.
Oh, you got a headshot again. Oh my god, Natarak, why are you doing maths?
Yes, I can't get there.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna ult onto the point from here. Oh! Okay. Okay. Oh my god, it says a bad message. Wait, can I show it and then hide it? Wait, let me...
Oh, the Mercy has to go first because I can't post the other one there. But oof. I'm not really the right hero for Mercy.
This report.
Oh, wow. I tried.
I died 11 times. To be honest, I died 11 times.
Yeah, that was a good game.
This guy popped off though. $100.
Well, I mean, Cass wasn't everything me that bad either. In fact, I wouldn't say he was trying to own me as well.
I wish I knew how to play this character. Last time in December, I probably Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, and Sonic Superstars to get it out of the pawn shop. Oh. Okay.
8 plus 7, 9. 4 plus 6, 7. 45 plus 3, 3 plus 4, 5, 6. 3 plus 2,
I bet
4 plus 6,
the real Nina
6,
can answer
5
that
plus
question.
7 plus 3, 4 plus 6, 7, 4, 54, silly. Your mom?
Wouldn't it be funny if she says your mom? He abandoned the healers to be killed.
Who?
Yeah.
Diva?
No, we had Reinhardt.
Nino VT asked me 8
Oh,
plus 7,
you
9,
finished
4 plus
playing?
6, 7,
Wait, anyone else
5 plus
playing?
3, 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 3 plus 2, 4 plus 6, 5, 6, 5 plus 7 times 3, 4 plus 6, 7, 4, 54. Oh,
Doesn't
darling, trying to
sound
math with
like
me,
it.
are you? Well, you've got quite the
You
equation
go to
over there.
sleep.
Let's break it down for you. The answer should be around 132. Just remember, numbers don't lie, but they sure do play tricks on your brain. Wee 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 wee.
Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee. Yes. Yes. If you want when you join, just say so. Okay. You wanna put in like a pinned message bell?
Even if the queue doesn't work, they just press exclamation mark join and we know that they want to join, right? I mean, we have some.
I don't have that enabled.
Wow, it's purple. I have no idea how purple is.
Damn, but their name is Wisp. Holy shit, that's not even... That's beyond purple. What is 84? I want to... 69?
I will not.
Hell yeah.
Broken world behind.
Oh, my battle.net is, hold up. My battle.net is 2... Nidu hashtag 21868.
Oh, we got a weather, so I should probably pick something impressive.
I heard town failed another mission. Going
Next.
soft.
What is playing?
I'd still be the better shot.
Hell yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check your Discord on the general chat. Oh yeah. To be honest, I do have a lot of.
Shit.
I do have a lot of accounts.
I have to shot tomorrow.
Oh yeah, 3 accounts.
At the moment, I just go downside with Ash. I pretend it's hand and try to lead my shots again. What am I doing?
Oh, don't get punched.
Ugh.
Oh my god, Orisa! Orisa! Leave! Oh, or can't save you from that.
No, hold on. This
Wait,
is not
he's purple.
working. Fuck this shit. I need more gun
Oh,
power.
fuck.
Here we go.
I can make it in. I made it. More gun. More gun. They're all in there. Ba 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 ba. Oh. Oh, you just got
Anna's down.
destroyed.
Gets
Like
rid
I
of
was even
this.
healing you.
Alright,
I don't know how I missed that.
they only have Lucio now, so now we should be able to push before they respawn, it is.
We're getting spawn camped, mean. Here you go. Hell yeah. There's a thing around.
Yeah, there's a Genji in the right.
Yeah. He's gonna... I hit him. Hit him once.
Over there.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. Okay. Oh fuck, Orisa, come here! Orisa! Okay.
Okay, I'm retreating a little because
Yeah,
we lost the tank.
that's a wise choice.
Oh wow,
Oh,
I can't
no.
believe you reflected that.
Oh fuck! No.
Wow.
No.
More power is not
Take
really
care,
working
cuties.
here,
Oh my
is
god,
it?
we're cuties. Ooh, thank you, Frank. You sleep well. Good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Dream of us.
Wait, they have a widow now?
Yeah, they always had a widow.
Genji's very low. I can't.
Oh, crikey.
Can you not? Holy shit, dude. You know how fucking annoying that is.
I tried to keep you alive. Wow, I slept Genji on the
Yeah,
main door.
You can't. I'm gonna ult and change, I guess.
I don't know if you want to be part of my dreams. What, are they cool? Sometimes I have like cool ass epic dreams. I like it when I have cool ass epic dreams. When I'm like the superhero. Oh, watch out for the widow. She's asleep. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I made them purple. Dun, dun. Wait, how? Oh my god. Kai?
Silas wasn't just saving the world.
Wait.
He was melting it in the best way possible. With a jawline sharp enough to cut through steel and smouldering eyes that could ignite wildfires, he walked into global crisis.
A little confused right now.
Silas.
Here we are.
Earthquakes calmed.
I want to dream about
Hurricanes
Silas.
blashed
You're right.
backed off. Political tensions eased the moment his shirt casually.
Right, I don't have the perks that I had
Oh,
last round.
I meant to nano our tank, but that's okay.
The world somehow got a little safer.
Hell yeah. Silas, my beloved. Please call me kitten.
Good, good.
Oh, I missed my shot? Oh, he's so low. Oh my god. This is not nice.
Lucio is not low enough. Evidently. Hit. I hit my head.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm panicking. I should not be panicking, but I am. Fuck.
Oh my god. Oh, double. Okay, Widow is asleep. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're doing it. We did it.
Jesus.
Holy fuck.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, let's do some crit damage, shall we? My feet is spinach in circles.
Sorry, I'm trying to ping the Ana behind her.
Double ping for double scrolly thing to just say danger. If you come. Oh, what the fuck you did?
Yeah, I think I'll tell by the way though.
Okay, let me know where if you see the widow. Oh, I see her. She's going top. Oh fuck.
Careful.
Oh, can't you me?
Bitch, where are you going? Wow. I'm not chasing that down.
Oh. Where's she shooting from? Damn, Bubba.
Ah. That's right.
Is this how you treat your grandmama? Back to work.
Dang, no one died there. That's very upsetting.
Nice. Oh fuck. My little head. Just Daza, hi. Daza, you missed on sleep token.
Not finished.
Posse check, yes sirree. Okay, where Widow at? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, I forgot I could shoot. I can crit shoot them. Crit shoot them. Crit shot them. Oh fuck, is he gonna ult? Wait, actually, it's actually a command. Yeah, current.
As well.
Wait, no, that is. Wait. Hold up a minute.
Wait, that's.
I don't. I think that is for.
Wait, I already selected my last perk. Wait, what? When?
Wait, what sort of queue is that? Son from Canada going to get a sleep token tattoo. Holy shit! Please send it.
Wait, then what the fuck
Share
is my
it
last perk?
with me. Share it. There's a Reaper's going somewhere, by the way.
For some reason.
Oh yeah, where he going it? Where you going it?
Sorry, that was my fault.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oof.
I see you. Enemy inside. Slow down. I slept the
Together. Guys, I've changed how much bits you can donate now from like to 1. Oh, where's the Reaper?
Thank you for the biddies. The biddies right on my titties.
Oh my god. Thanks, Daza. Don't speak. No, just
Thank you for the biddies. The
oh my
biddies
god.
right on my titties.
George, his name is George. Goofy name. Anyone playing? Did anyone say playing game? Damn. That guy was nasty. You were naughty. You were naughty. Naughty. Play game. Want play game? Speak. You wanna play with Ninu? The rhyme! Dorime. Imperavo adapare dorime. Ameno, latire. Latire mo dorime.
Ameno. Amenori imperavi ameno. Ameno. Amenori imperavi ameno. Where is this funky? Yeah. Guys,
For
you like
some
his
reason,
Yep.
a Nini, a Genji called Klaus. I can't take that seriously.
Klaus. Yeah.
Klaus.
Okay, do you like my dance?
Pardon.
Check my hips. Check my
I
hips.
don't have
Oh.
any,
Oh, wait, what is this skin? Hold up, what is this skin for? What skin are you wearing?
I think it's a recolor from the Raka skin that she had in the battle pass,
Oh,
and I got it from
shit.
big box. I like the original a lot better,
Yeah, but
it
like,
was free, so
I
you
do
know.
like this one too. Da, 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 da. What? Holy fuck! Cause it hurts. Ah, okay.
I have to touch
Guys,
it before it hurts,
this
right?
is the-
or is it
this is called the Lilith
being in
thing.
the area that hurts the... With
Do they have
hazards,
boopers? They
bullshit.
don't have boopers, do they?
And I miss again. I should...
Oh, there's a wall thing. Oh fuck!
Oh, Moira's
I'm
really
dead.
low in the back. But yeah. Have tickling people in front with that gun. God, they gave Mancy a skin that looks basically like
Klaus died.
Genji, and I hate it.
Klaus died. His name's Klaus. Alice. His name's Klaus. You gotta call him by his proper name. Oh. Eh. Ba-da-ba-da.
Where you going, buddy?
Ba-da-ba-da. Yes.
Alright, what does she have? And stop and refresh. Rampage, is that my
Give me
ultimate?
word.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm just gonna get this round. Don't use my ult that often anyway.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're attacking you.
Yeah, let me tickle this Genji a little bit. Alright, I'm here. Tear it down! Whoa! You all
that
got
ultimate
cancelled.
traps me.
Yeah,
I
his
forgot
all
about
traps
that.
you, but I
Oops.
didn't know he was gonna trap you like that.
I don't know, I kind of thought my ult would just kind of go through there, I
Dark.
guess, but it didn't. Oops.
Yeah, I didn't know he was gonna trap you. I thought he was gonna...
More you know, I guess.
Yeah... Da, 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 da. Oh fuck, I don't see you.
I've gotten separated. Oops.
Okay.
Chilwag. Is that a speaker icon with tentacles coming out of it? What
Yeah,
am I
it's
looking at? Why?
Vice's emote.
Oh, yeah, that explains everything.
We love it. We love it. Oh my god. Did they drop or did they?
No one is flanking? Is that the tracer? Yeah.
Oh, well, she failed. Okay.
bruh. Ain't no way. Da 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 da.
What is the damage reduction of this fucking... I don't know, total ability?
Oh shit, we have to actually
Keep
touch.
underestimating it.
Oh.
Dang it.
I'm on the point, guys. I'm doing it. I'm not doing it anymore.
I'm coming.
But I touched it.
Yeah.
I touched it with my pinky. Next
Okay, I
map
need
is
to
the
Google
one.
it. Hold on. Husband. Okay. See, Google knows me so well. I only write Hazard Wiki and I still get the Overwatch Wiki on top of the results. Thanks for stalking me, Google. Because Hazard is such a fucking generic word.
Hell
Spike guys.
yeah.
65% reduction. Like percent points. I mean, that's not as bad as I thought it was, but it clearly feels bad.
Oh yeah.
I'm not doing hot at all. Holy shit. Well, I'm calling it practice, I guess. The problem is that I should not be focusing on him at all.
Yeah,
I should be focusing on these little nerds behind them.
Holy fuck! He got freaking murked. Wow, does anyone even use that word anymore? Murked. Whoa! I got murked.
Now I'm going fun, please, mate. Does Orisa have a cop-out figure? Okay, she needs one. Or like a parking
Orisa
ticket
gets a shield.
officer or something. Adventure is low. He still lives? No
He
way.
lived. I don't know how he
can't believe-
lived. Oh,
That's
fuck.
ridiculous. I even separated this healing for a bit.
Put it down. Oh my god.
You
Oh my
douchebag.
god. Sorry, I gotta go, buddy. Whoa, never mind.
Single-handedly
Holy
giving
shit.
Scottish people a bad name. And I'm just...
Okay,
Am
I'll
I
help
feeding him?
anyways. Wait, did we get him? Coming through. Oh,
Okay,
holy
well that
shit.
works.
Chad, you being quiet. Are you okay? Wait, you can deflect that shit? Oh.
Oh, I'm the only one here, aren't I?
I'm sorry. No, I'm with you. With you. Oh shit, you got a different way. Oh, I died.
Uh-oh.
My bad.
I'm gonna get staggered.
I'm lost in Palia.
I don't want to get staggered if
Oh.
I can help it, but I'm gonna get staggered. Yep.
Guys, I'm gonna play more V Rising at some point. Hey. Lampy, can we make it? Nino Discord one? so chat can play too. Holy fuck. Holy shiitake. It's okay. Belf, I'm gonna get you addicted to V Rising. I know you want to be a vampire.
Trying to get to that.
Oh.
Here
you go.
Keep fucking dying, man.
I got him, I got him, but Trace is on my dick hole.
God, he's so annoying.
Okay. Then Trace deceased. I'm already 100%. You did? Really? You wanna play? Lampy? Is Lampy asleep? Maybe Lampy can help set that up.
You have an admirable piece about you.
Things are simple when you protect the innocent.
Big Lampy, tiny baby.
Less than innocent?
I suppose Lampy has work tomorrow, but it's still early. Lampy, it's still early. Why you sleep, Lampy?
What? You're reading at this, isn't it?
Lampy, yeah, he's in the UK.
No, but
It's
I mean,
early.
like, normally stays up pretty late until it's... Unless it's
No, he
Wednesday.
sleeps at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's...
3 a.m.
Is he not doing that now, then? Or...
I don't know what he's doing.
Or no? I hate how loud Mancy's weapon is. Just
Oh
bloody
yeah,
sound on
his
me.
weapon is hecking loud.
It's not proportional with how much damage it deals either, is it?
Yeah, it's the oiler sound. Okay, where are you? Where is she?
Like he's just shooting lobs of gravy.
Oh, are they coming this way?
Alright, I need to go around.
Oh. Oh no! Oh shit, she's charged! Holy shit! Oh my god, I just got away with that because she had to reload.
Oh no,
Loading.
the fucking no, the petal!
Oh shit.
Oh thank god we got it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Good,
Hell
good.
yeah. But also guys, I wanna play Minecraft too. We have to play it. We have to play Minecraft. And I'm gonna try and not be so all over the place.
I've never played Minecraft. in my
You've
life.
never played Minecraft? Oh my god,
Nope.
I'm not the only one. Wait, is it maybe a Dutch
no
thing?
childhood. No, I just never did. No! That's so unfair. That was my kill.
Oh my god, I live?
Maybe I still get credits for it. I don't even know. If that, I think it doesn't. Oh well.
Oh no.
Nice.
Don't worry, darling. I will not leave you behind.
Nice, JJ. Right, Sombra. You're gonna keep checking
Sombrero,
that.
triangle, babe.
Okay, who else?
Oh my god, look at the pineapple.
Nice. What does he even say
parts.
when he's Try out tank. My running Christ, I haven't played in 2 years. Shut up.
What?
That's why I had a tank.
Someone
No, I just like killing
needs
people.
me.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, nosies.
That's how it is. If you win with a tank, you try a tank. If it's a Narissa, yours is try hard.
Do they? I don't think they know that
I was
Overwatch.
maining Narissa before it was cool. Huh.
I don't think they know that like Overwatch is a counter swap game.
Is it? Is this still though with the perk thing? Because you don't seem to immediately get your perks when you change the hero, right? I don't know if it's like a system that you get some of it back.
Still helps. It still helps to change heroes, but perks does add another layer.
I mean, you can actually see who's voted. That means everyone knows that I voted for Atlas.
Wait, really? Wait, how do I check?
I've never played on it, so I was like, well, you know, maybe I'll just give it a try.
Everybody picked New Queen Street. That's crazy.
I thought everyone hated New Queen Street. I guess they hate everything else more.
I mean, it's alright. It's a push map.
Don't tell me I'm tank again. I need to unselect tank. I'm not, thank God. Okay. But I'm healer. I need to select just DPS, I think.
Yes, you gotta do that. You gotta do that. That means I don't have to stick to tank either.
In my world, there are no secrets.
Oh, nosies. Oh, nosies.
You wanna see an O-nosies?
Yeah, show me.
Here's my O-nosies.
Fucking hell! Why? Why? Disgusting?
This is the only thing I had on the side.
Oh, it's disgusting. Filthy. Filthy human.
Wait, does that even heal people?
It's filthy. I'm actually allergic to it.
It doesn't. Okay.
Oh shit! I don't know what I was doing. I just gotta.
Let me try that again.
Oopsie. You know, actually.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna change
really
because I'm just getting destroyed. Oh, let's play this woman. I miss everything. Miss every shot. Every. Ooh, you're Lucio now. Oh. See your long hair.
I don't know, it seems like Felicia might be useful here. Larry just feels like a pea shooter when I play her. I don't know how she is in the meta right now, but I don't know.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh, look, we got pigs. Oh shit! Woman, let's get a woman.
Okay,
Let's get her. Nice. Dang, look at you go. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. That's from your channel. You got a famous bot.
Wait, what about my channel?
Famous bottle. Bot. Famous bottle.
No, I have Sari bot. It's just that it's at the moment they post something, unless they already know they can't, I guess. But yeah, it's already removed. I guess that doesn't show on your end.
Did my ult even go off? Because I used it. Did it even go off? No.
Jeg klar til at stille træskoen endnu. We need to get that boat
Wow,
back.
Danish sounds so weird. They don't even sound delicious.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
They sound so angry.
Took control of the robot. Move out. We almost have the lead. The robot keep pushing, bot.
Didn't mean to pass that. Do you? Oh yeah, I've got my packs.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god. This guy. He smacks them. Oh, okay. He doesn't smack it in my place. Okay.
Jagten fortsætter.
Enemy in sight. Map fuse is lit. I need assistance.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, I didn't mean to even know the Diana being low. She's probably salty now. And put up is active doing sound barrier. Okay. You could probably be wall riding a whole lot more.
Hi.
And actually, I should be taxing you people. Man, I have not played this show forever. Alright.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna die to this guy again. I will not die to you. Oh fuck, okay. Hold up, I can't see. Okay. I have a feeling he has an ult. Okay, not anymore. I mean, he does, but... what do I need to get when I get this?
Should I have done that? Probably not, but I did it anyway. Oh, Diva lost the roll to... Oh. Wait, are you the Diva? No.
Oh, Zen won. Zen dead. Oh, shit. Oh my god, what a legend. You got him.
Gosh, gosh.
I kan bare vente jer.
And more. Oh, I can
that's
aim.
not the right
Holy
button.
shit. It's alright. Let me in. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to break the roll, but...
Wait. She's dead.
Ew. I mean, technically we're still winning, I guess. This feels rough. I don't know, it's because I'm playing Lucio like a moron.
No, you're cooking.
Alright, let's do this.
Oh shit.
You just got their holds, basically. Oh, so that's where they're all cornered, is it? Oh.
Oh shit, we won!
Nice.
We did it!
Calculated.
Hell yeah, we planned this all. What is the plan all along? Gaga, gaga. Hell yeah.
Melt Detonator. I guess it's a perk for Dynamite.
Oh yeah,
or
yeah.
if people are too bad.
You get
is
to,
that for when you're not aiming well enough to actually shoot it? You can press the button instead.
But I don't know why you would do that.
Does it increase the damage as well, or is it literally just that? Actually, I can look it up, can't I? Oh yeah, yeah. But the other perk is dog shit, so I get it. Coach gun knocks back acid enemies 12% further. Why would you ever buy that? 12%? What is 12%? It's like...
Never do you know how easy it is to shoot the dynamite?
Yeah, but I guess you can do some fancy stuff where you just throw it on the floor and you specifically explode it like cuss of mine, I guess.
Yeah, but like if you just
like
leave it be, then it's like they know. They know.
Yeah, I guess.
I told her the ways. I told her the ways. What do you mean? I told her to shoot it. You think
to be fair, we just had to explain to her how a railgun works, right? She actually played Sojourn before she got that skin, or?
Yeah, she did.
Alright. She was like, how do I get the number up? And she's shooting people.
Did she really ask that?
She actually asked that today. I thought she was talking about assists or something, how to get assists with Sojourn, but nope, specifically how to charge the gun.
No. No. No.
Mm-hmm.
No. She must be joking. She's joking.
Maybe.
She's joking.
Bottom 500, that's a nice time.
This crusade is getting out of hand.
How many times have you told me that?
How many times have I been?
I keep forgetting to change my roles. Okay.
Oh yeah. Remind me next round. You're damn.
To be fair, I'm just surprised that I get to play anything other than tank as a flex to begin with.
That is actually true.
5, 4.
Nice toes.
You got your toes are not on display.
No, yours. I'm talking about yours. You have toes on display.
Oh shit! Nice.
She has nails painted pink. Also, she looks way too happy in that skin. Like, it's hilarious. She's supposed to be emo as hell, right? There's one flanking Farah there.
Yeah. Got rezzed again. Oh, nice. There's no res.
You're just kind of hiding in the building. Oh shit, I got my shield stuck. He's gone out soon. Because I just got mine as well. There's one Sigma here on his own. There's no healer or anything.
You go for him, go for him. I'm with you.
But, yeah. Wait, he can heal through barriers? Okay, good to know.
Oh, shit. Oh, you might want to come back from the wall.
I got it, I got it. Huh. One day I will actually memorize the perks and not have to raid them before I buy them.
Yeah.
Right now,
one
it's
day.
not that moment. There, Sigma hasn't ulted in a while. Definitely gonna use this on Vayne. Kiriko is low. Got him.
Oh, man. Oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he was waiting for
Yeah, you're fine. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna
Thank you. Alright, now I can read about perks at once. Absorbing. Better. That.
What are these,
Oh, Mancy, 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 come here. Come on. Alright, I'm overextending a little. I'll tweet a bit.
I feel like I have not read this properly.
Now. Doofus is just edging to fist someone.
Oh shit.
I think they're forgetting something.
They did.
Nice. Oh, you look like such a nerd in that victory pose. Like a 14-year-old girl. It's like one of those emo photos from the 2000s. You're just kind of angrily looking at the camera.
You like it, though. You like it.
It's an aesthetic, isn't it? It needs more duck face, though.
Oh yeah. Before I forget. You wanna get off tank?
Oh yeah. Thank you. I'd already forgotten. In the meantime, I'm grabbing some water. Have you?
Mm-hmm. Wait, I can go wee. BRB.
You know, I spent a fair bit of time wondering why McCree was in the main menu. And I just realized it's because of that fucking gun skin. It doesn't even suit his default outfit. But yeah, it doesn't really stand out either. Oh, sure, now they want Busan, huh? I mean, I don't mind Busan either, to be fair.
Now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I actually hate the skin, but I got it from a loot box, so I gotta put some use in, right? But it's so ugly. I'm gonna use it out of spite.
You said you didn't
she's
like
got cat
the
ears
gun.
on top of normal ears. It's like row run of cat girls. It's one or the other, not both.
Wait, are you wearing
She's a
that
fake
skin?
cat girl.
Oh, you are. Wait, no
horrible.
tail though. What the fuck?
Is she even a cat at all? So maybe she's like a I
You
don't
just
know,
have the cat ears.
some other random fucking mammal with ears. Not excluding humans, that is.
No, something is wrong with you.
Yeah, I did choose the skin. Definitely something wrong with me in that sense.
Also, the gun sounds really nice for the skin.
It just sounds normal, doesn't it?
No.
I think McCree's. Uh-oh.
I can't hit her. I can't hit the women. That explains a lot. Neat tail. Exactly.
But no, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna get staggered again. Yeah. They probably didn't give her a tail because of the Actually no, who cares about the silhouette, right? At this point. Not like they'd be very strict about it anymore. Unless it's for fucking Moira, I guess.
Yeesh!
I need to go over here. We're just feeding.
Yeah, I almost got him. Fuck off! He just deflected that. What a mother trucker.
That's too late. I missed. Wow. I missed so hard. I don't know how to play this woman. No, where's the healer? Where's the healer? There we are. She's ulting now, I'll never mind then.
Okay.
Well.
Lucy?
That's
No time to waste.
See, in this case, you would be dying if I knew what I was doing. So I am gonna. You know, fuck it. I'm just gonna go brains off. Get some traps in there.
He's gonna ult.
There we go. Fuck you. Alright, get to the point. We need to contest. Oh, thank god, you're contesting. Yes, we did it! Yay!
I did nothing. You nothing.
You were a mage shield. Great mage shield.
Thank you. I don't even have shield, but thanks.
Oh no, like your body. Right. I mean, you always
My
good for
body.
that at least if you're having a bad game.
Stuck. I got stuck in a. Wow, that's the second time. Are you kidding me?
I think that might
He
have been me.
deflected my
Sorry.
shot
No,
again.
was it your shot? Oh, I thought you deflected mine actually.
What the fuck? Former elk, are you crazy, sir? Oh my god. What a legend.
Maybe only without the perk. Ouch. I mean, it'll change, I guess.
Dodo did it. How are you, Elkie? I missed you. Have you been taking care of yourself?
I hope they put up a fight.
Yeah. Elkie, we love Elkie. Hell yeah. Ah, it's Elkie. Why don't I just play Sombra?
In my world, there are no secrets.
Elkie 10 out of 10, yeah.
Congratulations, Alki. I was about to say.
Oh yeah, Elkie has been playing, he's been playing,
Really?
Kingdom Comes. Number 2.
Ooh, that's taste.
Mommy?
Yeah. I think
Yes.
I might have to change it again. Last game I had more corridors than this. Last rounds. It's not like I still don't have the perk.
What the fuck? You're too low to freeing Capon. I'm not sure who that is, but I believe in you.
Where are they?
Okay, Lucy is a bitch.
Oh god, it's over here. Ugh, this is such a rough game. I need to pick something that can snipe that Mercy out of the sky, I think. The full appearance to everything else. I don't even know what to shoot at anymore. Okay.
Bruh.
I gotta make sure they're not arresting that guy.
Yeah, I'm playing with Alice.
Hey, Alk.
Datey dill don't.
Who the fuck is Cannon?
Capon?
Praying. I don't know what is that like a translated name?
Oh, it could be.
Oh, thanks, Alk.
I finally killed him. Oh my
yeah,
god,
is that,
what a legend! Let's go! This person.
Good. Yeah, but you're supposed to be playing Widow. I want to go in what? What have I
Oh my
going
god.
for top, huh?
We weren't even
What,
countering him. We were countering Genji.
Well...
Yeah, he was not important.
Yeah, but... That's still the same thing.
He was not important.
Thanks, Valve.
Thank you, Valve.
In fact, let me... If my bot is working right, then this should be doing something. It's probably not, though. Also, who just joined Discord?
I have no idea.
Welcome back, Nova.
Yeah.
Nova, okay, Nova, I have an important question to ask you.
Okay.
So, you know Ash? When she
I
throws
know
her
her, yes.
dynamite, what can you do with it?
You can explode it early with the extra perk, I guess. But and
Or
it
else,
blows up your...
or you could. Please.
That's a sorry.
I thought I taught you this.
Or I mean, I guess you
Please.
could blow yourself up. I don't know.
No.
Dynamite.
I'm going. Guys, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
What happened? Why did I just
Nova,
invite you?
have I not taught you well?
Probably not.
You can shoot the dynamite.
Oh yeah.
Anytime. You can shoot it in your face if you want. You can shoot it when it lands. You can shoot it.
Oh yeah,
up
I
in
do
the
that.
air.
No,
you knew
that's
that?
obvious. That's obvious, obviously. So that's why I didn't say it. But like everyone
Okay,
knows that.
are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Guys, guys, she knows it. She knows it. She knows it, guys. She knows it, guys. She knows it. Please. Please. I taught you it. It's one of the things I taught you at the beginning of playing Ash.
There's a lot of characters and you have to remember. I mean,
Is it Lucy again? It's not Lucy again. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck off. Is this the same guy? It's not the same guy.
no, I'm not sure.
Just people playing. Where's this? Okay, we got the Genji. Okay. I can't touch it.
It's a different doing best.
Yeah. What is it, Jeff?
Moira's low. No.
Nova?
Okay, but back to see.
Do I look pretty?
You look super pretty.
Yeah? Do you like my current
Continuously hitting enemies with primary fire.
I do.
You do?
Oh, that is so cool. That's the old thing. I want that. It's ultimate AIDS.
Wow, I missed my shot on that.
Soldiers low. I had shot them.
Wow. Oh my god. 我的蓝小是个新的，我可能先。
I thought we all just kind of died at the same time, I guess.
Yeah.
It's sad.
I accidentally got the wrong thing right.
I want to keep this. Oh, that does put your warm cooldown. Oh, that's the big rollback, I guess. Doomfist is on his own. One moment. Nice.
Oh, hi. Bring in. Okay, I think we get this point.
Hello. Hello.
So a lizard.
Come here, buddy. I've got a nice icicle for your skull.
This colon. Oh no.
Yeah, he landed right on me. He's not with me.
Wow.
I just realized Doofus has a misspelled name. I can't tell if it's a pun or just a typo. Or, like he ran out of letters.
Lily, this is a Genji time, right?
I feel like if you ran out of letters, rather report with an E would be better than with an A, sound-wise, but... What was there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna ult. We're all dead anyway.
Huh? What happened? I died to the poison.
Hit. Okay, that's a clone.
Anna's low. Skill issue? Elky, no! I thought you were speaking my
You know,
flame.
despite everything, it's not going as smooth as I hoped.
Oh gosh. Oh fuck! I was eliminated by Shadow Storm. Oh my god. Being poisoned, bruh. In game. Am I not drinking poison? Am I not drinking poison?
I think I might have to focus more on right clicking than left clicking.
Hanzo shot me in the butthole. I didn't even ask for it. There was no consent. Where is he?
Oh, he found a way around it.
Oh, he's low. Got him. Oh, dragon swing. Dragon. Okay. Is that my ult? Oh wait, dragon swing. Is that my melee? Dragon. I think it might be dragon. Dragon blade. Oh, that's my ult. Never mind. Bring in the rain. No.
Oh, but he snuff also down his own. I didn't know he was gonna do that.
Wait. I can't hit her. Woman's so difficult.
Yeah, he just won't die. Oof.
Guys, I can almost ult. I can almost ult. It's at 99. I will pop off if you guys can contest it.
Nice. Nice.
Wait, is this? Oh,
Genji.
I'm on the wrong place. Hold up.
Wait, oh, wait. It's still unlocking.
Oh, it's still unlucky. Oh, okay. I thought I was... Okay, I don't know where I was going then. Oh, with my ult.
They're gonna be back by the time this fucking thing unlocks. That's kind of upsetting.
Fork it, hi. Thank you, ma'am. Brother!
That still hit me?
Fucking brother killed me.
He punched the pillar I was standing on and it hit me somehow.
Brother. No brotherly love.
Did she keep it? What? Oh yeah, shit, I jumped. Oops.
Wait,
I'm
this
not
not
picking that
putting
back
neck
again. I mean, it
punches.
sounds cool, but it's so exciting. Ow. 99.
Brother,
Oh,
just
if they
love
win
me,
this,
brother.
Do we lose, or do they have to get like all points to how it works?
Yeah, we.
I'm not sure. I
If
guess
they
I'm
get
about
it,
to
okay,
find
they
out
won.
how it works. No, that was a loss. Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I think in Team Fortress
red
you basically
things.
have to go all the way and not just points. But it was also always a fucking stalemate whenever you played that mode.
Yeah. Nobody coming to play?
I don't play the game. Huh. Okay. It's the first tonight, I think.
Knew he's coming to play, guys. Knew he's coming to play.
Oh,
Bring in the rain. Oh my
That's
god.
all. Wow.
Nasty.
Wow.
Wait.
She's doing nothing for most of that.
Did I invite? Yeah, I did.
I'm here.
Tacos, hello. And if anyone wants to join, let me tell you, you'll say your piece now. Do it. Meow, meow, meow. Chad, am I your kitten? Am I your kitten? Am I your kitten?
Oh no, of all the legendaries I could have gotten, it's this one. It's not even Overwatch 2 skin, it's like one of the 2 or 3 Overwatch 1 legendaries I didn't have
I'm
yet.
the cutest kitten.
It's
oh my god.
gross. And I didn't get it because of the slay.
Good night, Elkie. We're gonna miss you. Don't forget about us, okay, Elkie? Don't forget about us.
99 Alex.
Bye bye.
Have a good one.
We already miss you. Guys, do you remember Elkie? Damn, we miss him. He used to come here every single day. He was here moments ago. It's been 10 years now. It's been 10 years since we last saw him.
I mean, it's one of the worst
I'll
skins
be
we
back.
know, but it's still decent.
Hell yeah. Gone too soon. He just came into this world only to just disappear. No. Sir, come back. Come back. Guys, I just checked my phone and Silas is poking me. He's poking me. He sent me a message. Silas. He just sent me he just okay. He's calling me.
Oh?
That's
alright, hold up.
Is this a game begging you to spend my money on it?
No, he's talking to me. Do you guys hear this?
Fucking needy bastards.
Since when were you able to predict the future?
Ah, his voice.
They put a Garrett's voice filter on him. That's why everyone's so horny for him. Got it. Right. Unless that's just the mic being weird, but it sounds like the Garrett's voice filter.
Opened up today.
Oh no, I think that's just the mic.
The top 3 players get a
It is my
special
mic. Yeah.
reward. You want to check it out?
Oh my god, guys.
Why are you getting cold feet already? Don't you have that psychology of success method?
Wait, what? How do you know?
I can't comment on how good you are with psychology or decision making. However,
is
you're
this just
about
a
to become a
soundboard?
master at silence.
He's calling me. He's talking to me on the
I
phone.
congratulate you for being one step.
This is
You
not
tell
how
him
you talk to
everything,
people on the phone. It's like if you just, it's just a schizo calling. You're just calling someone just having a monologue.
No, he's calling me. He called me.
She's tapping options to talk back to him. It's just you can't hear her voice.
Yeah, I didn't want to read because it's too much text. Wait, Raphael is calling. You guys want to hear Raphael?
Does that mean I'm half a hunter now?
He's showing his feet.
Let's calm down. I'll just call myself half of a good hunter and change my mood accordingly. You can match with me and change yours to the other half.
What?
Did he call himself a hunter just now?
No, that's the story mode. The story mode is that you are a monster.
No. He's just listening to Tato and he's like, oh, I'm a hunter. I've got hunter eyes. I've got hooded eyelids. That makes me very alpha. I don't know. I'm up to date
with you, and you rest with me.
Wait,
what?
what?
Do you think? Do you want to go to a nice, quiet place to relax?
Want to go to a quiet place to relax?
Oh wait.
What does that mean?
That is Fable's man. What are you doing?
Dude, he called me. I think he misclicked the number. I think he's trying to call you Fable.
Oh my goodness.
You can open the other half once you're here.
Okay, he wait. Why is Raphael calling me again?
Sketchbook.
He's calling me again.
Oh man.
Sketchbook, tell me.
We'll need to travel back in time to 10 minutes ago for that.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, I saw everything.
So what?
You don't need to humble yourself, or else it'll make me look like I don't have an ounce of artistic sense for recognizing your talent. Using exaggeration.
Okay, alright, there you go. I'll stop for now.
I don't mind listening to that.
You don't mind listening
has
to
to play
that.
the game as well, right? Otherwise we're gonna lose.
Yeah, you want me to be AFK?
You can't just lose, you gotta win. You gotta get those loot boxes.
You're right, you gotta get those little loot boxes. You gotta get those loot boxes, guys. Wait, you got the McDonald's skin? Hell yeah.
I always have the McDonald's skin, you know me.
Yeah.
I thought I cancelled that, but they changed the keys again.
Oh.
You used to be able to just double tap E, but now you have to right click and keep getting.
There you go,
I think
music,
I'm the
guys.
only one here, right? Yeah. No, Bull was here, I guess.
Guys, what if Silas calls again? What do I do? What do I do if he calls me again? Wait, I have to play hard to get.
Pick up if someone calls you. Do you always pick up if someone calls you in real life?
No, I don't.
Exactly.
Fuck. But Silas though, Silas. I was stuck. Nova, you coming back, Nova?
Oh, I am.
I make you come back, Nova.
Thanks. I'm probably gonna die.
We get to die together. You answer and ask him to call you a good kitten. Oh my god. Is he gonna call me a good kitten? Who's a good kitten? Me.
Oh, this is actually someone who knows how to use that fucking gravy, huh?
Oh, I hate
oh
this
no,
hamster
don't die to
character.
that guy.
Oh, can I jump? No, I
Oh,
thought I could
no.
jump over it. I thought I could jump over it! I thought...
Don't worry, I got you.
Wow.
No!
I'm gonna
No!
swap. I need something with more range, I think.
Pile drive. Pile drive.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button again.
Oh my god, you need a good kitten. You need a good kitten. Guys, I wasn't into the word kitten, but now I am because of Silas. No, I'm rezzing you, Nova.
You've dressed me so many times.
You must live.
I'm not gonna live.
You
My
must
ass
live.
is not living.
Oh fuck, we're dead. We're dead.
I can't even tell what's happening.
Maybe I should be playing hands off. I'm not hitting any shots to begin with.
You kill me. I'm very Prince. Thank you for the leg. Very much appreciated.
Okay,
And hi.
fine. I need to practice that bit.
Enemy team is pushing forward. All systems go.
All system go. Go Nova.
Oh, no,
Go Nova. Go Nova. It's your birthday.
God.
Go Nova. It's your birthday.
I got nobody because I suck.
It's okay. No. I'm gonna res you again, Nova. I'm
Oh
leaving
my
you.
god. You have not let me go to the res room like once.
Hell yeah.
I am not contributing.
It's
You must
okay. I'm not
use
letting
your
you go
res
to
on
the
others.
res room. No res room for Nova.
Oh my god.
See, it worked out.
You have 7 deaths and I've never gone to the spawn room.
I'm glad.
Nancy's in here.
I can res you again if you
no,
die.
He's gone. He's gone already.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's coming.
Oh wait, he hits me.
Dang, he hit me.
Who's that? He didn't know you could do that.
My skills are still needed.
I have finally
You finally.
gone to the spawn.
Oh, that's because I died. I will not let that happen again.
The enemy's pushing. Let's take care of them. Posting your damage.
He's in my end, alright?
Rocket barrage incoming.
Yeah, fucking Mancy's low.
Oh, I just. God damn
Awesome.
it. Let's not talk about that.
I'm really struggling here.
Pushing their barricades.
I guess it's no use at this point.
Wake up!
Oh.
Wake up! Wake up!
Try it. Try it.
Wake up, Nova! Wake up! I just tried to rest, but I couldn't rest you.
Aw, man.
Oh shit! Wait, what the fuck?
Look
It's
at
me.
you.
What did I do? Shimmy, 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 yeah, shimmy, yeah. Swallow, la, la.
You know what that skin reminds me of, Ninu?
What? K-pop?
Let me link you. No, no, not at all.
Oh no!
It's
Wait,
kind
is
of
it
the
childhood
same
memory?
direction. It's a childhood memory.
Oh no! I can.
It's knowing that Mercy's like what 40, 39.
Yeah.
She's dressed like that.
Oh no! Okay, I'm ready. I can handle
I'm
it.
looking for a photo.
Oh. Oh.
It's just the pigtails as well. It's just
Oh. Oh.
it's for the Dutch people among us. Kadri, if that rings a bell. And then like the 90s. She just looks like that blonde woman with the pigtails. I just that's just what that
Oh my
looks
god!
like.
Oh my god! No! Dude, that has unlocked some memories. I don't like this.
I don't know what this is.
It's like a childhood. It's like it's still a thing actually. Like they just replace the woman every few years. Yeah, but they replace the woman every few years. Every few years they find a new person who's willing to dye their hair black, blonde, or red. And this is like the original that we knew from the 90s, and it's kind of like
Oh, that is so.
the Wiggles or something.
Oh, that is so old. Oh man. Oh man. No man.
Eight.
Guys, Silas liked my present that I gave him.
Oh yay!
I gave him a flower, and the flower plushie has eyes, and the eyes glow up.
Very good.
He liked it. Demi! Demi, are you gonna come play? Are you gonna come play, Demi? Demi, are you coming?
Is he back from the water park?
You back from the water park? Are you gonna... yeah, he liked it. He's gonna play?
Oh my god.
Come play, Demi.
Nice.
Come play, Demi. Come play, Demi.
Do we
Demi,
switch
come
to
play.
the other voice chat?
He's gonna get dinner first.
Uh,
Okay, my bad. Sorry guys, I cancelled it. He's gonna
My
get dinner first, and then he's gonna come play.
Very good.
Everybody in chat, sorry, so he's gonna play after din. Also, I don't know why that didn't work. Just give me a sec. Let me refresh it. Let me refresh it. Okay, now we can watch some clips. You were gonna tell me?
Select a map.
Beans roll. Yeah, he's gonna tell me a secret.
Oh.
You're gonna do it, Demi?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I will die. Happily. Oh my god, Alice.
if
No,
you're gonna
I
die,
remember
how are you
this
gonna enjoy
video.
it,
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to
You
see
don't have
it.
to. It's just there to haunt you.
Wait, Caleb is calling, guys. Do you guys want to hear Caleb's voice?
I think I stopped playing that like right when they added him.
Somebody's weight has been on a downward trend since last
Caleb?
week. Have you not been eating properly?
Wait, have you seen Caleb die?
Or have you been pushing yourself too hard with your
Yeah, spoilers, but yeah.
My bad.
contacts list for notifications to
I was so sad that he died.
But he didn't actually.
He didn't die, but Grandmama died. Caleb is also cute. I gotta find a good recording of Bro first. I will send you all his voice lines. I will send you everything you need, sir. He calls me kitten. Oh my god. That with a lady boner. Yes, I have learnt about lady boners.
What do you mean you have learned about it? Like recently?
Women have boners.
Yeah.
Wait,
What do I
you
know?
knew?
How do you? Isn't this like sexual etiquette? Were you raised in America?
No.
No, I knew, but yeah.
I just look. I just don't look.
I guess it's a specific term that you kind of have to.
I didn't know.
No.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, crikey. We can kill him. Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me?
Get the worst.
Oh, his shield's gone. Nice.
Got him. Yeah. And that rest caught out quick.
Oh, gosh, you're dead.
No, I'm alive.
Wait,
but...
you didn't know? You didn't know women get boners? See, it's not only me.
Oh, sorry, Nova.
Wait. That is so good.
Oh, fuck. No, please, I don't want to die. He's won. He's literally won. He won. He won. Oh, well.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. Gotta go.
Oh wait, there's an exit.
That's it. Dragon, these nerds.
I swear there was an exit. Next.
Wait, Arisa.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Alright, I'm going back.
Welcome to the family Lemon Fanta Hanzo.
Hey,
No,
Lemon Fanta Hanzo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you.
Right, Max.
Wait, somebody's asleep.
How hard can it be?
Oh shit, we got him. Don't let her perish, woman, perish. Women perished. Not women, just woman.
Get Hanzo, he's low. They're both low.
Oh shit. Go down. Hanzo is one though. We got him. Nice. I think it has an ult, maybe?
I see you. Eager, Reinhardt.
Who wants my cool ass ult? Oh. Come here, doll. Come along, Mercy. Oh, hi.
Yeah, I don't have mercy for healers. Anybody?
Heck yeah. Hi, new. I'm Dad. Whoa. I so sad. Wait. Ooh, I see Bud. Nice. Ooh,
Oh,
fuck.
that's painful.
Yeah. Okay. I can do crit now.
Wait, who shot us from behind? Is that a mess? Yeah.
What the fuck? Fuck. Somebody died and then I died and everyone died. Why is Silas not calling me? Nova? Why is Silas not calling me?
Not the end.
Because Demi hasn't put out the voice track yet.
No. No. No.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Ooh.
Oh,
fuck. Oh, fuck. That's,
Oh, God.
Unfortunate. Ow.
Oh, he's one hit.
Okay, see beams. Oh, I think.
Oh, he caught me.
Oh, I got him asleep, but I can't fight him because I'm low.
So I just can call you at any moment. Oh, that'd be wonderful.
This is so cinematic with the music. You like my music? You like my music? Demi, you like my music? Wait, Demi, your music is coming out today? Wait. Is it out?
Tomorrow.
Okay, Mercy's down. Wait, why do I hear him behind? Oh! Don't let the dragon consume you. Okay, I must check. I will check. Is it
Why
out
does it
yet?
sound like someone was over
A
here?
new horizon. 12 hours from now. 12 hours. Oh, I have to wait 12 more hours. That's not even 2 hands. That's a little more than 2. Oh. I saw a perish, guys.
Don't mind me.
Oh my god. Wait. Fuck. Oh, no, please.
My ult is wasted.
He's low. Beat him up. I don't want to do the walk. Please, I don't want to do the walk. Thank you.
Well, I kept him busy.
Yes, I'm really excited to hear it. I'm really excited to hear it. Demi, will you teach me how to sing?
Me too.
Ow. Shit, Ash is low. Really low. Good.
Oh, he's one. I gotta hit him once. Oh, wait. Fuck off. Stinky. I'm not toxic, guys. Oh my god. I'm not toxic.
It's just you right now. Oh, nice.
Oh, see. Oh, it's only me? Oh god, don't die on me. I was so happy with killing the Hanzo. I have no sleep.
No, fuck.
I don't have sleep until. Okay, guys, he's asleep here. Hell yeah, he dead. What?
Shit.
Fuck! Hanzo! Toxic game when you... No! I'm not toxic. You can tell you're not toxic because you have to specify. No toxic, yes. English is hard.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh, Alice, don't die. I nanoed you. You don't have to. You don't have to go with it.
Fine.
I didn't want you to die. Oh, you got him. Nice.
I've got. You gonna be okay over there?
Oh gosh, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Oh!
Nino,
I live. Oh wait. He's purple. He's purple. He's purple. He's purple. He's low.
Oh, I misaimed it. Oh, thank God, he's outside. Oh, I would have been very upset if Bob disappeared the moment I... Oh, it's gone now. Wait, shit. Oh well, doesn't matter. We got this.
We got it. We did it. Oh
nice.
my god, that was so scary.
Play of the game.
Okay, fine.
Has a what number is after him? What number is that? 10.
I'm gonna be really honest though. I need to quit.
You need to quit?
I need to. Yeah, I actually need to go to the dentist this morning, so I should really be going to bed.
Could you believe it, guys?
fair.
It's okay.
Alright.
We forgive
so,
you. We love
yeah.
you. Thank you for
Thank you.
playing.
Again tomorrow? I mean, I haven't gotten all the boxes yet.
Oh, hell yeah! Right, Nova?
Alright.
Right, Nova?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still streaming. I wasn't even sure if the stream
How
was
did
still
it?
working. I haven't looked at OBS in forever. Thanks for the follow, Debbie.
Oh yeah!
Actually, I've gotten a few followers that I didn't notice. Oops. Well,
Oh my god, she's such a streamer, guys.
This is so true.
Alright.
Thanks.
Good luck with the games and good night, everyone.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Thanks for playing with us, Alice.
Oh, this is your. Oh, this is your PS5. Hell yeah, let's go.
Should we switch to the chat with Demi?
Yeah. Demi. Hi, Demi. Do you want to call Nova?
Sure. Is there a chance Fable will be joining us, or is it just the three of us?
It's Fable asleep. You know what? I'll just call. Don't worry. Happy to see you. Hi, it's me. Oh my god, look, it's Gojo. Gojo.
I see my Gojo above it.
Oh, Demi said that's not Gojo.
No, his name is Gojo.
Is his name Gojo?
Yeah, that's the Gojo from My Dress Up Darling.
I know. I watched the anime. I was just. What's her name? Marine.
Yeah.
Marine. This woman. Okay.
The girl was on.
Oh man. Oh my god. No more chat. No more chat, guys. She's gone. Everyone is gone.
I'm right
it's
here.
so empty.
I'm right here.
Wait, it's like I'm hearing voices.
Oh my goodness.
I'm hearing Nova. Guys, I
love
miss her.
Novalia.
We
You
love
want to hang out with its Novalia.
Nova. I miss Nova. It's like she's here, guys. It's like she's here. It's like she's here.
Why are we shared with you? It's because of us streaming.
Guys, she's not here. Nova's not here. What do you mean? You're just hearing voices. I'm joking. I just. Do you wanna 1k damage?
Huh?
You gotta do 1k damage and then it changes heroes.
Okay.
Never stood a chance.
Why am I not even close yet? Oh fuck, why Widow? Oh. Nova? That was mean.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who are you playing now? Oh.
Kiriko.
Kiriko? Okay, I'm gonna find you. Oh, I see you!
Oh no.
Guys, I'm getting.
No.
I gotta! I gotta, guys!
Oh
I gotta! I don't have her anymore. Are you playing Widow? Wait, who's playing this? Bye. Come feed me. Come feed me. Was that you, Nova? Hi, Nova. Hi, Nova.
No. Hi,
Bye, Nova.
Oh, man. I forgot I was Widow and I could have probably saved myself.
You could have saved yourself. Wow. My backside got annihilated. Okay. Oh man. No! Oh my god, we found the game. That was pretty fast, I would say.
You scared of the cooties? I am scared of the cuties too, Abian.
You scared? The cooties? Is that like a bad sneeze?
Is it?
Demi's having pizza. Demi's not sharing his pizza with us.
Demi, what the fuck?
Demi, what? As long as it's not pineapple pizza,
Select your hero.
I will be okay with you not sharing it with us.
As long as it's specifically the blandest form of cheese pizza,
Wow.
then I will have it.
Well, like the, I don't know, like the 50p pizzas.
Able to go get the complete clip. The complete clip of what? My cringe moment that I will never live down. Oh, wait.
Okay, sure.
People don't want... Oh, yeah. Wait, I kind of want... I don't know what the other...
No,
support
to know that I was able to get the complete clip. The whole clip? Oh, wait. The one with the... The one with the... sussy one? Abion, you wanna add it? You wanna add it just so I can see it? Oof. So it doesn't have to cut off? Ooh. Guys, wait. Should I change and become the Kiriko? Become the Kiriko?
I'll find my own
Oh my god. Wait. Guys, I'm on the skateboard. Oh wait, I forgot. This is comp.
It's like the time that I sprayed breath spray into my eye. Like,
oh, behind you
blank.
is a Mercy. Oh, she's gone now. Oh, I got a snake.
Well, it was because I didn't know what it was. I was like investigating. I was, you know, as a child, you investigate what things are by your senses, and so I was like, I was like trying to like squeeze it and stuff, and it wasn't happening, and it wasn't shaped like a normal spray bottle. Not like the index. And so then I was like sniffing it, and then I like looked into, like I saw a tiny little hole in it, and so I pulled it up to my eyeball, like point blank up to my eyeball to look inside this tiny little hole, and as I was fumbling with it, I sprayed like mint breath spray directly into my eye.
Such a beautiful song, guys. Actually, I don't remember the lyrics though. Oh, wait, did it not work? Wait, hold up. Was it working and I was like so deaf because I thought... Wait. Did it...
Oh.
Punch him.
Like the time that I sprayed breath spray into my eye, like point blank. I definitely didn't shoot him while he was doing that.
I died.
Thank you.
Yeah, it worked. Oh my god, I was just
because
locked in.
I didn't know what it was. I was like investigating. I was, you know, as a child, you investigate what things are by your senses, and so I was like look. I was like trying to like.
I was like,
squeeze it
I
and
hear
stuff,
Nova,
and it
but she's
wasn't
probably just
happening,
talking.
because it didn't. It wasn't shaped like a normal spray bottle. And
Nice
so then I
spray
was
bottle.
like sniffing it, and then I like looked into like I saw a tiny little hole in it, and so I pulled it up to my eyeball, like point blank up to my eyeball to look inside this tiny little hole. And as I was fumbling with it, I sprayed like mint breath spray directly into my eye.
This is so funny.
It's even more sussier, guys. It's even more sussier. Oops. It's even more sussier. Ba ba da ba 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 da 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 da. Oh, you're so tiny. I like it.
Yeah, I got this today thanks to Rankerswood.
Yeah, you got the you even got the glitter one. It's so pretty. I actually like it now. I actually like it. I like it now.
I like it.
You're pretty.
And I've been doing a lot better with Sojourn than Ash, so I've been wanting to get better at her, and this will definitely motivate me.
She can be cracked. Da, 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 da. Next. Next. Is that a Hoggerino? This is easy charge for you.
Oh my goodness.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
Thanks.
Hands on one, hands on one.
No.
You can
I know. I had to reload.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh my god, there we go. Okay.
Da, da, da. Hiya. He missed my. He shot at me. Da, 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 da. Got him. I can't even aim.
Come to me for heals. Just needed a dash of mischief.
Meow meow.
Come here. I can heal you. I'm with you.
Da, da, da. Ba, 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 ba.
Nice to know you have my back.
Oi! I saved your ass, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, she's gonna res him.
Oh.
Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
Da, 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 da. Okay, you got likely for ult. Oh no!
Oh, I died to their Sojourn.
Yeah. Put it down.
She is the better one. Oh no.
They're not gonna touch. Hi, darling. Bye-bye, darling. Oh my god, come on, we gotta get her. I can't accept this. Oh my god, I thought I would have gotten away with that. But no, but no.
I licked my wounds.
Oh my god, I have not been healing. Okay, that explains a lot. I'm sorry. I've been slacking on my job.
It's okay, it's okay.
This ends now. Over here. Not so fast.
Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no! Wait, I mean his thing ult went off. Stay crawling! Oh fuck! Wait, he's ulting. We can go with this. Drama! Drama! Okay, Sojourn kinda low. Okay, no, pull for him. Oh my god, thank you. Okay. Oh, hi! Oh, fuck. Ah! Yamete!
I don't give up that easily.
Ooh, I suppose I could go Anna.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh my god! I took someone with me! I kill him!
Round 2 lost. Score 1.
Bam, 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 bam. I will step up my heals. I'm slacking. Okay, let me change to an actual healer. Actually, I'll go Anna to purple him.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Is its own reward.
His Nino is good. Good Nino means good.
Follow my lead. I'll make sure this goes smoothly.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
This is the final stand. Make it count.
Want me to remove the pin message for joiners if y'all doing ranked? Sure thing.
Oh god.
He's purple, we can kill him.
Ah.
Oh, he got. Oh, Sojourn's one. Got him.
I got this.
Got him, get him good. Oh, Mercy's there.
Hey, Mercy. Hey.
She's low.
No, she healed.
Ba, 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 da, na.
I see you.
Oh god. Bro hates me. Bro hates me.
You're fine, you're gonna be fine, he's purple. We can kill him. Oh god.
He killed me first.
Oh man. We're fine, right guys? Yeah! Nova! Hi! Hello!
Hello.
Hi, do you like my feety spinner? It spins.
You're what?
You're my feety spinner.
Oh yeah.
I think I can... Oh. He's asleep. Okay, purple.
Hanzo one.
Oh my god! Nova, go for it! I believe in you!
Oh my god!
He's purple.
Got him.
Yeah? Da, 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 da. Hey, she's gone. Be gone! We did it! Good. Good. We did it. We're winners. Hello.
Hello?
Whoa, what the fuck is this shooting? She's Bastion. Bastion. Demi, let me know when you've nom. Whoa, oh my god. What level are you for your battle pass, Nova?
49.
49? I'm at 52. Whoa, we found the game so quick. Oh. Which one do you want to go?
I like Blizzard World.
Guys, I wish I could have done the rah. I wish I could have done like the metal screams. Imagine Ninu doing metal screams.
Could still happen.
Rah! Rah! Are you close? Am I there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
They don't want the orbs Zenyatta guy?
Oh.
Interesting.
Why don't they want Zarya? Zarya is easy. Just... Next. Or why not like this? Which plant? Sombrero! Damn. Round. Da da da.
Our tank is a level 1 Drunker Queen and ranked.
The level 6 on Ramadra. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes.
We got work to do.
Oh my god, do you like this plant? Do you like this plant?
The plant?
Do you like this plant?
More field research.
This is a good plant. Are you gonna punch it?
Yeah. But it's okay, there's another one here. Do you want to punch this one? Junkrat just walked on it. He destroyed it. Okay, there's another one here. There's another one here. Do you want to punch this one?
It's okay. I don't need to punch a plant.
Are you sure?
I'm
Wait,
pretty sure.
You can't get rid of it. Punch it, Nova. You know you want to, Nova.
Done.
You want it, Nova. You want to do it, Nova. Hello. Mommy? Okay. Oh no. Why you do that?
Oh no.
Wait. Oh fuck. Thank you. Is it me you're looking for? Oh fuck. Wait, is this a new skin for her? It's kind of cute. Cool. No. Come on, Junkrat, destroy your barrier, Junkrat. Destroy your barrier, sir. Oh, Anna's solo. Anna's one. Oh my god. Okay, I have to fucking reload. Oh, Ilaria won. Echo low. Okay, I should just reload my shot. Grandmama? Oh, Grandmama, she was just one.
Let me heal you.
Looking for...
Oh,
I'm
waiting
waiting
for
for
my
it to come.
pylon. I think it's me. I think I
Got him.
destroyed my pylon.
Let me know when Anna uses a sleep.
Okay. Oh my god, oh my god.
Unless they get rid of Anna. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. Oh, the health pack is just right there. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I thought he died for a second, but no. No. The universe sings for me.
Now to show them that I'm in business.
Oh my god, wait. Is this Fable's song? It is Fable's song. Oh, we've got the payload guy, by the way.
Surrender to my will. Let's get our payload.
It's okay. I'm gonna be payload princess. Don't worry about it.
I'm taking the payload.
Wouldn't it be funny if like she just wakes up, guys, from that? Oh. I'm missing all my shots on her. Oh, okay. Well, Woo! Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been so... We're just running it.
We got this.
Wait, really?
Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Okay, wait. I need to call the other call.
Okay.
Okay, where's the other one? Where's the D&D one? Did I change the picture of it by any chance?
Oh yeah, I found it.
Could you believe it? Fable? Hi Fable, we're listening.
Hello.
We're listening to your song. I'm gonna replay it again.
My song?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean he's scratching on my booty cheeks and
Yeah.
love the way he rhymes? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a good song. So,
Yeah.
what's up?
What's up? Hi, I missed you.
What's up? Miss you
What
guys.
you
too.
doing?
Wait, I'm rigging.
He's really. Is this your third one?
This is, I mean, this is my third Hollow Knight model, but it's a gift thingy I'm making for my Oshi, like one of my Oshis.
Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh.
I just want to see how it looks like so far.
Yeah. But
We're
only
in a
show it
match
to us.
right
Don't
now,
show it
but
to
in
chat.
between. Oh yeah.
Oh, are you still streaming?
Yeah.
We are still streaming.
Wait.
Oh.
Did you want to say a bad word?
No, I didn't. I just, you know, But I say anything like any personal stuff that chat's not supposed to hear because chat is stinky.
They're too young to know.
Too
young.
We need to open the. It's only one eye right now because I still need to reflect the other one because I haven't like fully rigged it yet. But I've just been adding some physics and all that.
I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep into life.
We gotta
on
finish
the
our match.
neck and then we kissing on my bosom.
Oh, daddy, on that boy, so damn good looking. And wait, is
you were timing was great.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm going to save you.
Is there a reason you called the D&D's nuts one instead of the girls chat?
Because we told Demi to join playing Overwatch. She's eating food.
He said he would join us after pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Pizza is more important to him. That's okay, it would also be more important.
It's understandable. Pizza is important. Oh,
Yeah.
that person died.
Oh,
it's Nova that died! Nova! It's not just any person.
It's the person.
Why would you leave me here in this cruel world, Nova?
Because I'm coming back. I'm coming back for you, baby
Why do you
girl.
leave me in this cruel world?
There's a person.
She left me all alone, guys. I got him, don't worry, you're safe. See? I protect Nova. I protect Nova. Okay, I don't want to be down on the ground. You might not want to be down on the ground either.
Oh no.
Oh, he's one. Okay. That works too. Stinky confirmed, yes.
You won't get the best.
Oh no.
Oh my god. I missed so many headshots there. I can't embarrass.
It's okay.
Oh my god, I love it. Is also Fable, is there like a dark mode for that?
Oh, are you looking at the thing right now?
Yeah, I looked at it.
Oh, well, let me know when you guys are done with the
so
thing.
pretty.
I was gonna show you guys the physics and stuff, but yeah, but you know, I can do that once the thingy's finished. If you know, once you're out of a match too.
I think.
I'm not distracting you guys. Also, I'm not sure if there is a dark mode. To be honest, I've been looking for one, but I'm not sure. If
Unbelievable.
there is one.
I remember it being light mode. The reason why I stopped rigging. I only did the eyes and then I was like, nah. In fact, I streamed it, guys. You guys we're not good enough for the girls. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm 25 HP in a dream. Wake up, Nova. It's okay, actually. Oh, I thought I would have got him. Hi, Rui. I mean, Runox. Who started calling you Rui? It's Ruinox. The name I've given you. The name I've bestowed upon you. Okay. Oh, fuck. Anna's just hiding in the little corner.
Oh my god, I literally walked out into death.
Oh fuck. Oh shit.
See, I thought we had this in the
Wait, do they have more
bag.
time than us? No, we have more time than them. It's okay, we can do this.
Score 3.
Your body went flying. Can you blame me? Sure, baby. People, I'm gonna be drawing you naked.
Yeah, I've heard.
It was.
I know I'm in good hands.
I can't believe that they raised so much money so quickly in the name of porn.
I'm gonna be drawing all the girls, I suppose. Wait, yeah, that's all the girls. That's all the girls.
All my
And chat.
fellas. Down. All my fellas. Down. All my fellas. Down. All my fellas.
5, 4, 3, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective
Oh! Bye-bye. Okay, we shouldn't go too far. We should just hold this choke. Oh!
Hi, Reaper.
Gotta have shield.
There are Laris alone. Oh, there we go.
Wait. Oh. Wait, how do I put my shield up? Wait, how do I do it? Oh, he's gonna come down again? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I ulted, guys. It's so great. Oh, this song? Ren? Yes, he makes really cool music. I like his, let me show you. He's got like a...
Objective loss.
There's this song that he has. I think Violet's Tail, Screech Tail, and another one. Jenny's Tail. Story.
Oh, somebody's in there.
I forgot. I should. Nice ult. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me. Also, wow, everybody's dead. You. Oh, Fariha, stop killing yourself. Oh. Oh, they got a point. They got a point.
Oh.
They got a point. Isn't that so kind of them?
That was really kind of them.
They're so generous. Next. Ooh. I'm a professor. I'm a professor.
Oh.
I'm gonna get a quick boost, killing slow. Okay. Hi.
No mistakes.
Hello.
Hi. You wanna see my Pachimari? Look. Wait, I'm looking through my bag.
How many of you Overwatch people are missing?
Ah.
You like it?
Very cute. Very cute.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Bring! Bring! Happy birthday! Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. Oh. Okay, wow. Let's not talk about that. Oh shit, okay. Pop on pretty, yeah, 1. Ring! Ring! Oh. Hiya.
Hello.
Hello.
A little close, I see.
Guys, look at my gun. Now it's green in the shadows, but when I go out here, it's blue. Isn't it pretty? Isn't that so cool? Oh, I found the ash, by the way. Was that also $70? No. Oh, no. It's... no! That sounds really bad. Ain't no way. He...
Oh.
I got him. Okay. I'm gonna wait a bit.
30 seconds remaining.
I can ult, guys. Oh! Shit! Big! Big guys. He's stuck on the trap. He's stuck in the trap. Oh my god, I missed everything, but I think we got this.
Let go.
Let's go. We did it. Abel, did you want to show us the
Yeah, we just finished our game.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me show you.
I'm
let me know when you
ready.
guys should see it.
I love the design.
I love it. It's so pretty. Oh my god.
Oh my god, physics.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not done adding physics yet and all that, but that's what I got so far.
I love
It's
it.
so good.
Thank you.
It's alive. It's alive.
It lives.
It is alive.
You know, I like the little the scale angle thing with, like, you know, that line. Whenever like you jiggle it, it just swings around.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
The
like this
parameters
thing?
when they.
No.
The red dots. Red dots.
Not the red dots. Not the red dots.
Or
The-
this thing?
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. The one that you just pointed at. Look at it. The blue dots. Look at him. Look at him move.
Look at it.
Looks so
Yeah,
good
so
with it.
far I have-
I would say if I could see it. It's not for your eyes. It's not for your eyes, chat. It's for our eyes only. We won, Nova. We keep winning these games.
We're doing it.
Oh, did you guys hear the last line? Which is it? A girl named Jenny and a boy named Screech. This is Screech's tale now, and then it's gonna be Jenny's tale. It's all a story, but it's a sad story. A boy named Sue? No. A boy named Screech and a girl named Jenny. And the mother is Violet. And it's all horrible. It's all horrible.
Oh my.
So don't listen to it if you're sensitive. Damn, I kind of like this skin for Hanzo. This emote is so pretty. Oh, I kind of do. New. Yo, why is he bold like that? He bold. Maybe I should just go with his other skins. This looks so... He looks so handsome. Men in suit. Nice. Whoops. Is that boobs?
Guys, okay, question.
Yeah.
You know how like you get the points and you can change your weapon skin color to be like Galaxy Golden or Jade?
Yeah.
I think that the first one I want to spend it on is the Mercy hamster weapon. And I don't know if I should change it to Galactic or Golden.
Let me see. I don't have Galactic. I have Golden. Do you want me to show you how they look like? I mean, you can actually see it, so I don't have to
Yeah,
even
I
show
can
you.
see, but I wasn't sure if because I like Golden and I also like the Galactic.
Ooh. Kat, which one do you guys think she should get? Should she get the Galactic one, or should she get the Golden one? The gold one suits it better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But Galactic looks so nice. From London, in it, bruv. Galactic is Nova. Yeah, you're right. Galactic is Nova.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay.
He claimed. Oh, he said he was gonna do one from the perspective of the cop, which would be really cool.
Fable, were you aware that Demi is going to make a voice pack where he roleplays as Silas?
Silas. He's gonna do Silas's voice. He's gonna do Silas. He's gonna do. I think he can pull off Raphael's voice too.
Probably.
I agree.
Demi, did you hear?
Select
What if he forgot about
Is
us?
he here? Demi, did you?
He went for pizza and he forgot that he said he was gonna play games with us.
Hold up.
Oh, he's just savoring the taste of his pizza.
About us. Oh, I completely forgot. Okay, Ramatra Sombra? Ball, okay. There you go. In London City. London City, innit?
Traveling to Havana.
You knew this floor.
One of them was on the enemy team last time.
Oh, which one was it?
Ado.
One of them.
Ado, the perfect soldier, was on there. I don't remember the other ones, but
Smoking ganja with the boys. That's a line. I got the widow skin, widow gun skin. Oh my god! You like my spinning thing? You like me spinning? No, you like me spinning?
very nice.
You like it?
Very nice. I also love your weapon with that skin,
You
like the
do?
black and gold with the gold.
Do you like
weapon.
this? Look, I learned this in school.
Oh, I love the ballet emote for her. It's such a shame you have shorts on underneath the skirt, but
Oh, you naughty girl. You naughty girl. She's so naughty, guys. She's so naughty.
Oh, it's Arya.
Okay, one down. Okay. Guys, what if I get hit this shot? Never mind, I will not hit this shot because I missed my jump. Oh, I shot in the head. I shot the Zarya in the head. This town, she knew this. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Shame. Hi. I want to be Play-Doh princess. Princess. Okay, we got it. Ooh. Oh my god! That was an accident. Do do do. Thank you. Do do do. Come on. Oh. Do 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 da da da. He's gonna deflect this shot. Oh my god. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, I gotta change now. I'm not gonna fight that. Naughty girl. Every step that I take is not a mistake to you.
Efficient design at work.
You come so numb, I can feel you where.
I feel nice killing time. No, just
Where?
not
Oh my god, I blow them a kiss. More like me and be less like you. Okay. Did we get the Genji, by the way?
I don't know. I didn't see a Genji.
Okay.
I heard him though, so I think he's alive.
I got him.
Nice.
I'm blowing my kiss. Thank you, man.
Why are we in there?
To you.
It's go time.
Oh, I charged her up there. I hit her. I hit her. So numb, I can't do there. So much more aware. To do is be more like and be less like you. It over. Oh no, he's doing it! Yuji no good. Oh, he's gonna die. Nice. Become so numb, I can feel you there. Okay, she's not up there anymore. Tomorrow, where this one to do like me and be less like you.
Oh, they destroyed my
gonna
kitty
go,
thingy.
guys.
What?
I think I'm gonna go.
It's because she's charged in it. Oh no, 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 no! There's no way. He threw it all. They threw it all the way back there. Oh.
You won't get the best of me.
Yum yum yum. Yum 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 yum.
No, did you hear that Fable left?
Fable left?
Yeah, she just said bye.
No! Tell her to come back. I bet it must be a mistake. Must be a mistake. Fable, come back, please. Okay, she slept already, so. Oh fuck. Fable!
I'm about to pitch a fit.
She didn't even say Amazon Prime. She didn't even say. She didn't say anything. I miss her. Come back. We miss you. Oh gosh. Hi Nova. Hello. Hey, I'm red. Okay, I think I can get healed from this. Yeah.
I needed that.
Oh. Oh. Wow, really?
Ah!
Me?
The fuck?
This town just ain't big enough.
Wait, Silas? Am I being rewarded? Oh my god, the moon is out! Where are the werewolves? If they are Awooga, Fable's gonna come back. Oh. Whoa. Oh man. Ahaha, I'm not in the ult again. Oh.
My healing pylon is still in there.
Your pylon's still around?
Yeah, it's inside of like where the cart is.
Oh, I
inside of a
see.
room.
I see it. Oh, it's all the way in there. Bye forever, no, please. No, no, she's not gone forever. She's coming back. She will come back to say hi to me. Or say kitten. Oh my god. Fable saying kitten does things to me, guys. I don't know what it... I'm not gay. Oh my goodness gracious. Hiya. Oh. Are you sure you want to fight me, girl? Oh shit. Wait, wait, I'm gonna have to touch it. I don't think I can touch it. Oh. You call me her little kitten? And wait, don't say that.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Next.
Stop the payload.
Hell yeah, nice. We got the Anna. Why is she so small? I can't hit her. Oh, she got in. Oh, where's the Genji? My new perk unlocked. Oh. Yeah, I'm overextending. I'm coming back. Man. I'm waiting for that moment that Fable's gonna join and call me her kitten.
She's feeling not so good right now, so I don't know if she's gonna join. Oh god, where the fuck are they? I thought they were right here. Oh, there's one right there.
Guys, I've realized that I haven't had Treat Stream on for like how long now? Oh, she's one? She's teammate now. Oh. Oh, I have to reload. Rip. Hehe. Are you sure you want to fight me? Are you sure you want to fight me, doll?
Don't forget, keep an eye on you, kitten.
Wait. What? Wait. What did I just hear? Fable. Eyes on me. Wait. Lampy, are you awake? We were talking. It's one. Ah!
What's one?
It was the fire was one hit. One hit away. Fable sent it to me. Fable. Oh my god. Wait, because it's always Lampy, and I saw LA, and I was like, wait, Lampy? waiting for the time for you to come in and call me your little kid.
We still didn't force her.
Okay,
Though. She's
I'm
not
gonna
feeling
bob it
very
on you.
good, okay?
I'm dead. Wait, contestable. Oh my god. Guys, anytime she will come in here, I will not sleep until she comes in here and calls me her kitten. Oh my god. Wait, did I get it? Oh, gosh, wait. Okay, turret is gone. Oh, rip.
Oh
Won't
my
sleep
goodness,
anyway,
they have
don't
so much
lie.
healing.
I will sleep. I mean, not right away, but I will sleep when she calls me her kitten. Tomorrow, check and read the soundbite for. Oh. Okay, thank you. She's gonna call me that tomorrow. Fable's gonna do Silas's voice lines. You already do great, Fable. Oh.
Wait, did she just eat it?
Yeah, she can eat your ult.
Oh.
Did you feed it to her?
I didn't know.
You did. No, but she can eat like all projectiles.
I'm so dumb.
No, you just didn't know. So I try to
60 seconds.
You guys, you want my rose? You want my rose? You want my spiky rose? Guys. Oh my god. Wait. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. You know what I was about to say? Oh wait, somebody said typed something bad. What did they type? Team diff. That's not bad. Come on.
Somebody over here. Oh man. Oh no.
They didn't touch. It's okay. We won. Guys. What if I... I'm not sure if I can even say this. Maybe I shouldn't say it. That's when you know it's bad. Uh-oh. I guess I won't say it. I won't say it. Nova, we'll keep winning.
I know.
Okay.
I like it because it means that we won't have a wide match all the time, right?
Yeah.
I think I get a little bit.
Oh, gosh. Maybe you should get the galactic one. Galactic one looks nice as well.
It matches the hamster eyes.
Yeah. Maybe you should.
I still have like 500 more red stuffs that I need to get before I can buy it, but
oh, I
think I want to get that first because I don't like the light blue as much.
Yeah, I've been using the gold one because that's what I have. What's the normal color? Is it light blue? Yeah, the light blue is just me. The gold one is alright, but I think the galactic one is kind of nice too. I got the jade one for it too. It's meh. It's meh.
Meh. Oh wait, it's time for me to eat food.
You time for you to eat food?
Yeah.
So you're gonna get your food, right? And then come back.
I would come back, but I can't really like play Overwatch and eat at the same time. But like I could be on the call.
Okay. I mean, what should I do in that time, guys? Then. Well, Nova's doing that.
It's up to you.
I do some stadium. Let's do some stadium whilst we wait for Nova. Eating food tomorrow? I know. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Anyone watch Dead Man Wonderland? That anime was peak. No, you haven't? It's actually good. It's actually good. But I don't think they've like made any more content for that.
I'll be right back.
Okay. They've only made like one season, which is sad. My bad. Wait, why does it say it's a book? Is there like... Dang. It's a manga, isn't it? It's not like a light novel. The art is so cool. Maybe I should read it. I swear, read. Look at the pictures. Oh no. Okay, Cassidy. Guys, there is a thing I need to do. What was it? Is it fan the hammer or something? Oh, crikey. The way for me. Like, there you go. Dua. Anyo. You know. No, I forgot. I forgot. Oh, okay. Don't say it like that.
The lineups are locked, and we're ready for one heck of a match. The stadium awaits. First up, get ready for control. Welcome to the
You never go away. Oh yeah, fade away fan. That's the one. This build. Make it out of here.
Hello.
Andreas.
Affirmative.
What the fuck? Is this my eyes or did this punch go funny? Wait, no, it's not my eyes. Oh, guys, you guys like it? You guys like this? Look what I can do. Many pieces, scan them all. Hello, welcome. I wanna eat. I don't have an ability. Hi. Fidget spinner gun 2.0. I know, I like it. Oh, it's snowing. Make it out of here, even if it takes all night. Wow! Wow! Okay. Fucking hell! I'ma die. How many? Oh, she's got the dynamite. Panda. It's not our panda, right? So lonely. All alone. I'm in a glass room on the stone. I made a pieces. Hello, welcome home. Okay, I gotta not spin the fidget spinner. Ooh, fucking hell. Thanks. Get a bean. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you, Bubba. Huh? Excuse me? How did all his bullet hit my head? Wait, what does he have? Is this... What, is that his fucking ability?
Dust off the boots.
So, why does it look like that? I'm in pieces. I don't want to go there because I know he's scary now. Fuck, I don't want to play with Bob either. Okay. Okay, I missed all my shots on that. Oh. Oh. I killed someone. I killed someone. It has been 2 years since I watched you, I think. 2 years? Brother, how you doing? How are you? Miss me? Are you an enemy team? Are you playing this game right now? Hello, ladies. I'm scared of Panda. Last time they hit me and I didn't like it. Oh, you absolute legend. Legend. They don't have mercy, do they? No. Sometimes I hit, sometimes I don't. I think I'm getting to the part where I don't hit any shots now. Oh, never mind. I hit. I hit. I hit again. I hit again. Hi. Oh, wait. We actually got it. You know, playing been good? Hell yeah, that's good. 2 years indeed. Last session was 2023. Welcome back. Imagine coming back to Nina's stream. That's crazy. Oh, lovely. They said lovely. To all the earth remains no burden to be paid.
We're in the middle
At
innings and everyone's
last.
waiting to see how the match shakes out.
The rest is well. Oh my god! Wait, guys! I saw. Watch still. I saw what do you call Hades 2? Is it coming out like out of early access? Good boy. Two. Wait. I don't have a peanut, but I still have that zest. Heck yeah. Yeah? Oh my god, okay. I will play. I will finally play, guys. I will finally play it because I really want to play it. I have the game. In fact, I got it at early access. Somebody in chat got it for me. Hey. Meal. 18 HP and a dream. Good riddance. Meow 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 meow. Okay, let's go back here. Shit, son. Dang. Soon to 2 weeks, 25th. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to cosplay. I want to cosplay, but you guys won't even be able to see it. But I can't even cosplay because I don't even have the outfit. Oh no. Oh my god. What do I do? What do I ever do? This is where I am. Meow meow meow. I'm away. Oh fuck. That sounds fun. Hell yeah, it does. Oh my god. Wait, maybe. Oh my god, it's on fire! Guys, there's fire coming out of my gun. You fucking hell. Are you kidding me right now? I'm not giving you this charge. I will not. Oh my god, Jungle Queen. Oh my god, Nova's here. Nova,
I'm not back. I'm just eating food.
Oh hi. Well, you just.
But you've
listening
inspired
to
me. I think I'll play Hades this week.
Yeah.
Oh
my god, I still need to finish Hades 1. Like I finished it, but I haven't finished it, you know. Oh my god, guys. It's I'm your butterfly. I butterfly. Wait, what's that back?
Oh, at least Belf noticed me. That's good. That's good.
Fuck off! Fuck off! Oh my god! I can't believe you fucking threw a rock at me. So rude. A samurai. Yeah, I'm a little bowfly. She said something like you did? Wait, did you know that?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You know, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is my volume lower for you than my volume is for chat?
Yes.
I had a feeling. Okay.
It's very low. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It's okay.
I have a soft voice. I need to shout at you more.
No. You just add gain to the wave link for the voice. Or wait. Check your Discord. increase output. The text is louder than you, Nova. Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. Check if your Discord is actually low.
Is that better?
Increase it more? Is it max?
Now it's at 200.
200?
That is the max.
That's max, they still sound the same. But maybe that's my ears. Chat, does she sound different?
I just went from 100 to 200% on Discord output.
I might be a little deaf. Is it better, guys?
I'm saying things. No change? Oh, good. Alright.
Ay. Moroy. Ay. The samurai.
Oh, I'm struggling. My roommates made something spicy.
You ate something spicy. Wait, can you handle your spice, Nova?
I am bad with spices, and my roommate made a really spicy dish.
Oh, can they give it to me?
Tastes good. But I'm like sipping milk between bites.
You're sipping milk?
Yeah! I'm bad with spicy food!
Wow. Oh my god, my asshole got destroyed. Oh, convenient. I come out fast. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, please! Just die for me. Please. I'm reheating my Indian food right now. You're reheating your Indian food? Did you get it today? You gotta make sure. Oh! She's got the fidget spinner! Fidget spinner duos. Alright, I'm gonna go with... Wait. I'm gonna go with my teammate. I will follow my teammate. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. Ninu, good girl for not saying bad words.
Proud of you.
Thank you. My gun is on fire! It's even more on fire now, guys. Oh, I don't think we're gonna touch it. Do you see the fire? My gun?
I see it.
I've been spinning my gun so much. Hey, look! 69! 69, guys! 69! A funny number! I got funny number!
The teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial.
Yeah, let's see. Couldn't we, It is right. It is right. What is right? Mahong. Good Nino. Nino good. Nino good mean Nino good. Good Nino mean is good Nino. Nino good mean Nino good. Good Nino mean good Nino.
Wait, how did you pull up the menu that had all of your teammates' builds with the percentages?
Oh, hold tab and then right click. You can enemy team, and then left click for teammates. Sometimes I just look at it to see the pretty colors. My gun is on fire! Guys, my gun is on fire! Look at it! Look at it! Gunfire! Gunfire! Fire gun! Gunfire! Fire its own gun.
I'm
Fire
so
the
sorry
gun.
if I'm just sniffling in your ear.
I don't hear you sniffling. You gotta sniffle harder.
Spicy food and me do not mix.
Oh. You baby.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, I can kill him. I can kill him. No, I can't kill him! I can't kill him! I'm scared! I helped. Oh, shit. We gotta push this. Spinny! Fidget spinner! Fidget spinner spin! Okay. Really? Oh! Thanks. Oh shit, nice. I spin my fidget spinner. Do you like it? Do you like the way I spin it? You like the way I spin it, girl? Do you like the way I spin my like helicopter? Oh fuck! Please, I don't wanna die. Oh fuck! Wait, I got the ash. Do you like the way I spin my helicopter?
I do.
Freaking Bob. Bob killed me. My gun's on fire! It's getting even more fiery. I think Agneta likes my gun. Don't worry guys! I'm contesting it! I'm doing it! I'm doing it! What do I do? What else do we do? XD. I don't think they know. Oh! You spin my fidget spinner right round like a record baby. Now round. You spin my fidget spinner right round. Oh, we got it. Yeah. We toot. It's snowing.
I can hardly believe my optics when I see stats like these.
It's snowing. Oh my god. Spy Air is so old. Dig. Polyphia. Snowing. Okay, this build.
Where is it snowing?
That's his line.
Oh. The hero? Like
that's what Junkrat says. He says, "It's snowing." Look what I can do. I can. I'm so cool.
Ooh.
Yes.
Very nice.
Thank you. This is the Cassidy that Ash loved.
Hey there. G'day, cover.
Good day, cover. I'm your Huckleberry. I'm your Huckleberry. Watch and learn. Watch and learn.
Good night.
Good night. Sleep well. Wanna miss you. So good night. Good night. Guys, it's not me. My punch is fucking weird. I'm like not seeing triple. Do you see this? What is going on with my punch? Oh yeah. Oh. I fidget spinner. Give me your fidget spinner. Show me your fidget spinner. Give me your yeah. Thank you. She showed me her fidget spinner. Guys, that means she loves me. She loves me. what the fuck was that? I got burnt midair. Brother, please. That was so fucking rude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Wow. I just tickled someone's pickle, but they weren't happy with it. Rip bozo. And I have learned to not do that.
She has definitely not learned to not do that.
What? Is she gonna attach it to others? I shouldn't have moved in a straight line. Oh, I made it easy for her. Okay, I gotta stop throwing now. Need to concentrate. Wait, maybe I can get a. Oh my god, no! Don't, this is a mistake. Girl! Why did you trust me? Don't do that ever again. It's... Don't do it. Thank you. You know, activate full savage mode. Activate. Wait, did I get anyone off? Oh. I died. Thank you. I have blessed the world. Blessed has been the world. Blessed world. World blessed.
Come on, Cole. Try a little harder.
Come on, Cole. Try a little harder. I can do it. I just gotta... You... I heard you snicker, Nova. What? Wait, about what? Me dying?
Nothing.
No, tell me.
It wasn't that.
Tell me. Tell me, Nova. What is it? What's so funny? You want to tell? You want to share with chat? I mean, I suppose
Chad and I know. It's you that doesn't know that we should be sharing it.
What was it? What was it?
It's you asked, did I get anyone off? And then I chuckled.
Did I? Okay, well, did I get anyone off?
See, you know, I could have that question after like moaning on stream. Do you understand?
Chat, did I get you off? Or do I have to get Nova to moan for you guys? Is that so, huh? Is that so? Is that so? Like today or in general? Whoa, in general. Go on, spill it out. Spill out the beans. Wait, I must say more sus things now? Is that so? Is this something we can request? Request, wait, which part? The Nova moaning? I mean, that one is gonna be hard. We just have to get her drunk enough.
I did it today while sober. You just had to play Silas's voice.
Oh my god, you're right. Silas's voice.
Or I have to see a hot person in a game. Honestly,
Oh my
I
God.
make a lot of like sexual noises while playing video games. And
Wait,
I never
wait.
noticed
I
until
have to show
started
you.
streaming.
I have to show you. Guys, you know the song I was talking about? Don't Go Insane. The dance thing that people were doing when that song came out. I gotta show you. I gotta. Brother. Wait. Yeah, but some are more sexual than others. Hold on, wait, what? Wait. Explain in baby words? Explaining colors.
I feel like I'm having a conversation with chat, and then you're a part of the conversation like 20 seconds after the fact.
I can't help it. I can't help it, Nova. I can't help it. I'm a slow learner.
No, you're good. You're good, baby girl. You're perfect the way you are.
That is 100% true. What do you mean? I don't get it. I'm left out. You left out, man.
Chat, we gotta include her in the conversation.
Yeah, include me. Like, say, I don't know, Ninu, concentrate.
Include you.
Why the fuck did he fly? When the fuck? How did he learn to fly? Include you? Yeah, but okay. I will try. I'm concentrating. I'm concentrating, guys. I'm concentrating on you.
Elf, what did you do in Ninu's DMs last night?
Silas. A lot of Silas.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. What a bitch. Oh my god. What bitches. A lot of Silas, yes. And I completely forgot it was a lot of Silases. I forgot. Damn it. He like a machine gun. Yeah. Yeah. I slammed my penis in the car door. I slammed my penis in the car door. You slammed it. Oh, fuck. Okay, I didn't know they could see me. Hi. Why is she so small? Oh, fuck. Wait. No! Don't do this to me! Oh my god. Wait. Where's the robot? Oh fuck. Oh, why did you nano me? Don't trust me with the nano. You trusted me and I've let you down. Why do you trust me? I'm a mistake.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make it. Oh, Yoey. Yoey. Hi, Joey. There was a lot of trust there and I wasn't ready. Wow, this person is so nice. I wish you all have a joyful day. Why the fuck are they so kind? Yo, this guy's like critting. Is that his build? That build looks so funny. No, why you playing? No, why you playing?
Oh, I could do some more games.
She can play, guys. She can play. Nova can play. Wait, where's Demi? Tell them to fuck themselves. Gotta offset the scale. No! They were... You were nice. Where's Demi?
Demi chose his other friends over us.
Oh, we're not important. It's okay. I understand. I've gotten used to this feeling.
No.
You made me the leader. You gave me
you're
the
one
pants.
screaming. You're streaming it.
You give me the paint, guys. You give me the paint.
Yeah, I
And
did.
so we kept getting games real fast. Okay, wait. Did I get? I finally did. I did get it, guys. I did get it. Okay, next one is Luca Dunkisisi. Dunk Sisi. Dunk Sisi. Dunk Sis. Okay. I don't know. What funny? My last message wasn't a joke. Wait. Your last message wasn't a joke. I knew a guy that slammed his penis in the car door. I've never been so jealous of another dude in pain all of my life. Wait, really? Laughs? Wait, they really did that? Was it by accident or did they do it by purpose? Did he do it by purpose?
I don't think somebody in real life could do that. Unless they meant to do it on purpose.
They wanted to get the Olympic thingy, Pain Olympics. Pain Olympic pain. Accident? The guy is super hung. Oh, hung? He can't wear pants.
Can't wear pants.
Oh, okay, that's a different language?
He's saying he has a big pee-pee. That's what hung means.
Oh. Damn. That's like a damn moment, huh? That's rough. Rough?
Oh my goodness. Nino, are you drinking water?
Okay. Here you go. This one's my water.
Very good. Very good.
There you go.
Thank
Was
you.
he an astronaut and also a teacher and also a plumber? Wait, is that Mario? Wait, Mario was not an astronaut. Wait, no, but he did have...
Went to space! Mario Galaxy!
Yeah, wait, he... I'm smart. I didn't even know I was smart. Could you believe it? You're smart. You're smart.
Nader, how do you know exactly the length of your ex-girlfriend's brother?
Wait, wait, what? Wait, could you repeat that but slowly?
He knows the length of the brother of his ex-girlfriend. So that means he was dating a girl at one point, and he figured out exactly how long the pee-pee of her brother was.
How do you... How do you... How?
Nader,
How
what
do
if he
you...
was lying?
You can't... You can't. That does not make sense. America, Alabama? Is that what you say? Is that what? You see all the maths numbers just floating above my head.
I see them.
You see them?
Yeah.
Select a map.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah.
Nino, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm still trying to figure that thing out, but
Select your
I
hero.
shouldn't.
It's okay.
Choose heroes to ban.
Who's heroes to ban? Who should we ban?
I don't like Wrecking Ball.
You don't like Wrecking Ball? Okay, we can ban Wrecking Ball. There you go. I'll just ban this. I know things I didn't want to know, but when you see a
Should we
dude
get
slam
Moira?
his junk in a car door because he is so high from smoking weed, you wonder, like, how does that happen? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. You gotta ask him. Hold on. Okay, Belf is gonna go get high and find out if he's gonna slam his penis in the car door. Let us know, Belf. Let us know how it goes. Let us know. And be your mercy. Hey.
Belf, I bet he wears a kilt.
Hibble?
A kilt.
A kilt?
Yeah.
Is this Scottish? Guys, I'm inside myself.
You were worth it.
I'm trying to listen to the music. There you go. Nidu, yeah. Nidu, why? What? I'm sorry, Val. I'm sorry. Ba 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 da ba ba da. My train of thoughts has derailed. To what? It can't be that bad, huh? Bum, 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 ba, yeah, yeah.
That's the stuff. Got something to kill here. Let me tend to that. I wanted a scar.
You wanted a scar? Oh! Oh no.
Hello! I couldn't help it.
Okay, she used the thing. I can get you. I got you.
Oh, thank you.
I sacrificed myself for you.
Aww.
Nova would yell at me if I express my thought. Tell me, what is your thought? I want to know. What is your thought?
Oh.
What are you thinking of? What are you thinking of? No, Nova, do you know what he's thinking of? No, it's fine.
I can
He's
guess.
saying no, he's fine. Are
I
you
have
sure
a
about that?
feeling.
You have a feeling?
Yeah.
What is the feeling?
I don't want to say it. Oh my god, no!
Oh
no. I...
Hell yeah.
Tell me your secret. Tell me your
Tell me
secret.
why ain't nothing but a
Match
heartache.
day. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't
Mater,
know.
what is happening inside of your brain right now? Because I'm so fascinated by this story.
My brain or chat's brain?
Everything.
Yes, the Muffin Man. He is mad. He lost his job in the bakery, so now he works at the something big word. You're fine. I got you.
Thank you.
I'm a res. Hell yeah. Crematorium. He bakes enchanted gingerbread men to avenge him. You know what? That's fair. The things in my brain are unspeakable. They're unspeakable because I don't know what they are. They're in a foreign language. I will raise you. I'm raise you.
Thank you.
I brought you back from the living.
Thank you so much.
I brought you back from the
Wait
dead,
a
not
minute.
from the living.
Yeah.
Oopsies, you got my words wrong. Scotty gotta
Probably.
know. There's a lot of things going in my head. They don't make sense. There's, you know when you like make a mind map, and there's like
Yeah.
so many trails, so many. That's basically my brain. Like the trails keep going. Oh no! Oh no!
Ugh.
You live.
Thank you.
Oh fuck! He actually hit me. Welcome back to the dead. I have released you from the living.
I must return to my post.
I'm sorry. Wait, that should be my Halloween costume. I'm an angel, but not really an angel. It was all an accident, is all I can say.
Oh yeah, there's a Cassie in the bushes. Or soldier?
Oh, don't die
Yeah,
on me.
soldier, sorry. I died.
I got killed her. Oh my god.
You punched her to death? Oh
Yeah,
my
I
god.
did. I sure did.
Damn. Oh god, I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Oh, thank you.
I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it. Live Nova, live Nova. He's coming. He's coming. The Grim Reaper is coming.
Ooh.
Thank you. Angel of Death. Yeah. I want to be Angel of Death. Look at those abs.
This ends
How many enchanted 30-meter tall gingerbread men does a muffin man need to take over the kingdom? Wait, I know who to ask that. Hey, I knew, where are you? Wait, hold on, let me re-queue this. Hey, I knew! Hey, I knew! Hey, I knew, can you answer this, please? Thank you very much, hey, I knew. Guys? Nova.
Yeah?
My pee-pee is too big for my pants. What do I do?
Is it like temporarily bigger or is it permanently bigger?
Permanently bigger. What do
see.
I do? Bigger ones are more expensive. I don't get paid enough for it. Get a part? Could you imagine? Our wheelbarrow? Could you imagine carrying your pee-pee? Just throw it over your shoulder. The thing is though, I've slept bad on my shoulder, dude. So it's like... Okay, maybe I'll put it on my other shoulder.
Ninu VT asked me, how many enchanted 30-meter tall gingerbread men does a
Rialto?
muffin man need to take over the A kingdom? Oh darling, it depends on the kingdom. If it's a wimpy little place, maybe just a few will do the trick with their gingery wrath. But if we're talking
Gingery
a
wrath.
stronghold
Like Venice.
with seasoned warriors,
Yeah.
you might need a whole squadron of those sugary beasts. But honestly, there's no fun in playing fair. Sneak
There's
in
no
a
fun
few
in playing
wafts
fair.
of that fresh baked aroma and watch the kingdom crumble. Nya.
Yeah. Why did she sound so defeated?
Anknator asked me, Ninu's penis is too big and can't wear pants. What should she do? Oh darling, if Ninu's got a penis problem that big, maybe they should consider a kilt or a fancy robe. Wee. Those can be quite stylish and give the necessary room for comfort. Plus, imagine the wafts of freedom
we are
they feel.
failures.
But
There was a
seriously,
treat rush and
if
we
this
didn't.
penis
We did
is causing
nothing.
Such a fuss. A tailor.
Oh
or a bit
my
of a
god,
custom
there was a
wardrobe
treat rush.
Might do the trick.
Nobody in
Keep
chat
it
said
comfy
anything.
and breezy. Yeah.
Damn. Treat. My pee-pee big. Treat. Please. Big pee-pee. Nova, it's not working.
What, your pee-pee?
The treat is not working. You said something about your pee-pee.
Oh, I said I don't have a pee-pee.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Straight and narrow when hell freezes over.
I don't have a pee-pee.
Catches up with you.
Give me treat.
Same thing.
No treat. Wow. I have a pee-pee. Hold up. Let me try. I...
5, 4, 3,
Give me treat.
1. Attackers in.
No! Still nothing.
Stop
I'm sorry, I'm a bit late. I'm a bit late, but I'm here now.
The Matlock asked me if Ninu, Nova and Fable all decided to take over the gingerbread kingdom, how would they do it? Oh darling, they definitely not play fair. Wee. Picture this. Nova distracts the gingerbread soldiers by pretending to be a cat with those feline.
Oh my god,
wafts
Nova
of
pretending to be a
charm.
cat?
For Fable, with that epic mommy energy, concocts.
I'm so
a
sorry.
magic
I don't get him.
crumble the cookie walls. Meanwhile, Ninu unleashes
I don't get him.
chaos with those sugary beasts we talked about. With their combined antics, the kingdom wouldn't stand a chance. Mau Mau, take notes, folks.
Take notes, folks. Take note, folks. Wow, that is so American, by the way.
Asked me, if Nova had a PP, how big would it be? And would she use it for justice or cruelty? Oh, darling, if Nova had a mighty PP, it'd probably be legendary, like a mythical sword in an RPG. And you know, Nova, that cat-like charm would wield it with a mix of both justice
I'm
and
sorry,
a sprinkle of
Nova.
mischief.
You come back, Nova.
Picture her using it
I feel
to
like that
bonk
Reaper
baddies on the
doesn't
head,
know what my
causing
pylon
chaos in the
is
name
because
of
he's just walked
righteousness.
by it
Mau
every
Mau,
time he
Who
dies.
says you can't have a little fun with justice?
The stereo. Stereo. Oh. Stereo. Bum bum bida. Bum bum bidum bum 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 bida. Oh, hi. Bum bum bidum bum. Bum bum bidum bum bum bidum bum. They have ults, by the way. I can sense it. I can sense it coming out.
Oh no. Aye!
Oh my god. Oh,
Good night, baby.
Oh my god. Who's going to bed? Good night, Runox. Sleep well. Damn, am I going to... you... Wait, hold up. Am I sleeping later than you? Can you feel my heart? Oh, I hit him. Oh, I hit him. But it might have not been enough. I'm hitting her. Don't worry, I got her. Don't hit her. Yeah. You got the right person. Diva will eat it.
Now I know.
Yeah, I'm so glad you know now. I'm glad you know.
This town just ain't big enough.
No! Oh, I'm so sorry I did that. I didn't mean to do that, but accidents happen. I'm going. Let me go on an adventure. Why so mean? He didn't let me go on an adventure.
I'm so sorry.
Can you feel my heart? Chat, what if I made music? Would you guys listen to it? Do you guys listen to it?
I would listen.
How do I make it so it's... Can I make it like it's streamer friendly? And it will be just like random notes. It's gonna be like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Help.
Oh, he's coming. No, but I'm so sorry. That's nothing. I got one of them. I hit him. I will get you revenge. I've been alone. I got stuck. They know how to swim. Damn.
Oh my god. This Diva hates me, dude.
Diva?
Yeah, Diva hates me.
Yeah, I think this Diva knows how to play the game.
Unfortunate.
Ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da. Oh, okay. Our tank is dead. We go back then. Oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
That is so unfortunate, but I killed him. Anknetta, you've been playing a lot of Satisfactory. You've been having fun, sure? Do 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 do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do. Hi Nova. Hi, do you like me?
Hi.
Ooh, you have a nice outfit.
Thank you. I match you.
You do. But you know the best part of this skin? You wanna see it? Here. Look. Yeah, because you're not streaming, you can watch.
Oh, I see. I see.
You see it?
We are in ranked though. I feel like we should probably be careful
yeah, we should.
with the AFK time.
Oh, Reaper's gonna ult.
Oh no.
He's dead. Oh my god. He has an ult. Oh my god, we did it! Nova try hard. Nova try hard. You saying that because she didn't want to look at the panties? I can do it again, don't worry. I can do it again.
Oh my god.
You want me to do it again for you?
You know what? You can do it in spawn.
Yeah. I'm gonna do it in spawn.
Okay.
Belf wants to see it too.
But you're streaming.
But no gaming. Panties. Wait. Okay, look, she's
bisexual means both genders. Or well, any whatever. You get it.
yeah. Guy, you jealous? You jealous? Oh yeah. Here, I will do it here for you. Here you go, chat. Here you go. This is the pose. This is the pose.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
There's actually a glitch for this emote with this skin.
Don't put words in my
Oh.
Yeah. I never managed to do it. But somebody told me about it.
Easy to outfight them.
Kakos, I'm not sure if you see it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hmm. Hey guys, she's dead. They don't think I can hit, guys. They don't think I can hit. Oh shit, thanks. They should not play flying characters. You think you could beat me? You think you could beat the new?
How could they think that?
Oh. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if I burnt myself? Let me go heal myself. Oh shit! I killed myself. No. I know, I'm just being difficult. You being difficult. About being difficult? Try harder.
This town just ain't big enough.
Bow. Okay, where's Farah gone, by the way?
I'm not sure, but I'm a little worried about where the Moira went.
Okay, where's Farah gone? Oh, there she is. Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies. You gonna come here? Oh, fuck! Hi! Oh my god.
I'm trying to... Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's okay, my Bob's doing work. I think we get this push. Hell yeah, baby!
I ain't a quitter.
Oh, which stinky person is here? Oh, she's trying to get the health back? Come here, darling. Good night, darling. Wait, is there a Moira around? There is a Moira. She's one though. Wait, where did she go? Oh, she's back there. Nah! Sleepover. The name is Sleepover. Guess what happened to them? Oh! Okay, wow. That's kind of rude.
Oh, no.
They killed me. Next.
I know someone's gonna pay.
Let's take him to the wasteland. Surrender to my will.
Okay, she moved from there. Wait, how did our soldier die? How did she kill herself?
She just fell.
Oh gosh, I know this guy's gonna kill me.
Shit, that's a bad place for it. No, I should have just kept it there, baby.
Please stop! This diva. Diva's naughty. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Oh, he fucking deflected that shit.
Hello? Oh my god, it's the Demi.
Wait, it's
He
actually
remembered
Demi?
us. He remembered us.
He
Yeah.
remembered?
I did.
Aw.
Oh
Wow.
my god, Demi, you remembered us.
I did. I didn't forget.
I need a little juice.
I'm
Can I
dead.
get you a
You
juice,
need,
ma'am?
you need
my way.
juice.
I'm on my way to give you
a
juice.
little juice.
You need jice.
I'm not just. Oh, fuck off! Come on.
Oh god.
I'm trying. I'm
spilled my
trying. I
jice.
can't get him. He's
Mods
deflecting.
help.
He's okay. He's dead. It took. I didn't even kill him. I'm sorry.
You can hold a flower in this game?
Yeah, with this skin that I have. Look.
This
When I
$70
reloaded.
cash weapon skin.
Yeah. Look at it.
That's crazy. How are you guys doing, by the way? I feel like I messaged you a billion years ago about jumping on, but now I can't.
Good. You missed Fable.
Wasn't it like
but
yesterday?
I know! I feel like Fable was on for a very limited amount of time.
This is true.
Oh yeah, we miss Fable. She's gonna call me kitten tomorrow, so I am gonna wait for it.
Oh, sick.
You gonna call me kitten? She's gonna call me kitten. You gonna call
I'll
me
have to
kitten?
like. I mean, I'll have to do some recording to get my Silas down.
Oh my god, guys, he's gonna do Silas! Am I so happy? Yes, absolutely.
Nice,
Wait,
nice.
what does he sound like?
Ninu just played his voice earlier.
Hold on, incognito
He called me.
mode.
He called me.
What do you
He
mean
wanted to be my
incognito
friend.
mode? It's just Silas. He's not
Oh my
gonna
god.
say anything spicy.
Evil. Stop it. The only thing I'm going to do harder is your mom. What?
Huh?
We got scammed, by the way.
We totally could have beaten them.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe I should have changed to counter this diva.
Okay, hold on. Going to.
How the fuck is she getting crits? Why do you sound like crits? Demi's gonna play with us, guys. Demi's playing.
8 hours of sleep with Silas, love and deep space ASMR.
Wait, where?
Holy fuck.
Wait,
drop the link.
8-hour ASMR
what?
video
Oh.
featuring Silas.
Wait, what?
Cuddle up with the Onichin's leader. Let him lull you to sleep.
Please send it to me.
Be a good
Where?
girl
Where?
and stay quiet.
Be a good girl. Hold. Wait, what? What
Hell
does that even-
yeah.
Wait,
Where's
what?
Silas, you
What's
can't silence women. Their voices are already so silenced in our society. You need to encourage them to speak up.
I want this
Demi,
one.
don't gatekeep this. Don't gatekeep
Wait,
this from
wait,
us.
Don't gatekeep us, Silas.
How does this
No,
even-
you! Give us the link!
He sent it to me. Wait,
I
chat,
said
you
to
want
I
it?
didn't want to be embarrassed.
What the
fuck?
Oh my
Obsidian
god.
Vision just
Fine,
rated my
fine,
stream
you
with
would.
9
Obsidian.
views. Everyone
This
This
behave.
is for you, Nova.
Maybe.
Thank you! I
Oh
can't wait
my
for Fable to get this out of
From
context.
Acme Slumber.
Silas' sleepy voice waking him up, love and
Asshat
deep
3000.
space.
Oh
Have
my
brand new
god.
features.
Wait, what? Wait.
Hydrophobic repellents.
My
So wait, he's like, you should know
Obsidian.
very well. He's like that low.
I do have the
do have the
context. I
context.
have Bible!
Call 1-800-ASSHAT to find out what the
Wait, I'm
Asshat
unmuting
3000
this.
can do for you.
Welcome in, Raiden.
Bro is just all the way.
I don't know.
All the way.
Yes, that's why I love him.
Yoink.
He's deep voice.
Oh,
I mean, it sounds like he's literally just like, I'm
rubber banding there a bit. Hey?
Silas. But he's
His voice.
My dude,
is
calm down.
Silence.
Beautiful.
I can.
y'all are
cancel the
fucking
tethers.
down
Yeah,
bad for
there.
Simon. I get it. I fully get
Who
it.
did this? Who did this voice? Deep
I've never
Space
seen that before
Banshee.
either.
Oh my god. Who is this? Who is this? Can we follow them?
Oh, it's him sleeping. Wait, is it when he says
They have Zane too! My
Biscuit?
boy!
Wait, what?
Oh, wait, Fable, I found yours. Hold on.
Wait, Raphael? You found Raphael?
Yeah, I found. Look.
Please
Fable,
send it. Please.
8 hours of sleep with Raphael. Oh my god.
What does he talk about? I have not done that with Raphael yet.
Yoink! I know.
Yoink! Oh no.
Gonna
Silas'
listen to that
sleepy
later.
voice
Hey.
waking him up.
Oh my god, this
Silas?
is incredible.
Silas is like, oh, kid making biscuits. And I love it. It's so stupid. Why they're making biscuits? Why the cats are making biscuits? Also, thanks
He's
for the
got
raid.
such a low voice.
He does.
Silas hyping
I
you up
need-
during boxing training?
Yeah! Workout. When I work out, I try to listen to him when I do that. Guys, my
Let's see
biceps
how
are getting
hard you can
bigger.
Let's see how what? I'm sorry, what?
Wait, what? When
think I
kittens
Did I
are
teach you to
babies, they
throw
get milk
kitty
from
punches?
mommy.
Oh my god.
Look.
I was I'm broken. I heard
Me
something.
and
Like
Nova
I
love
taught you to throw
ASMR.
kitty punches.
Yeah, I want to try ASMR, but I feel like I don't think I can do that live. Demi.
Yeah.
Except my flame.
It's
Yo!
hard. I only
you
did
accept
ASMR
hers.
like
I see.
once live.
I think if I did that,
But-
I would like laugh too much.
Yeah, I went to Camilla's.
That's like one of the best parts about ASMR though, is that you can laugh.
Yeah, but I would laugh very loudly.
That's good. Well,
Wait,
I think you
chat,
could.
would you like that?
I think that if you like threw a headset like on like if you started a fundraiser to get a headset, it would be funded like before the end of the hour. Demi, I don't think you understand what ASMR is. I understand perfectly well what ASMR is. And I
Ninu
think
ASMR
that
is different.
Ninu ASMR would be built different.
Exactly. It would just be me laughing.
Yeah!
Guys, do you want me to
If
lick
you-
your
look.
ear?
For free? Nino, you can't be giving this shit out for free.
Oh my god. I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep in my chair.
Yeah, do you
Oh
want
my
me to
goodness.
tickle your toes? Tickle, tickle.
Honestly,
It's
Nino,
ticklish.
I would
No.
love to listen to an ASMR video where you're just doing that the whole time.
But, okay, you joke, but that would legitimately be really funny. Like,
Yes,
I don't know.
No, I'm not even joking. I wasn't joking.
I feel like we're
Really?
being persecuted. Come on, come on.
Yeah.
Guys, oh my god. I'm serious.
Yes.
For your ASMR. It was for your
Obsidian
ASMR.
is starting
for my
the
ASMR.
momentum toward getting Ninu
Oh my god.
an
Guys, look.
ASMR mic.
I did put it in Throne. I believe I did. I think so. The one that Demi
Everybody
recommended.
Everybody get in there and get Ninu
Oh, I see it. I see
ASMR.
it.
You see,
Ninu
it is
ASMR.
there.
It's $400.
It's a lot, but that's the one I
Yeah.
have and I recommend.
Thank you very much. You guys are so
Did you
kind.
just get it for one
Oh,
ASMR stream, or are you gonna do more?
What,
Who,
me? Or
Demi already got it, so I was wondering if he had used it more than the one time, or.
I have used it more than the one time. I had it as a reward for being a member of my Ko-Fi. I have a whole lot of them.
you don't call it coffee?
Everyone calls it coffee.
Everyone calls it coffee. Demi, what the hell?
Am I? No, I just can't. This can't be
okay.
happening to me.
Demi, you should
Get
get out of spawn.
Oh, sorry, I was adjusting
It's
the
okay.
setting.
There you go. I pulled you in.
Whoa! That's the coolest thing ever.
They're about saying coffee, coffee, coffee.
Oh, it's the Ko-Fi. Fucking, I don't know why I say it like that.
Bro.
American. Wait, no, Nova's American too. Wait, there's no explanation.
Yeah, but
Hey,
I'm cultured. I'm
Hey makes a
cultured.
difference.
Coffee.
I'm cultured by my caffeine addiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, this guy's. Whoa!
You oh
Those
no,
guys
that
nuts.
person's not fine.
Ow, I'm not fine either.
No, come back. Please come back. Please come back. Don't die on me, Debbie! Don't die on me!
Oh my gosh, you saved my life!
I did. Oh, behind you guys. Oh my god, Debbie, stop! Stop, Debbie. You chose death.
I'm
You
not in a
chose death,
position.
sir. You chose death. Oh.
I don't know. I've lost all my instincts.
Oh, you've become the prey instead of the predator.
I've always been the prey. I'm a deer.
Oh, you know what? That explains a lot. Demi is just Demi. Yeah, Demi's just small baby. Look, he's short. He's short. Look how short
I'm just
he
a
is.
freaking. I'm just a little guy.
He's short. Big was line of sight for Ninu. Yeah. Does it all make sense?
I'm tall and I'm short in lore, but tall in body. Yo,
Yeah.
I'm a freaking crack shot.
Do it! Kill them all. Oh, Nova is our mermaid. Oh, wait, this is portal go, Nova. I went on it.
It was just if you wanted the high ground.
I'm on the high ground. You want to come high ground?
Oh, hey, thank you.
We're going freaking crazy!
Why do I? Oh, you got him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah!
Hey.
Whoa!
Hey.
How is that happening? How are
Hello.
you doing that?
Hi.
Hi.
Life Weaver.
Whoa, Ninu, how did you get up here?
He's my
I
teleport.
know.
This is so cool.
I fell
I
down.
feel like I'm flying. Ah! Oh!
I made you an easy target, huh?
Oh
Might
no.
be me target.
I
feel so short. It's sharp yarn. I feel so low to the ground.
You do?
Oh no
Oh,
no no
shit.
no no no
I think
no
I
no,
actually saved you.
Oh,
Oh
no!
no! I
I'm
should have
sorry.
ulted. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh god.
Oh no.
I
Oh no, you're dead. There's no saving you. It's okay. I will try and avenge you. Never mind. I will not avenge you.
That's okay. I appreciate the work that you
I
have
am
done to keep me
perished.
alive.
Do I touch? Do I try to touch? Do I try to touch?
Yeah, let's contest.
Into
There you
your
go.
arms. Yeah, oh my god, we stood so well.
We
I
actually
think
did
that's
it.
what you choose
We're
your trainers.
surviving.
We'll appreciate
Oh
it.
my god.
Ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bam-bam. Wait, can I put your teleporter? Not teleporter, your...
The turret on a...
Your turret, yeah.
Where do you want me to put it?
I put his turret up.
Does it go? Does it fly?
Yeah, it goes, it flies. I'ma take it up. Wait, why isn't it going? It's broken.
Oh shit, they went around the other way.
Music when die. No. He's one. He was one. Yeah.
Think.
Get
that
out.
if,
Get
like,
out. Can I put my
I think that my
tree-
life would be complete if we got like Ninu singing ASMR.
Okay, but what should I be singing though? Go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
Now hang on.
Cause I'm gonna shit on your face.
Am I missing?
You
Is there...
sleep very tightly
and
tuck you in
your
bed.
And now
And I'll shit
very
quietly.
And you
And
will,
will
be
asleep.
I hope
I hope that really helps you go to sleep.
I feel like I don't know what I don't know what I just witnessed.
That's my Ugg go to sleep lullaby.
And it plays every time Ugg the Orc enters any of our chats.
We sing it to him every single time.
Every single time. Every single
Every single time.
Where is Ugg, by the way, guys? Where is Ugg?
I have 12 loot box. Why do I have 12 boxes? Where did I
Open
get
it.
12 boxes?
Oh, there's
Open
an
it.
event going on where you get a lot.
Open loot box. Okay, I'm doing it. Oh, I got normal things. Do I even have this character? Are all the characters unlocked?
They should be unlocked. You are
Well,
an
they're not
Overwatch
for
1
Americans
player.
straight away. Remember, Nino, I had to unlock them in America, even though you guys didn't have to in the UK.
Wow. Imagine being American and having to unlock characters instead of getting it for free.
I'm just a little guy. Just a stinky American.
No,
What?
Have
What
you
in the
considered
fuck?
no being
What is
American?
this Mercy highlighted show with the cat?
That's a good
That's the
one.
funniest fucking thing.
Ninu has that as her Mercy MVP.
Wait, which one?
That's
Oh yeah, I
extremely
love that
funny.
one.
The kitty shimmer.
Yeah,
Little
I like
kitty,
it.
The kitty,
Shimmy,
the
shimmy,
kitty
shimmy.
shimmy. Equip for all heroes. Lucky pouch. Weapon shop?
Apparently, loot boxes is gambling, but I don't see it how that's gambling when you can get it so easily from just playing the damn game.
I
An
agree.
Overwatch partner.
Yeah, Blizzard, Activision, when you gonna partner with me? I will play Overwatch every single day if you did.
Yeah,
I'll
I
make the
totally
game very
wouldn't
popular.
otherwise. I'm totally not doing that anyways, so...
Yeah, you should partner with us.
Yeah.
You should. Look at me already as a Kiriko. Cause it's gambling.
Yeah.
If it was gambling, I would not be here, guys. I would probably be, I don't know, what, on Cake. That's where they do the gambling stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be there. Hey, should I be the twink? Or shall I be the other twink?
It is up to you, Nino.
I feel like you should be the twink.
The twink? Okay. Wait.
I'll do
This is
a
not a
Honka.
twink. Wait, he's not a twink. Why does he have so much muscles? I just realized,
Does he have
guys, is
muscles?
this an actual muscle part?
Do you understand why I said would?
I would? I would,
Yes.
I would it.
Right?
Like,
Yes, I understand. Look
like
at
he
him.
like was
Look at
grown
him.
in the forest.
Grown in the forest. Is
Yeah,
that how
wood.
men get buff? Oh shit.
Gosh, I actually like that Hanzo skin. He's very
Like it?
sophisticated, man.
Isn't he fancy?
He is. I like it.
Time to be. Too bad he's interested in Demi and not you. Nah, that's too bad. More for
Too
me.
bad he's interested in Demi and not you. Wait, who? Hold up a minute. You mean the
Silas.
twink boy?
No, not Silas. I could never have what you and Silas have.
Demi wouldn't do that to me.
Nova? Wait,
I
why
would know
were
it.
you saying Nova to me, Belf? What did I do this time?
Yes. I gotta make sure that I hurry up and keep missing shots.
I make you Speedy!
Speedy Gonzalez.
Ow! Ow!
I'm coming to help you. I just hear ow. Oh gosh, I'm trying.
No, don't die, Diva!
Oh my god. Oh wait, custody.
Ah!
Demi!
I got him.
Don't
I got
die on
him.
me.
I got
I
him!
won't die. I got him. I got
What?
Jesse McCassidy.
Jesse McCassidy. It's okay, you're fine,
I'm scared.
I opened you, in fact.
Oh wow, thank you. Maybe I should have been closer to them. Oh, there's a guy. I killed the man.
Ah!
You're fine, you're okay.
Oh man, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'm on his butt. Hi.
Hi.
There's a Junkrat back here.
Yay! We're doing it! What is this portal? What?
Wait, that's my heart beam. It makes you speedy.
Will you do that for me?
Yeah, I'm a magical girl.
He's a
Whoa.
magical girl.
I always knew you were a magical girl.
Oh, thank you.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Ah! Stay! Don't die! Oh god!
Something's hurting me.
Yeah, it's just Moira.
Oh. I was getting sucked and I didn't even know it.
Oh my god. Did they ask if they're allowed to do that?
They didn't ask for permission.
Damn.
I was so scared.
B left the game.
Oh man. No wonder the flowers aren't getting pollinated.
Oh fuck! Did my ult go off at least? Oh,
Holy
no,
shit, that's the coolest thing I ever did.
failed.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna follow it up with the dumbest thing I
failed.
ever did.
Goblin joined.
I'm so dead.
Goblin these nuts.
I've talked about Moira sucking my dudes. Yeah, Moira's always sucking. What do you mean? Because that's what she does. It's a duty. It's a duty. Oh.
I got somebody in the fucking midst of that hellscape. That's sick. I feel like a gamer.
I mean, you are a gamer.
Oh, she's so low.
You really think so, Nina?
Ah, kill, murder, murder.
Is she dead?
Murder, kill, murder, murder.
For what?
Ah, everyone and everything, Debbie. Lock the fuck in.
I did one.
He did get them. He got him. He got him.
Good.
He did it. I died.
Where the fuck
I mean,
did my
I can do the sucky sucky if you want me to do the sucky sucky with Moira. There you go.
Oh no.
Perish! Perish! Perish!
That was rough.
Perish!
I died because I was one-on-oneing a Junkrat.
Oh, look what I'm doing, guys! I'm doing it! I'm doing it!
You're doing it.
I'm doing it!
No, not you again.
It's okay, I got him. Don't worry, I got him.
Holy shit, you really do got him.
I do have him. Oh fuck me! Holy shit, he killed me. He just throwed his stones at me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
No.
You're sucking so well, Nino. Thank you very much. That means I'm doing really badly, huh? Huh? Oh my god! Nova, I'm gonna die. I'm so scared, Nova.
I'm so not going to let you though.
Thank you.
Oh, that might be bad.
No, I'm alive.
I would never
Don't
let
worry.
them destroy you.
Oh god! Every
Oh,
time.
shit.
Every time.
Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
I got you, dude. I got you.
I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm holding them.
Good. Very good.
Dude. Oh my god. They didn't even let me sing. Wow.
Yeah! I got him! I got his ass!
Demi has proven to be the superior Hansel.
Yeah.
Superior Hanzo. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Uh-oh. It's coming, it's coming. I can see it, guys. I can see it. I didn't touch it. I can't destroy it for
He
you guys.
just solo ulted me.
He did.
It killed me. There was nobody around me, just me.
Oh no. Please don't kill me. Please, can you let me live a little bit longer? Okay, I got the Junkrat, guys. Where is low?
I got her.
Oh my god. We win? We win?
We win.
Oh my god.
We
did
did
it.
Yeah, we did.
We did it.
We did it. I don't know how this game mode works at all.
It's
That's
whoever
fun.
pushes it
Push
the
a
farthest.
robot.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Wait,
so
guys,
scared.
what the hell is wrong with our arm there? Why is a
What
boo bigger?
happened?
What? Who's? Where?
Man, don't
Divas. I can't help it. It was there. It was. Look, I understand what guys go through now.
Wait, what do
And
guys
lesbians.
go through?
Seeing boobs everywhere.
Did you? Is
Wait,
this a new
are you
development?
saying you guys see balls instead of boobs?
If you've got like pronounced balls in your outfit, something went wrong.
Oh.
I mean, she's been drinking alcohol, by the way.
No.
I did pick up on that. Anita needs
go
to
through
drink more
puberty.
oider.
I agree.
I am not too drunk, by the way. I am mediocre. Did you just go through puberty? No, I learned about men going through. I mean, boys going through puberty. I learned about that the other day.
What, like just like what happens?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough.
At least they
Honestly-
don't bleed every month.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
I
kinda
mean,
where I'm
bleeding
at.
is like every month is painful. But then imagine having a hard on, like, and you didn't even know. Imagine you were on a train and your
I
pee
prefer-
decides
I
to
would-
just go hard.
I would 100% rather have a boner every day that you can just tuck under and hide than have like painful, like debilitating cramps once a month.
I would say as the resident guy here, I would much rather have what I have than what has been described to me as like the worst shit ever.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
it's not just
every month,
It's not just
every
like, oh
month.
no, I'm bleeding a little. It's like, oh, what if your entire body was racked in terrible pain and nausea at the same
Skinning
time?
itself alive from the inside out.
you didn't
And then-
have to say it like that no more. You didn't have to say it like that.
Listen,
no
that's
more.
how I describe it to people because that's how it feels.
I feel it like that right now. Stop
Well,
it.
yeah, you know, that's literally what your body's doing is skinning itself on the inside. I'm sorry,
pouring
but
one
men
out.
have to know the truth.
I'm pouring one out.
Easy.
I learned this shit a long time ago. I had a lot of girlfriends. I had a lot of friends who were girls in high school, and they were like, "Hey, if you're gonna hang out with us, you gotta know what's up."
Yeah, you
And-
want to
and
know
then I
why
was
I'm
like, huh.
mad?
Are you
Because
mad?
my insides are tearing itself up. Loot tuber
That's
confirmed.
terrible.
I am not a loot tuber. I'm not a loot tuber. I'm just learning, okay? I didn't know what guys go through. I only
Guys don't go through
had.
that much. Like sure, anything given like everything is like, you know, is based on your perspective. And guys
Yeah,
certainly
but,
do
like,
have a perspective.
Imagine being, I don't know, 24/7. Your balls is just, I don't know, very
Balls
perky.
do hurt. Don't get it twisted. Balls hurt sometimes. And it's
Perky
bad.
balls. That sounds rough.
No,
But
I'm
if
talking
it's
about
like
the
once
I'm
or
talking about
twice
the
a day,
stuff where you
fine.
like where you're just like you'll be in a situation and I don't know how to I don't know how to describe this without sounding like gross, but like you'll basically be like
Turkey balls. Ninu, dude.
if some things don't happen whenever whenever your body is really down to have them happen, your balls will be like, all right, cool, I'm now hurt, and that's what's up.
That's what they say about blue balls.
Yeah, that's what I'm describing. I didn't think it was a thing, and then it happened, and I was like, holy fuck, this actually hurts so goddamn bad.
That sound. Oh no! I just saw you perish, Nova, and I couldn't do anything about it. That's.
It's okay, I'm kind of popping off.
It sounds
right now.
painful. Piece of cake. Piece of cake.
At least, like, guys can just like take care of it.
You can make it go away in 10 minutes. Yeah, I know you can just beat your shit and like it's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
But,
Like we can't just
sometimes you're not. Sometimes you can't just like whip it out and do shit. Like
what if you're a teacher, Nova? What if you're a teacher?
Like,
huh? What if you're a teacher? You can't beat it out.
you know what the fuck? Why would you have that as a...
Because I used to teach.
What are you saying?
Because I used to teach. Imagine if I was a dude and I was about to get blue balls.
But doesn't that happen when you like? I just don't know how that would happen as a teacher. I don't know.
Blue balls.
I don't know what's being described here, but
I feel
funny.
It's going in a bad direction. It's going in a bad direction, Nina.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Listen,
okay, it's not like it just pops up. Wham! I don't. Wait, that's what I thought it was. It doesn't just pop out. It doesn't just like go crazy.
what are you asking?
It doesn't go crazy.
Like it doesn't happen instantly. It takes time to work.
I would say that within like 10 seconds it can get there. But it's not like a like you like it's
No,
not
I thought it was
spring powered.
real fast.
It's not like an arrow hitting a wall. Like
it doesn't happen instantly, huh? Good to know. Okay. Well, I thought it was instant. Thanks for educating me,
maybe
guys.
for some, maybe I'm just not like advanced enough. Maybe I'm just weak.
It's hard to manageable.
Maybe my shit's not good enough.
Oh no. Oh no, no. Oh man.
I just blasted this
Well,
guy.
this one time in band camp. Oh no,
Hey, you forgetting the sacred creed of band camp.
Okay, can you tell me what was band camp? What happened
Can't
in
talk
band
about
camp?
what happens in band camp.
It's too good. Maybe it's too good. Wait, which part is too good? Wait, which part is too good? I need information here. This guy's gonna ult, by the way.
Which guy?
One of them. Maybe Reaper. Maybe
No.
Reinhardt.
I would never
the
let
woman.
that happen. The woman?
You killed her.
Or maybe it's too good? Look.
American Pie movies. I've actually never watched them. I've never watched them.
I've never watched them either.
I've just heard things about it.
Do you have any other scientific, biological questions? Do you have any other questions?
Well, I'll make ask you more questions about men balls.
Do you have any questions about men balls?
Yeah, you want to
As
know
the
more about...
scientific term is just men balls, of course, as we all know.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh shit.
Keep missing all my shots. Oh baby.
Oh hi,
Oh, hell
hi
yeah.
Demi. This is the enemy spawn, right? You know that, right?
What? No, I don't know that. I don't know where I am.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
Is this bad? Is it bad to be here?
I'm dead. Why are you encouraging this? Who's encouraging this? Ask more peanut question, Yes, I mean, we do have a dude here. What else? What other question did I ask?
I would consider myself an expert on this, but not in that way.
Yeah, but they can't talk it out, you know.
Talk it out.
We're just putting Demi on the spot here.
Look, I'm all for science. I like a net increase of information.
I'm being educated,
and
guys. I'm being educated. I'm learning a lot of stuff.
I like learning.
On and on.
It's chasing the Reaper all the way through. Look at where you guys going.
We didn't kill him. He's no. Oh my god.
That wasn't bad.
On and on and on. You popped off there with your ult.
Thanks. I did my best.
You did your best. You see, you kill him.
Why am I encouraging this with them?
Wait, who's encouraging? Why are you encouraging? Chat, no, you guys are encouraging this. Don't you want me to learn about everything? You want me, educated?
I would say that I want Nina to be smart, but Nina's already smart.
No, not in everything. Okay, I'm gonna
Nina
go to
knows
the point.
everything about the world.
Demi,
So sad.
no! Why you die, Demi? Why you
I
dead?
died because I'm stupid. Oh, there was a wall there. Okay.
I know.
I'm not as dumb as I thought.
Hi. We're talking bodies.
How are you doing?
On me.
Appreciate it.
Put it on me. Is he good? Does he have an ult? Oh! I perished.
So dead. I don't know who's on me, but I do not have the capability of. Oh, survived!
Just be safe with your Brian Dorcas. My brain is never safe. Angie, you know this. You know this the best. My brain is never safe.
Niu has a beautiful brain.
My brain says weird stuff to me. Ooh, I didn't even know this was actually pink, guys. I don't know, pink. Is it watermelon color? Watermelon. I have fallen.
I died.
No, no, come back.
I'm sorry. I had to leave. I had to move on. More man facts for the ladies. Testicular torsion is a medical emergency where the testicles twist on its cord, cutting off blood supply. Pain level.
Testicular torsion?
Pain
Wait, hold up.
level equals childbirth. I don't know about that one.
More man facts.
I am immune to testicular torsion.
When their testicle twists on its cord, cutting off blood supply. Pain level equals to childbirth. Oh. Well, I remember my friend saying that childbirth is 10 times your period pain. So I'm like, no.
Stop playing the game.
Oh my god! Nova! Let's go! Oh my god!
Also, anger management gets it. Fucking hell yeah. knows what it's like.
Sued to the sack, eh? What's sued to the sack? What does that mean?
Okay, wait. I have to go put the dinner foods away. So
Okay, hurry.
Go.
Well, it's also like my bedtime too, so I think I
No,
may
but you can do
hop
another one.
You know, I've been playing this game with you for 12 hours.
No, not enough. Not enough. It's not enough.
Dear,
How will I sleep at night?
I have been playing this game with you for 12 hours.
How will I
12
sleep at
hours.
night?
12 hours
How
is a
will I
lot.
sleep?
Oh, no.
Nova. How will
Nova,
I
I couldn't-
sleep?
Nova, I don't know about you. I couldn't leave if I heard that.
It's okay. It's okay. If you have to go, you go. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to make you feel emotions.
I always feel love when I see your face, though.
You do?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyways, Demi and chat, you guys take good care of this one.
Yeah.
Passing the babysitting baton to Demi. No.
Demi's gonna babysit me.
I'll take good care. And if I needed to do something, I'll just say it in Silas' voice, and it'll probably get done.
She's gonna
No
get more
comments.
distracted. You should not do that. Actually,
You want to distract
she's gonna
me?
get more distracted.
You want to distract me?
I'll just be like, Silas really wants you to drink some
There.
water.
That's better. That's better than saying it in his voice. She would just like dissociate, and I can see it now. It's not gonna get you the results that you are hoping for.
Last time I was in charge of that, she almost peed her bed.
What?
Wait, what? Oh, did I? Almost pee my bed. I think I might have. No, I didn't.
What do you
pee my
mean
pants.
you think
no,
you
no,
might
no, no.
have?
You
no,
might
no,
have
no.
peed your bed.
That's like a
I mean,
100% thing.
Look, what I mean to say is,
You don't
I
kind
might
of pee your bed. You
almost
pee your
done
bed.
That. Not done that. I almost. Almost.
You know,
I've never
it's
peed my
okay.
pants.
There is no shame in peeing your bed.
We've all
No,
peed our
I
pants.
haven't peed my
That's what
pants.
being human's all about.
Oh my god, she didn't.
I didn't
I'm
pee
sorry
my
to
pants. I did.
She almost peed the bed.
No, I did. No, I didn't.
Okay, I
Maybe
gotta go
my
put
pants
food
a
away.
little.
Hello?
Okay. Bye-bye. No,
Goodbye.
I love you.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna miss you
Remember to drink water and no more alcohol if you can. Okay.
Okay.
You promise?
I promise. Yeah, I
Okay,
will
okay.
drink. I'm
even
gonna let
promise.
Cassidy die and hydrate on water.
Very
I will
good.
heal
Okay. Good night.
Cole Cassidy.
Goodbye.
Mama.
Nova.
Oh, she's. Oh,
You
Were you
didn't
gonna tell
forget-
me about the really good service of Amazon Prime that you can subscribe to using Twitch and you get a free sub?
Yeah. Oh, she's gone. She did it though. Oh my god, I miss her already. When is she coming back, guys? When is she coming back?
I think she might be coming back right
Is she coming back?
someday.
Oh.
Someday
Guys,
she'll
make sure you
return.
check out Nova. Also check out Demi.
Yeah.
He's
What, me?
okay. How long left now? How
Oh,
long?
that was back! Hey, I
Wait.
told you it wouldn't
Oh my
be
god,
long.
she came back! Why would you tease me like this, Nova? Nova, why would you tease me like this? Now you have to come back again. No, but you can't do this. I will not sleep well enough. Oh fuck, I died. Nova, I need you. Nova.
Oh, Nova's gone again?
She's not coming back. I don't think she's coming back.
What'd she come back to say?
I don't know what she was gonna say.
Get
I
healed,
know.
lady.
Oh my god. Am I gonna die? I'm not dead.
No.
Thank you.
You're
You
good.
kept me alive. Bow, bow,
you're in
burn, brain. Da, Oh, her carcass. Her carcass. Guys, I saw a carcass. Carcass is such a funny word.
Is it?
Yeah. It's like
I imagine a car like rolling over a nail and being like, shit. Get it?
it's like. I mean, yeah, I get it.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, because I'm not sure if you heard it. Because like if you would have heard it, you would have been like laughing like crazy.
Like
so, but
carcass.
yeah, like it's cussing.
You're cussing the car.
Yeah, like the car. It's a car cuss. It's like
The car
Lightning
is
McQueen
cussing.
if he said fuck.
Oh my god. Have you seen what's the not Lightning McQueen, but you know the dude, not the dude.
Not
the,
Lightning McQueen.
The woman with that like shits out mud.
Hang on, I'm not Lightning McQueen. First of all, not Lightning McQueen.
No Lightning
But the
McQueen.
dude, the woman that
The
shits out
woman,
mud.
yeah. There's like clips of like sounds super duper. It is. It's my brain is not functioning. And it's a no. It's a woman one.
Not Lightning McQueen.
And there's like she's mud. I think it's supposed to be mud, but it's very lewd. It makes it very lewd, but it's in the movie, so.
Are we still talking about Cars?
Yeah, the
movie?
Cars movie. It's
And
a
then
Cars
there's
movie.
mud.
Yeah. I gotta find it. I gotta find it for you. What the?
Does
fuck?
anybody know
Guys.
what Ninu is talking about?
Guys,
with the mud?
Are you
Is it
saying
like
that you
whenever he
haven't
like
seen
gets
it?
mud on him? Where
You
he gets like
haven't
mud on his face?
No. Honestly,
Like,
the
whenever
only reason
Lightning
why I
McQueen,
didn't share
like,
it with
gets
you guys
dirty?
was I thought everybody saw it.
Everybody saw it.
Yeah.
It does sound like something that could happen, theoretically.
Oh no, guys, don't worry, I'm getting it. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, a mud, like a multi-user dungeon? No. Oh gosh, I guess I'll show you guys. I mean, apparently it was in the movie. I mean, I did watch the movie again just to see it, and it was there. It's the woman car that Lightning McQueen likes, the blue woman.
Oh, you're talking about the scene where
but it's
Lightning
mud.
McQueen and where Lightning McQueen and Stacy or whatever, Susie.
I think.
What's the car's name?
Blue woman. She's a
The
car.
blue woman, Sally. And
Is
then
her
they're
name
driving,
Sally?
and then she runs into
Oh
like
my
a
god!
little puddle.
Wait, no,
but then
but
he runs into the mud.
Fable knows. Fable, you know what I'm talking about. Fable is cultured. Fable would know. Fable knows. Uncultured swines.
Uncultured. She is a Porsche.
Fable knows. Fable, we miss you.
I
Are you
know.
gonna come and call me kitten? Are you gonna
Oh, you're
call
talking,
me
you're not talking to
kitten?
me, are you? You're talking
Are
to
you
Fable,
gonna come
right?
and call me kitten?
Me? Fable? Who?
I mean, Debbie, you could call me kitten too. I'll do it tomorrow.
As long as it gets you to drink water.
If you say kitten, no drink water, maybe.
I mean, that sounds like a worthy. That sounds like a valid transaction.
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah.
We're all waiting.
We're all waiting. Wait. Which party? Waiting for what? The cars thing?
Oh, bye, Fable.
Oh, waiting for Fabula.
We're waiting for Cars 4.
Okay, I'm going again. Bye bye. Oh, I miss you, baby. I miss you. I raised. I
I'm
raised.
back.
Did I raise you?
Yeah.
Oh, I died. Fabula, goodbye.
Oh man, I'm screwed.
See you later. I miss you. My love.
We always love seeing Fable. Fable's so cool.
We love
Fable's
Fable.
cute little
Fable
model
is so
that she
talented.
worked on.
She's so amazing. So is Demi. You guys are so bloody talented.
I think we're just trying our best. But I appreciate it. I think you're talented too.
I have no talent to show anymore.
Anymore? You
No,
still
I
have it. If you had it, you have it. If you had it, you have it, and that's true.
The car thing? Okay. Hold on. I will find it for you guys. Actual malarkey? No way you actually use actual malarkey. I will find it for you, don't you worry.
I smell blood in the air.
Oh wait, I gotta play the game, guys.
I think the mud thing that you're talking about is whenever Sally and Lightning McQueen are driving around and having their little neat, cute, fun thing, and like Sally drives to a little puddle, and Lightning McQueen is like,
He's happy with
that
it.
was fun.
She's happy
And then,
with it.
and then he drives through like the mud, and like it looks like he's got shit all over his face.
He put the
But then she
shit
thinks
on
it's fun.
her face. Hi,
Is
Desert
the shit on
Eyes.
her? I thought the shit was on his face.
No,
I
it's on
honestly
her
didn't think Disney
face.
would like.
And
do
she's
that.
like she wipes it away and she's smiling, like she's
How did she
so
wipe it away?
happy.
She doesn't have hands. What does she wipe it away with?
With wind wipers, window
I guess they do.
wipers.
Cars do have those. Windshield
Yeah,
wipe.
funny wiper things.
Funny wiper
Crikey.
thing. That is what they're called.
Hello, hi Desert. I missed you. How you doing? Whoa, this soldier can shoot. He
Yeah,
can shoot
I'm
bullets.
dying. Dude.
Oh no.
Anybody else I can play?
Don't. He died. I just threw my balls, and he didn't like it. Hi. Bye.
What?
Lonely world.
She took the midnight train
going anywhere. Oh no. Boom. Oh, he died. We can kill it though. Night train going. Oh my god, I died.
Oh shit, I'm plugged.
Time again to try again.
Guys, what time is it for you? What time is it for you?
For the part.
Is it your
What, me?
baby time? Is it your party
Baby.
time?
What? No, it's not. It's neither of those things.
Is it your party time, Demi?
Wait, like, I guess I don't have a specific time that I go to the bathroom, unless
Oh.
you're saying like party.
No party time. It's party time. Wait, is this guy? Wait, is the soldier actually cheating? No. Strangers.
Waiting
Meow, 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 meow,
up
meow.
and down the boulevard.
Meow. Demi!
Play the game?
Let's go.
What'd I do? I don't even remember what I did.
You killed somebody. Look, you healed
Oh, I
me
killed
right
two
there.
people.
Oh
I
shit!
got both of them.
Oh, you killed her while she was ulting.
Yeah. I guess
Hell
I'm just
yeah.
silly like that.
Mama meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Oh wait, let me find you guys that video. Let me find you guys that video.
Meow 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 meow.
Oliver shadows searching in the night.
Bow bow. Street light.
People. Bum, bum, bum,
Let me just
bum,
define
bum, bum, bum.
emotion. Hiding somewhere in the night.
Oh my god. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. 1,000% unethical violence. Yeah.
Violence.
Believe in holding that feeling. Discord ruining yet another good solo. Oh my god,
So sorry.
yes.
I really did. I put my whole pussy into it.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Wait, what? What? Hey, what did I? What? You put your whole what?
I sang as good as I could. I sang good.
Yeah.
I did a good thing. Yeah,
You-
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
That's cool, man. Thanks.
Wait, was it just me?
What? What do you mean?
Nothing.
I did a good singing just for you.
Thank you.
You're...
Let's say yes, Ninu. Okay, yes. Superman
Oh shit,
is
I got Superman watching.
guys.
I don't know how I'm gonna focus. What the hell? What is there magic around?
No, that's not Magikarp. That is oh. They keep dying. People now keep dying, dummy.
That's hard. I want them to live. I don't want them to die. I like it whenever they're alive.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Is that a trap? Oh god, what's up with that
shit.
thing? He died.
Keep trying to reload as Orisa. I don't know what this new moveset
You
is.
don't have reload. You don't have reload. You just have charge. I'm trying my bestest. I try my bestest every
Might
single
be
time.
rude on this particular instance.
Nini do her bestest. Oh, I don't think I could rest, I'm afraid.
Pretty little baby.
Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow.
I was waiting for the follow-up meow 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 meow.
Oh. Oh, that's all I know. Oh, don't die on me, Cassidy. Me, me, me.
Little baby. Da, 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 da.
Oh no! Live! Live!
Something happening?
Oh, hi! Oh. I died. You know, stroking it enthusiastically with
Huh?
vigor just get people think. Wait, what?
What?
Hold up, wait, what? My
Nina,
brain
what are you
did not
saying?
process that properly.
Why did you say that?
I'm reading chat. It says, stroking enthusiastically with vigor. Just cat people thing. What are we talking about here? The pets? Are we talking about the pets? We're talking about the pets, right?
Helden sterben nicht.
Oh no!
Ooh,
no,
I
no.
got somebody from a
Guys, I got a wee wee. I need to go to the toilet. I need to go to the toilet.
Now? We're in the middle of something.
Okay, I'll hold it. I'm holding it.
You didn't have to go. I told you to go before we started the fight.
Wait, you did?
No. That would be. I didn't think I would need to.
I will go. I'm gonna go after. I don't know when. Nino, just don't piss yourself. Wait, we got this. Wait. I can go real quick now, right? I'm going.
Oh my god, you are not going. Ninu. She's gone. She's gone, guys. She's not here anymore. Well, how we doing? Just some one-on-one time with Demi. You guys, how you guys feeling? Do you guys like it? You guys like hanging out with me? I like hanging out with you guys. It seems fun. If you listen close, you can hear the pee hitting the water. I'm not hearing anything. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. There's something wrong with my mic. Wait, my headphones. Woo.
No, guys, I actually muted myself this time. You didn't hear me wee wee. If I was wee weeing, you would have heard me laugh.
There was a time when you didn't mute yourself.
Yeah, there were times that I haven't muted. I haven't muted myself.
Multiple times.
Yeah. Oh no, Demi! I'm bringing you back. You must live.
I'm alive.
Guys, I have relieved myself. It felt good. I hope you know that.
I'm glad.
Thank
glad. That's good. Now you'll be able to focus. You'll be able to focus more on the game instead of on having to pee.
Yes. Maybe no comment. I didn't know. Wait, do we have a... You're gonna be fine!
So I feel like I'm doing damage. That's good. I feel like I can survive anything with this lady.
Yeah!
Holy shit, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Ooh, gosh. Offspring is such a throwback. Yes!
Offspring? Just having a child? Get this Bastion.
Yeah, we
Get
got
this
him.
Mercy. Get this Mercy. Get this. Oh, she's so slippery.
We got him. We got him.
Yeah. Ninu, I'd like to think that that was all because of your help.
I would like to think so too. That I've contributed to something to society. Ooh, guys, it's so chilly. Hey, yo, cold, guys. Hey, yo, cold.
Is it cold?
Oh, look who's naughty person's coming. Who's one? They
You gotta get a
can't stop
blankie
the
if you're
new.
cold.
The new cannot be stopped.
Is that short for Ninu?
Yeah.
Whoa. You got a cool nickname.
Superman has left. He's not watching anymore.
He's not observing anymore.
I can't believe why.
I feel his
Oh,
watchful
alright.
gaze. Where it used to be. When things were normal, when things were good.
The good old days.
Oh, the good old days.
Next. Oh gosh. No! No! Oh, he's low.
I'm trying. Bro is unstoppable. He's got a whole team of healers on him.
Oh, I'm healing. No! Come back! I can't fight him. Little old
Meanwhile, we got a
me
Lego
stuck to
Bastion on
him.
our team. Well, at least we'll be coming back as one.
Yeah. Oh man. Watch out behind you. No, Demi! Don't die on me! No, Demi!
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no.
I was trying to touch.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing.
I tried to give the payload a little blep.
I forgot.
A small blep. What does
Blep.
PPTP mean?
I don't know.
Oh. Huh. PP tiny PP.
PP tiny?
PP tiny.
PP tiny
PP tiny P.
Oh no. Your PP is tiny and you're peeing?
Excellent.
Both things are true, actually.
Yeah.
This is... It's so sad. It's so sad, actually.
Wait.
Passive piss teleport! And it's not even doing enough to activate it! It's just always on!
Wait, how do you do that? Teach me the ways.
Well, first... You gotta... You had to find the wizard, so that's the first thing. You gotta find the wizard.
Mm.
And then once you find the wizard will like ask you like, "Hey, I'm a wizard," as you probably have like come to this conclusion. What can I do for you? And you say, "Oh, hey, wizard. Hi, I'm Ninu. I was interested in the passive piss teleport enchantment." And the wizard is like, "Okay, that's fine. I need like 100 frog eyes." and you have to go get the frog
100
eyes.
frog eyes?
Yeah, like eyes of a frog, like how a frog sees.
But what if I don't have them?
Oh well, I think it's never happened to me because I just kind of always bring the frog eyes with me every time I have this done. I'm sure that like rat tails.
Oh, rats! I don't like rats. I don't like rodents.
Or like a slug. You know, like wait, hold on. Rats are cute.
No, Demi. Demi,
Some
no.
guys. You want a little snack? They want a big piece of cheese.
I had a horrible experience with rodents.
You had a horrible experience with rodents?
Yeah. They were horrible to me.
They were mean to you? What did they do to you?
I was sleeping in my bed when I was little baby Ninu. And
Yeah.
I didn't care. I was like, I can just ignore it. And then it climbed under my pillow. Not my pillow.
You were like, I don't care about there being rats in my room.
Yeah, like I was sleepy. I was like,
you didn't
I
care
don't
about
care.
it.
I'm not scared
you were like,
of them.
Oh, I'll deal with this. This is a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, I was only a kid.
Holy shit.
I was only a small baby.
That's wild. That's wild. Never in my life have I been like, oh, I just saw a rat, but it's okay. I'll worry about that later.
It was probably a mouse. It was a rat. I think a rat was a bigger, right? I think it was a mouse.
I think
I wasn't scared of it. I wasn't scared of anything. And then he just went under my cover, and I got he just.
Why he just crawled under there?
Yeah.
If you're cold, they're cold.
Sleep.
Let rat into your bed.
You wanted to snuggle. You need to. No, it didn't want to. It didn't feel like it. I just wanted to sleep.
I think you wanted to snuggle.
Stop! I was scared. I couldn't sleep. And ever since then, I got scared.
I mean,
that's why I don't want them.
I had a spider in my bed once.
You had a spider? I don't mind spiders. I'm okay with spiders.
You don't mind spiders, but
No.
you had a rat in your bed?
Yeah, mice. I think it was a mice.
As a little mouse.
Rodents are the
Gizmo
same thing,
once
right? So,
dropped
yeah.
a mouse on me. I hope that one day you'll meet a mouse that changes the way that you feel.
No, I hope they all die. I hope they all perish.
I hope that I hope
they
that one
don't
day you meet a
exist.
mouse that breaks the stereotype of mice in your brain.
No, I don't want to. Let's snuggle the fuck out of the little dude. No, Nova. It scared the living shit out of me.
I would snuggle the fuck out of the little dude. Now, okay, hold on, Ninu. Let me run a situation by you.
Yeah.
You see, you're hanging out. You're outside in the free air, the crisp night air.
Yeah.
You see a little mouse, and what's this?
I'll
He's right
step on
next
it.
to you on the road. No, hang on. Oh, I didn't get to the part though. You
I
didn't get to
know,
see
but
what he
I'm
was
telling
doing.
you, I will step on
You didn't
it.
get to see. You didn't get to see what he was doing though. He's got a big piece of cheese, and you watch, and he takes like a big bite, and he goes like, "Oh, baby, that's a good piece of cheese." And he says that in that exact word. He's like, "Yummy." I'm glad I'm alive to eat
Debbie,
this big, tasty piece of cheese.
I'm already gonna. I'm already gonna. I don't know, kill it. I will kill it.
No, you
Before it gets
you would
a chance
see his
to
his kind nature, his gentle nature.
No, it's not gentle. It's not gentle.
love of
I
cheese
know
would
it's
compel
not
you.
gentle, Debbie. I know it's not gentle.
Bro is already
It's
dead
not
before he can speak. He doesn't even get to do his
I will
Yummy,
not
this is
give
a
it an
good cheese.
opportunity to have a dialogue.
No, you have to have dialogue.
I will give you his dead body. How about that, Nova?
His dead body? I don't want his dead. I don't want his corpse.
You
What
know
the
what?
fuck am I
His
gonna do with that?
I don't like it. I don't like it. They're really spooky.
Party rockers,
I
I'm
don't
a
like
mouse tonight. Piece of cheese, I'm gonna have a big bite. That's it. That's what you need to know.
Oh no.
Where is that? Oh, it was there. She's taking the cat roleplay too far.
No,
Is this why?
It's not even a roleplay, guys. It's not. There's no roleplay. There's no roleplay in
if
this.
I started
It's
actually
pure
eating
trauma.
grains off of the ground and walking around in like your backyard or something. Like this is like if I went across the street and like looked at a car and was like, "Holy shit!" and it's like kind of got mesmerized.
It's pure trauma. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm scared of them. You guys
A cute little baby mouse walks up to you and it's like, "Hello, Nina."
No, I will never let it breathe the sound.
Oh, I'm so
small.
I was wondering if I could have a piece of cheese.
I will kill it. I will make sure it's dead. If it's not
What if
dead,
it was-
then I'm
what
dead.
if it was like-
there's like no in between.
I want to live. Oh, I would really like to live.
No, be gone, be gone.
Like, I just need a little bit of cheese.
No,
Up and down to the
Ferris,
little
Ferris,
rat
Ferris, Ferris, no. No.
So sad. You said you would bring me a dead mousey. No.
No, guys, no.
Chat, this is so sad.
I hate them. I hate them with a passion. I hate them. I hate them.
No. That's so sad.
I'm too scared of them. I'm too scared of them.
Yeah, he'd be all like, oh man, I really could use a yummy piece of cheese. I don't eat humans, so you're okay.
Oh, I'm lactose intolerant. Not me, but
Lactose intolerant?
the
Are you
mice is lactose intolerant.
The mice is lactose intolerant?
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, really wish I could eat cheese.
I would like to eat. I would like to have some Chaz. Oh.
Holy shit. That was insane. Whoa. Party rockers, I'm a mouse tonight.
He's taking the cat. No, wait. I just read the same message again. Oh no,
That sucks
woman
so
is beating me up. It's Brigitte. Oh, fucking hell. She's bringing you a dead fish. The fish is okay. I have not had any traumatic experience with fish yet. If I did, I will let you know.
I think I had a bad time with a spider that was in my bed.
Oh, I mean, look,
I
your
woke up
bed
to a
is like your
tickle.
personal space, and like when it gets invaded, like when the fucking mice invaded my privacy. Yes.
So if Silas...
Okay, Silas can invade my bed anytime. Okay, that's different.
Okay, so
That's
now all of a
different.
sudden,
Okay,
now Nino, this is the ultimate test. This is the ultimate test.
Yes.
A little mouse comes up to you and it's like, "Hello, kitten, it's me, Silas. I've been turned into a mouse.
No.
It's me, Silas. I taught you to fight, remember that?
Oh,
remember how we-
no.
This is my fault. You can recognize my gray hair. My gray mouse hair. This form is unbecoming of me. But
I'm sorry.
I found my way
He'll
back
have
to you.
Go. He'll have to go. He'll have to go.
You'll have to go. You kick him out onto the street. He's
Yes.
like, I guess I'll
He
get
has
my
to go
little,
out in the street.
my little rat briefcase.
He
and my
has to
little rat
go.
hat.
He has to go.
Has to go.
Why?
And he's
Don't.
like-
No. Why would he even?
He gets, and looks outside. It's raining, and he's gotta get out like a tiny
No.
little like drink. He gets out a drink umbrella as like a real umbrella. He's like,
Why?
well, maybe someday our paths will cross again.
No. No. That was
And then
so
and then he goes to like
hard.
run away, but he's like trapped on a mouse wheel, and so he's like just running in place on like the mouse wheel. He's like, I don't seem to be going anywhere.
No, he's just stuck. He's just
I'm
stuck.
stuck. I need you to help me.
I can't if you're a mouse. I can't.
You can't because he's a mouse.
Can't. No, I can't.
that's so
I'm
sad.
too scared
He-
of them.
He'd shed like a single little mouse tear.
Oh, I love Silas very much, but I can't. I can't. I can't. If it's a mouse, no. I
So
can't
sad.
do it. I'm so sad.
This RP is something else.
Cole Cassidy.
Guess I'll have to hit the dusty trail.
Cole Cassidy.
The dusty trail.
I just like saying.
On
Oh.
my tiny unicycle. With my
Silas Mouse
propeller
has
hat.
a unicycle with a
A
propeller
unique
hat.
cycle. The cycle is just like, yeah, I like the lifestyle. I wasn't using them anyway.
It's like I have to be away on my unique cycle.
Oh. Guys, tell me he's not. Silas is not a rodent.
He's not a mouse. He's not a mouse. He's not a rodent.
Okay.
I would describe him as.
I'm satisfied. He's not a rodent. He's not really a rodent.
He's not. That much is true.
Okay.
But if he was,
it's done. It's done.
it's done. It would never work.
It will
You
never
wouldn't give him
work.
like a little cage.
Silas, my
Keep him
love.
safe.
Oh man,
This is so sad. This is so
It's-
sad.
it's done. I will.
It's done. The sadness in your voice is so telling that it would be a hard decision.
It is. It's. I would cry.
You would cry.
Yeah. Silas, my love.
Relegated
Oh,
to vermin
he
status
can't.
in Ninu's
He
eyes.
can't.
You're gonna give her nightmares? Okay, wait, but now imagine what if Silas was like, Ninu, I've turned into a polar bear.
Polar bear? Oh, I don't mind a polar bear.
Okay, wait, so polar bears are good. What if he's like, oh no, I've turned into an electric eel.
Oh, I changed to the wrong person, by the way, by accident. Yeah, I don't mind polar bears. I don't mind polar bears.
Electric eel, is that one getting any? Is that one hitting you any kind of way?
Electric eels? No, they're fine. They can electrocute me anytime. Even if it was Silas, oh hell yeah,
Oh my god.
hell yeah, electric Silas.
This is
Ooh.
this is some lewd behavior. This is some.
Yeah, but it's not a rodent. It's not a rodent.
Now imagine Silas is like, I've turned into
a capybara.
Wait. Say that again.
It's like, oh, Ninu, I was waiting for you. Something happened at the factory, and now I'm a capybara.
I will help him. As long as there's no rats or rodents involved, I will help it.
So wait, so you would help him if he were a capybara?
Yeah. Capybara is okay. Oh wait, capybaras are rodents, right?
Capybaras are rodents.
Okay, they don't have like the rat face, you know.
No. Does she know what a capybara? Do you know what a capybara looks like?
Yeah, I went to the capybaras on the peak. They were very pretty.
Okay, but you'd be okay with this, so it's not all hashtag not all rodents.
Yeah, I guess not all rodent.
See, this is
Yeah,
interesting.
I looked at it.
Progress.
Peak is so pixelated. What do you mean, Nova? In real life, are you saying they look more like rats? Are you saying they look more like rats? Do they look like rats? Please don't tell me they look like rats.
They don't look like rats. They don't look like rats. They don't look right. That's why I brought them up, is because they're the least rat-like rodent that I've ever seen.
Yeah, wait, I thought they always look like blobs. Like adorable little blobs. Are they not adorable little blobs?
They're big dogs.
They're like
They look
little
like big
chunky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they're like big dogs.
They're not... Stop
Closer
giving
to
me
hamster.
nightmares, guys! Stop it!
What? Wait, what's giving you nightmares?
I don't want to have nightmares of capybara. For me to find out like capybaras look like, I don't know, like actual rats.
They really don't. They really don't. They don't have like the... They don't have the rat face.
Yes,
They look more like big loaves of bread.
Okay, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh man.
It's like a tall beaver? Yeah, like a beaver.
Are they not beavers?
I mean, beavers are also... Wait, are beavers rodents? This is a crazy question that I don't have an answer to. Oh, capybaras are cute. I like them. I like them whenever they do various capybara activities, such as basking.
Oh man. It could have been worse, guys. It could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Nino!
Look, I'm sorry. I killed myself. I'm sorry. I'm getting rest. I go rest. I'm back.
I hope that it's not actually, like, making you uncomfortable to speak on these things.
I will tell you how much I hate them. I'm telling you how much I hate them. I detest them with a passion. Not even a passion, with hatred. Full hatred. I don't like
That's
them
okay.
at all.
Beavers are indeed rodents. Okay, that's what I
Beavers
figured.
are
They kind of have the same deal. The R word is blocked in chat. That's how much she doesn't like to talk about it. Well, then tell me not to talk about it anymore.
No,
I'm just
you
curious.
can talk about it, Debbie. It's okay.
I could talk about it?
Yeah.
Well, you can ask me about any of my fears.
What fears do you have? Are you scared of rodents too?
I'm not scared of rodents. I think rodents are cute. I don't like spiders.
Spiders?
Yeah, spiders
Would spiders
aren't
scare
good.
you?
Yeah. If I'm barefoot and they can touch my feet.
I got their support.
Because I was a kid, and there was a I was at a lake. I was at the lake. I was at a lake.
Mhm.
I think it was like a Boy Scout thing, and I was barefoot. I was trying to get into a canoe, and a big spider was near my foot, my like
Ooh,
toes.
did it
It
tickle?
was like walking up. It didn't touch him. It didn't touch him. But that was because I was so scared that I was like, oh my god, that's a spider. And I started shaking. I started quivering.
Oh.
I was quivering and shaking. And then another time I was trying to sleep and I felt a tickle. And that one was for real, a spider in bed with me.
Did it say tickle my pickle?
No, it did not. It didn't mention its pickle at all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Spider almost got to touch feet for free, right? Spooters are the most common phobia, so that's pretty typical. Yeah, I've come around on a few kinds of spiders once. I had a spider in my underwear once. Fucking pervert spider.
Yeah, that would shock this. Wait,
pervert while wearing them. Oh god.
What
the
if
noise
it
I
went
just
my
made.
pee-pee hole? God,
What?
that would be
Don't
scary.
say yes to that. No, you can't be for real. Are you for real?
I don't mean to say yes. I meant to say, oh nosies. What if it went my pee-pee hole?
My fucking. You bit your ass? It bit your ass. A spider bit your ass multiple times because it was in your underwear. That's a nightmare. That's a literal nightmare scenario that you've described. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. Lucky spider, I'm gonna fucking. I need the police.
Oh man, lucky spider? Valve, hold up a minute. Something and it didn't approach me trying to get it out. Oh no, 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 no. Every time I hear a noise that isn't normal, I just like tuck myself in.
Every time you hear something that isn't normal?
Yeah. Okay, well, okay, look. I found out that tucking yourself when you're a male doesn't mean your pee-pee not in your butthole. What I meant is like hugging my legs so I don't touch the floor.
Wait a hold on. I have several questions.
Yeah.
Tucking, like you're talking. Are you talking about like tucking, like you're, like the guy tucking his dick underneath the waistband, like that? Or are you talking like between the legs situation?
I've only learned about that the other day. That tucking meant not putting your pee-pee in your butthole, but like in your waistband.
But you were under the impression that it was a butthole thing.
Yeah, I always thought it was.
How close do you think it is?
Do you want me to measure it?
Man, what does that mean? I was good. Look, I'll be honest. Everyone out there with a dick, we've tried. It's just not long enough. I don't care who you are. We've tried it. It doesn't get there. It's the same with trying to suck your own dick. It just doesn't work. It's so tantalizingly close. But I wager that if it was able to happen, there would be problems. There would be issues.
Yeah, see guys, I learned about it.
Nina's learning so much.
Yeah.
And I'm proud.
Yeah, well, now I know. All this time, guys, all these years, I thought tucking meant you put it in your butthole. So like,
Just gotta slide it in there.
yeah,
Just
like
get it,
you know,
just kinda-
in like
Slip it in.
Drag
Your own ass.
race. Drag
Drag race?
drag race? Drag queens. You know, the show where they have like
Yeah.
That
Which-
show.
what is it?
Yeah.
RuPaul.
All the dudes just put their pee-pee in the butthole.
That would be amazing.
Daughter ate snacks on my towel and put it away, crumbs and all. Later in the week, used that exact towel. Not expecting anything. Then I dried myself off in laying in bed, towel around my waist, and then I started feeling pain spreading fast. Towel is covered in ants. And they're biting all over my finger. I called out of work that day.
The one they were on your dick? Oh.
That is. Oh my god. I feel so sorry for you.
I dislike that. That's a certified.
That is
Oh my
so
god.
Awful.
Moment. Ants. I'm not down with. I'm not down with ants. I know they're just I know they just have a job to do, like in ant culture, ant society. But like if you're a bug, I'm sorry. You live outside. There's so much for you outside.
Look, Nova. Ants are so small. What if they go into your pee-pee hole?
Why are things always interacting with the pee hole in some way in the hypotheticals?
Because the pee-pee hole is just there.
It is just there.
Okay, look, would you even feel it?
Yes! That's one of the most sensitive places that can exist! Probably for that reason.
I'm just asking.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest with you. If an ant tried to crawl into my dick hole, I'd be like, huh, I think something's happening right now. I would be like, oh, time to get the mail. That's what the ant's thinking. Gengu, you were gonna rue this day. Haha, he rued the day.
Hi, Demi. I TP to you.
Hi, you see me up here on the wall?
Yeah, I see you.
Ah! Sorry, I got shot.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you not feel it, Niru?
Yeah, Niru.
Dude, look! I don't know! I mean, I would feel it, but look, if I had a schlong, my schlong would be so big. I'm just wondering, would I feel...
You think that the size would decrease the sensitivity?
Yeah.
Because that would be a sad existence. Then people would covet smaller dicks. They'd be like, man, my dick's too big. I just couldn't... Oh man, I just couldn't get there. Because it's just so big that it doesn't feel like anything.
Yeah, like... What if... small PP means that you feel things?
God, I wish I had a small PP then. Be nice to feel.
Chat, anyone have small PP? Can you tell us? Are you more sensitive?
Oh God, don't ask that. Come on, you can't have someone expose themselves like this. I guess even if they exposed themselves, it wouldn't be that big anyway.
Chat, are you gonna tell me you have a small PP? Oh,
Chat, you don't. Chat, the temptation is there. I understand. You can't do it. You can't abandon us.
Oh, she was so low.
What, a small PP? Yeah.
Guys, do you feel the ants crawling in your pee-pee hole?
Don't feel that. I don't feel that. I feel a lot of things in my heart, but it's not one of them.
Oh no, everyone is dying! Everyone is dead! I do.
A clitoris is the female equivalent of the glands. What's the glands?
The male
analogy
juice glands.
The male juice? Sorry?
Why we even going there? I will just laugh at it.
What? You would laugh at what?
Male glands.
It's your tip. Your tip. It's not that freaking tip. The tip don't feel like anything.
No, I didn't. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I'm just asking for educational purposes.
Wait, what? What did you say? The tip don't feel like anything? Yeah, the tip don't feel like anything. Look, I'm entering the kingdom of heaven with with my situation. Or so the faith would like to believe. I don't actually know what the purpose of
Women
circumcision
in chat, answer please.
Look, if you're a cut homie like me, the tip ain't nothing. I'm talking like the tip of the tip here. Like,
what's the tip of the tip? Huh? What's the tip of
the
the
head don't
tip?
feel like nothing.
What's the tip of the tip?
Like the head. It should feel like that's the most nerve endings. That's just not my experience. This is a bad game. We're having a bad time. We're not doing it.
I wonder why.
I'm distracted.
Oh my god. Guys, you guys like you guys put Demi in this position, by the way.
I'm just trying to I'm here for science.
Me too.
Demi really outing his ex's talents here?
Wait,
what do you mean?
Demi really
It's the
outing
part
his wait,
under
what?
the turtleneck? Never now questioning his existence. Okay, yeah, no, that I get.
I too am
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, hold up. No, what do you mean? Explain, girl, explain. Lack of talent?
Look. I refuse to elaborate.
No,
probably for the best.
No.
Probably for the best, given how this comes. He should feel.
He should feel? Wait, what does that mean?
Also cut is like 80% of their. Look, the difference between the head and like the turtleneck is like the head 0, the turtleneck 100. I'm picking up what Nova is putting down. I don't think this has anything to do with.
Wait, what?
What?
Turtleneck head. Turtleneck head.
Yeah.
Turtleneck
Like imagine someone wearing a turtleneck, right?
Mhm.
The head is the head, and the turtleneck. Am I wrong? And the turtleneck is the part underneath the head. He should feel. Look, not everyone is the same. Non-wiki foreskin. Yeah. Nina is going to be following this conversation.
Wait.
Now I'm describing. Yeah.
I tried my best. Wait, that's what you meant? Wait.
Yeah, I just was trying to.
Turtles.
I was trying to speak with a light tongue, as to maintain the ratings.
What? Oh my god! Why did it take me this long?
I was being obtuse. I wasn't being. I was doing my silly. I was being silly description.
No, bringing tongue into this. Wait, what? That's nice. What do you mean? Hi, Tai Tai. Tai Tai. Tai Tai.
What's that?
Tai Tai doesn't like my my love for Silas.
That's you can't hate true love.
Why you know like Silas? Tai Tai. What? You're gonna love him. I'm gonna make sure that you love him. I will make sure you love him.
He's teaching Nina how to fight.
Tai Tai, you're gonna love him. You're gonna love him, Tai Tai.
Yeah. We love Silas in this house.
Yes.
Nina, I'm coming over here.
He
to
can
heal
be
you.
my
Oh,
dad
never mind.
anytime.
I'm getting trapped by a
Oh
jump
fuck!
pad.
I just killed
you've died.
myself.
You've died under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah. Tai Tai, you're gonna love Silas.
That's all. Careful with the frenulum.
Frenulum. What does frenulum mean? That's all I'm gonna say. What does frenulum mean?
It means your friend.
Your friend.
It means your friend.
Careful with your friend. Chat on you, my friend. Yeah. Really?
I spoke on behalf. I spoke on behalf of chat, but I can confirm.
Frenulum. Friend.
Friend.
Oh no. Oh no. Frenulum. Wait, what does that mean? Frenulum?
The friend that you then love after establishing that you're friends.
Frenulum. Frenulum.
Damn. Nina, you're going crazy that round.
Me? I didn't do anything.
Did good. You always do really good.
Oh my god. But you should call your friends that. What does it Frenulum? What does it even mean?
It's your friend until I yum. After you yum, the friendship is over.
More mission, huh? I'm in.
Is this like a Urban Dictionary stuff?
Maybe if you're really good friends. This is probably something that. This is probably another way that the American education system failed me.
Anatomy friend. Anatomy. Nova, can you just send me a message and just tell me?
Just show me a picture of a cock. I need to understand what I'm talking
about. Wait, love means pee-pee?
Oh, I don't actually know what that is. It's probably either that or some part of it. I know many things, but I don't know that much about dicks. Oh my gosh, Nova just sent a. That's crazy. Nova just sent a picture of it.
Did you send me the definition of it? Wait, look at it.
I can't imagine that. I'm gonna need some fan art of Silas, what Silas's looks like.
Oh, I have that. Well, like in Punk?
Wait,
Wait,
Ninu's
why
come
does this
online?
sound so funny? Why?
No, Ninu.
It's about your tongue.
Oh, I had mine cut.
You have it too?
No, like, if you're talking about the part of the tongue, like right below the tongue, like what that feels
that
like.
part, right?
I had to get mine cut
You had to cut it. Why? How come?
because I had a speech impediment as a child, and they thought that it would help, and I don't. Now that I'm an adult, I'm like, why the fuck would that help? But yeah, no, they figured that my tongue didn't sit right in my throat, so I went to the doctor and they cut it.
Oh fuck. He's one. He's very low.
Yeah, I was diagnosed British as a child.
You were diagnosed British? Wow, imagine.
Yeah, I talked with a British accent. Like I couldn't pronounce my like words right, and so so I'd be like, I would like talk to people. I'd be like, oh yeah, I like the world. I want to go in a car.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, I like.
And they were like, he can't say his L's or his R's. He needs to have his tongue cut in fucking half.
That is sad.
And then they did that.
It
was very scary.
Wrong. Was it like the olden days when they're like, oh, left-handers means you are with the devil?
Yeah, I'm left-handed too.
Oh my god, me too.
I got fucked up by like all this shit.
I was called
You're
the
100%
devil
right.
for being left-handed too.
We're just devil children, it seems.
I feel the pain.
But yeah, I do have more tongue mobility. That is true. And I'm sure that there are many people
what is that supposed to mean, Demi?
There would be many people that would be happy to back me up on that, and they would just rave about the mobility. I believe it 100% too. What is the friendly? Of the peanut? There's more than one in the body?
There's more than one penis?
There's more than one frenulum in the body.
More than one penis?
No, for the frenulum.
Oh.
Oh gosh, I don't want to. Yo, I see a scrote over here.
Where?
I see a scrote.
Where is it?
It's in the Discord chat that we're in together.
Oh, Nova, did you send us something educational? Oh, what? What the fuck? I'm not gonna look at that. Not now.
There are upsides to that. Just saying. Oh, do you now, Demi? Yeah. I sent you a penis. Sorry.
You can't just pull out the. You just gotta pull out the Cassie voice.
I could say any. I have such power to say anything as though I were that individual.
Whoa, that's a frenulum. Oh, why am I looking at this? Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Wait,
I don't
it's
like
not
this.
the one under your tongue, huh? It's the one on your pee-pee.
I don't like it. I don't like it. And actually, I don't like it.
Demi, if you look at the picture, it does look like a tongue, doesn't it?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Just look at it from far
At the
away.
end, it does. No, I see what you're saying.
Just look at it
I
from...
see what you're saying.
Just look at it from far away.
You can't just pull out. I don't advocate. For this
who said that?
Belt Knight.
Wait, I said that.
You said that?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Did you say that moments ago?
Yeah, I just said you can't pull out the Cassidy voice line. Oh yeah.
Just can't. You just can't pull out. Not with the frenulum engaged.
Oh, I
Let me activate.
now
Hang
that
on.
you know what it means, Debbie, are you sure you want to
Activate my
use it?
frenulum real quick.
Wait,
It wasn't
is it like
activated
a
before.
muscle? Can you actually use it?
I think it's just like a piece of skin.
Oh, you can't use it.
Something else.
Ninu's against
Can't
pulling
use it.
out. Desert, I shush. I didn't say
Wow.
anything.
I can't believe this, Ninu.
What
After
are you?
after everything we've been through.
No, what do you mean? What did I didn't do anything.
Wow.
What
You
was it
practiced. I
me?
thought you'd be safe in your endeavors.
I am safe. I am the most safest person ever. Oh, I
don't know.
swear.
Well, if you swear, I believe you implicitly. But...
No, you shouldn't believe me. I don't trust myself.
Oh my god.
That says a lot.
You were right. You were all right.
Oh my no, somebody died. Nemi, you're a good tank.
What, little me? I like it. I'm having fun. I'm trying to like back up whenever I need to. Gotta wanna have to have a backup. I'm going to die. Oh, I'm not gonna die. I'm getting healed.
Yeah,
I'm
I
getting
heal
healed by
you.
someone beautiful.
Whoa. Wait, are you talking about me or are we talking about Mercy? Hey, what are we? Who are we talking about? Does my character, this character look cute? Huh? Huh? He look cute?
Yeah, the character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A dragon consume you. Let the dragon consume you. I'm
Let
not
the dragon
shaming
consume
just
your
for the record.
frenulum.
Wait, which part? Wait.
Which
I do not follow. I do not follow, guys.
Holy shit.
No. We have lost Demi, guys.
You lost me, but
We
my
lost
frenulum lives on. Oh, never mind. Joe Fart is cleaning up.
Hell yeah. Well, the series has been wild. I'm just trying to educate myself, okay? On
I
that
learned
note,
something
it has
today.
been 8 hours and 38 minutes. Holy shit. That's crazy.
The breeding
king? Wait, what? We didn't even talk about the breeding yet. Wait, we didn't even touch
I mean, you
on
were
that.
talking about like I hate whenever people pull out.
Yeah, we were
I'm so
talking
dying to that.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yet.
Oh my god.
Yet. Yeah, I heard it too.
Wait, what? I heard what? Oh no, Nino didn't
Nino didn't put two and two together. No.
What do you
Nino didn't pull
mean?
2 and 2 apart in time.
Wait, what do you mean?
Nino could stand to have two less things together.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We're talking about the barely failed.
What the fuck?
Oh god.
Chat doesn't know.
Foul.
In our condom gang, no less. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Alright,
Like, please explain it to me in colors.
In colors.
colors.
Blue, 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 blue,
Blue, blue, blue, blue. It's really that bad? Oh, I mean rest. Thank you.
Ninu, you said Ninu.
I don't know. I didn't think weird.
I just didn't know. I just didn't know you were that way, Ninu. That's okay.
Wait,
Lots
what
of
way am
people
I? What way am I?
We have been teasing you a little bit. We've been teasing you a little bit because you were talking about like.
You guys were teasing me?
Yeah. As Belf says, Nina, you said you didn't like pulling out, which means leaving things in, which means breeding.
What? Why you guys like this?
I didn't say it. I just capitalized on it for a series of very, very silly, funny jokes.
What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, guys, what's wrong with you?
That's not fair. No, what? It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. I feel like I'm missing out.
Missing out on what?
Everything.
Everything? Wait.
No.
I don't think you're missing it. Where's the fun and oh no.
Where's the fun
I was gonna ask what that's from because I saw a clip of
it's
you.
Sombra.
Sombra.
It's Sombra's voice line.
Oh, is that what that's from?
Yeah.
Where's the funny playing fair?
Where's the fun like fair? Where's the fun like fair? Where's the fun like fair?
But wait, what's with the exciting repetition of it?
Where's the fun like fair? Where's the fun like fair? Where's the fun like fair?
Is this just a bit that you started doing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I always play Sombra. I love playing Sombra. So I always spam that voice line.
Really?
Yeah.
That's very funny.
If you ever saw a Sombra that's been spamming, where's the fun like fair? That was me.
I can honestly say that I've never seen that.
Yeah,
But
I really didn't
if
play
I
on the
did,
American
I would
server.
be happy because then I would know that I was playing with Nene.
Yeah. Neil likes repeating phrases and giggling a lot. They become 9,000 funnier. What do you mean? Neil doesn't get to play Sombra anymore. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I play,
I don't know why I'm here.
No, Daddy, come back!
I had a plan, but I messed up.
Come back!
Nene doesn't get to play Sombra anymore. Really? You don't get to? You don't get to?
You said I slammed my penis in the car door 46 times in one rival, but you never.
What?
Really?
Is that true?
Yeah. But look, how can you fault me for it? You can't not fault me for it. You can't not fault me for it.
I counted?
Demi,
Oh,
Demi, don't die.
that's how you
Don't
know
die,
it's
Demi.
real.
Don't die, Demi.
I
Don't die on me,
won't
Demi.
But never leave
Don't die on me.
Whoops.
Yeah, I tried to keep you alive.
What is the streamer without their vocal stems? That's so true. I have so many that I didn't even realize. I have a streamer voice now, which I don't notice until I'm streaming and I like swap into it. It's the parasite taking over my body. Wow.
Demi's perished. Demi perished. Demi perished. No, Demi,
Sorry.
why you dead?
I did this. I did this
Don't
out
die,
of.
Demi.
I did this out of love. I sacrificed myself. Wow. Why do you guys only do good whenever I'm respawning? Look at this.
I think you need to
Look at this.
respond
Look
more
at how they're
than.
cleaning up every time.
Oh, it shot somebody in the head.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Right now.
No! No! Come back! Come back, Debbie! Demi, come back. Demi, come back. Demi, where are you? Debbie!
I mean, before she
No, give me the
what?
silent treatment.
What? I'm literally talking to you!
Okay. Okay.
I'm saying words to you! I'm not ignoring you!
Okay.
I know better. Oh man. They are all over my butt.
Oh,
They're
wow.
up in my ass.
Holy shit, you dead.
I know, they're freaking, I'm telling you. Wait, does
Damn.
Ninu not know about the oatmeal cream pie euphemism? I can't,
Wait, what is that?
I think that's just gonna about do it for me.
Oatmeal cream pie euphemism? What is that?
Don't make Ninu say these things. Don't make Ninu read these things.
Y'all, where's the fun playing card was something even worse. Entirely transforming the mole and saying it. I should stop, guys. Should we raid someone? Demi, should I raid someone?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I probably should go to bed.
Demi's going to bed, guys. Demi going to
Yeah.
bed. I should raid someone, right? It's been how many hours? Far too long?
What? How many hours has it been?
It's been very long.
A billion hours. A million hours. Like,
Akira is doing workout, guys. Should we raid him? I haven't raided him in a
2 hours.
while. Let's raid Akira. Too many hours. Too many hours to count. Wait, is it Monday today?
I think it is now.
Welcome to the family,
Oh my
VT
God.
Jasmine.
Oh my god. VT Jasmine, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Guys, make sure you check out all these lovely people. Make sure you check out Demi. Make sure you check out Nova. Make sure you check out Fable. Make sure you check out Alice, which is Azurashi. Make sure you check out my PP.
Huh?
Yeah. How about you? You saying you don't want to check out my PP?
I mean, the morbid curiosity.
Morbid curiosity. Love you. Good night, baby girl. I love you too. I love you guys. Goodbye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll play with Billy tomorrow. I mean, today, later on. See you later. Bye bye.